Just getting experience, I guess, for the boys. But we also, the goal's always been to qualify and then also do well. So that's the goal for us. Of course, people tend to forget also, our team's technically quite new. Like, we had very little time with a new IGL. So we're still, there's some growing pains and we're still learning a lot. So today, playing a BO5 is great experience for us as well. We want to be playing in that BO5 tomorrow as well to get as much experience as possible, just play as much as we can.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, you're up against PRX, and Alex, the PRX Press has, you know, slowed down and started up again. And everybody's been saying it, right? Everybody's like been saying that they're on a hype train now. Were you worried at all at any point in the year that it might slow down?
Of course I'm worried. We started 0-3, man. I wasn't sure we were gonna make it. Like, honestly, like, the FM game was incredibly hard, you know. And after that, it was just GE, and we had time. We had one win, you know, so like we could settle down a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Try to play, yeah.
Of course, with the addition of Patman, I saw this meme recently of like, you know that meme where you were holding like Jing and Jason on the leash.
Yeah.
Now it's Patman holding the four of them in the leashes. Do you think that's accurate at all? Is that a representation of how dynamic is with him?
I mean, I guess because of voice comms, it shows that. But I think they're doing a good job of holding their own leash right now. They're holding each other now, you know. They're all playing in a little merry band.
Oh, that's so cute. He mentioned also a lot about the imposter syndrome. Do you think that's gone by now?
I think it's in his personality for a while, you know. Like, it'll take a while more. I think he took a while to fit in the team. I think anyone in his position, you know, I would say that like it's very difficult. Right? You come straight in and then suddenly you're like, hey, you need to play because we're 0-3. We need to figure it out. And then he's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think it'll take a while, but I think he's fixing it slowly.
Yeah, yeah. On the other side, though, do you think Monyet's gonna wreck you guys today?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a big fan of Cha. I mean, look, I think one good thing about having Cha in the team is like these kind of games. You know, he starts strong because he is so energetic. You know, and I miss that kind of thing. That when we had him last year, it was very nice to have. You know, always good starts because of Cha.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, who can forget that like iconic roar that he did, right? And Ewok, you know, talking about some of the new players that you have, of course, you're actually so good at building hype around the players that you pick. Because I remember back in Ascension, you were like, oh, there's this one guy. I can't wait for you guys to find out who he is. And then in the content piece timeout, you mentioned that like, oh, this IGL, we can't say it yet, but our IGL is like the best in Pacific, I think. And now, of course, now we know that's Crazy Guy. What was it about him that you said, that's him, that's my IGL, that's the one?
Well, to be honest, there's not that many options, but it's also he was just a really good fit, right? If you look at all the other teams, it's not the easiest thing to pick up an IGL, especially at short notice. So for us, it was just someone that, okay, it fit well for us, it worked well. The boys instantly said after a couple of days of trial, like, yeah, we like playing with him. And then me and him had some long talks on how it goes in our team, what I'm trying to build. And then we could see eye to eye, and so far we're just on that journey together. Yeah,
and it seems to be a very exciting journey. It seems to be working well for you guys. And of course, the RRQ experience, I think, wouldn't be complete without his experience as well, going up against Genji, which always seems to happen. I'm wondering, actually, is it frustrating for you? Is it funny to you? I mean, why are you guys so obsessed with each other?
Well, I'm just kind of happy we didn't meet them at the start of playoffs. That's probably the only thing that's different this time around. But we're still really disappointed with how we played yesterday. So, like in the past, we've always had a lot of really close series with them. We've beat them in the past as well. But yesterday, I can't really say it was close. We played poorly.
Yeah, but of course, as you mentioned, today is a new day. You guys up against each other. This doesn't happen too often, actually. We don't get to see an RQ and PRX match a lot. So what was it like, you know, what was going through your minds when you knew that you were going to play against each other?
I mean, I wasn't thinking about it. You were trying to get past DRX.
Yeah, I don't know. Last time we played is Chengdu, yeah.
That was,
a pretty spicy game, yeah.
Was it OT, the last map?
No, you guys made a comeback.
Oh yeah, we're split.
Yeah, I think, what, 13-11 in 13-10
That was super tight. I think we had like OTs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
nice game.
And of course, like it's definitely something that the fans are looking forward to. Especially you have a lot of fans, Alex, out there. Especially one very special one, FNS, who has been leading, who along with Slide Sliggy, he's been leading that the PRX Express. I wanted to know actually, Ewok, if you could say something to kind of win FNS over to RRQ, what could you possibly say?
Well, to be honest, we've got our own guy that's named David. We've got a real David in our team.
You actually have a David.
Xero is actually David, so it might be time to get, upgrade the real one.
A real David. say that's a pretty good pitch. That is a pretty good pitch. Ewok, previously back in Ascension, you were on the analyst desk yourself. I'm wondering, what's your assessment of our coaches turned analysts so far? And Alex, you're welcome to rank them as well. You know, the two guys who were here previously.
I think we got to work together at Ascension as well. I had a really great time with everyone. So I think it's also like what shows is the chemistry. You guys really have like really nice chemistry, joking around, but then also get serious. I kind of like also when the analysts are not scared to call something out. When something's really bad, then they call it out. But there's no point on hating on someone, but there's always space for critique, and that's the job.
You're being that's a serious answer. This is your chance to actually flame them. No, but before we let you go, anything you guys want to say to each other?
we talk outside the desk.
No, absolutely no. We want you to say it here, right in front of everybody. No, we're gonna let you guys go. Obviously, you have a big day to prepare for. So thank you very much for joining us here, and we're gonna let you go so that we can talk about you guys a little bit more. Of course, everybody as well as Alex and Ewok are welcome to join the broadcast. Be a part of the broadcast by using the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments, and we have a few that we are bringing up over here. And lo and behold, it is Alex and Victoria, as well as Sliggy and Minnie, some of those who are on the PRX train as well. Help Minnie add coal. Minnie, I hope you're okay there with your new job, adding coal to this train. He looks pretty happy doing it. So I should say we're gonna welcome back the two other adults, the downgrade. Sorry.
Ewok's done a fantastic job keeping my headset warm for me.
We can't afford them.
My ears were feeling a little chilly.
We're the cheap option.
Yeah. Now I'm feeling nice and warm. I'm feeling ready for the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you are now blessed with a headset that was, you know, on Ewok's head not too long ago. So you must be feeling pretty good.
I am feeling pretty good. I'm looking forward to this game. I'm wondering how the coaches are feeling. Didn't get to hear too much of the insight though, but what was the vibe you were getting from them?
I don't think they're going to share anything. I think they're playing it cool, but also because, you know, these two teams are friendly with each other as well. It's like the Southeast Asia vibe too. So I really think like there's nothing but good vibes over here. It's just more of like recollecting their previous mistakes from yesterday, like for the side of RRQ. PRX are really just, you know, riding this wave for as long as they can until they have to regroup for, of course, also going over to Masters Toronto.
Yeah, they have so much momentum. They have completed the lower bracket run through to Toronto, but one win today gets them into that final. This is the lower final. The winner of this goes on to play Gen G tomorrow to take the whole stage.
Yeah, and the two very different momentums coming into this game for RRQ. A very disappointing game against Gen G, a team that they have played close many times in the past, but they really were not that competitive in that series yesterday. I feel like that must have been a bit of a disappointment for them. But over on the side of PRX, exactly like you said, I think 5 series in a row now. More and more momentum just keeps picking up for PRX, and they've already got themselves that spot in Toronto, so that's a guaranteed train stop, but can they win the whole thing?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question, of course, to reserve for later weeks. But for now, we are seeing RRQ led by their very own David, as we heard earlier from Ewok. But I think for RRQ, you know, they've always been in the middle of the pack, and we're getting a very different kind of RRQ now, especially since with Crazy Guy joining in, there's new fire, there's a new kind of direction for them as well. Especially also you have Warbirds on the coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've really seen them break out of that shell. They are pushing to be in their first ever Pacific final. This is better than we've ever seen them do, but I don't think they'll be happy to stop here. Sure, Toronto is a brilliant start, but this is a team that really believes they can go all the way, so why stop now?
Yeah, I'm hoping so. For RRQ, you know, there's just certain teams that they don't particularly match up well against, and a lot of them are the Korean teams. Like they have a tough time against Nongshim most of the time they play them, a tough time against Gen G, but against PRX, this is not really a team that they play very much. They've played each other like once a year, and this is the first time this year they've completely avoided each other thus far, so I'm interested to see how they match up into PRX, actually.
Yeah, it's the annual PRX and RRQ match.
Once a year. We're done after this. You'll never see it again.
But I think for the players, of course, they are familiar with each other's styles, and it's always so fun to play for two SEA teams to play against each other, because you do have that same style that PRX has really taken to another level, and RRQ kind of have also that, but with a different flavor.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is like I'm so happy we see PRX return to their old style, and I do think RRQ will be happy to see that as well. It is very SEA, it's very in your face, it's very fast, and as you just said, Pilski, I think RRQ struggle when the game gets broken down, it's slower and is disciplined. I think RRQ want to use their individuals in the same way PRX do. So today I would be expecting a very close, very scrappy, very headshot and flick heavy map.
Exciting series on our hands if that is the case, and we'll get a whole best of 5 to decide who's going to take that next spot against Gen G in the grand final. But you can see it right there. 3 wins, 0 losses, some very, very difficult teams that PRX has had to take on through the lower bracket, so they're going to have full confidence going into RRQ today.
Of course, and you know, this is quite a historic day as well for Pacific because, you know, RRQ and PaperX, as we mentioned, it doesn't happen quite a lot, and this is the first time we also have 2 Southeast Asia teams in the lower final.
Yeah, I mean, this is a historic day for SEA and a very, very historic day for RRQ, as we can see here. They're so used to finishing that 7th, 6th kind of region, and, you know,
Middle of the pack.
This is the first time we are really seeing them do something different, and this is what we hoped for, almost what we expected from RRQ heading into this year. I felt like their lineup has looked better than ever. Then you have the addition of Crazy Guy, and I feel like now this team is really starting to find their form, and it's just about how far they're able to take it.
Yeah, they're breaching new territory, so exactly that. What will we get from RRQ now that the pressure's on the line and they're playing an old favorite that is, I mean, exactly like this.
It's so cute!
They're breaking out. It was a absolute shocker in kickoff. The groups did not start well, although all of the series that they did lose, they were consistently taking maps and they were more competitive than some of the other teams in similar positions in their group and in other groups. But since they were able to pick up the W against DFM, against Global at the end of the groups and into the playoffs, knocking out both of the previous Masters representatives from kickoff, they are just picking up more and more steam as they head through the lower bracket here.
Yeah, they have so much momentum now, all of course stemming from that DFM game. And there was one particular point of it I feel like we have to highlight. This clutch from Jing at 8-11. If they lose this round, they have to eco the next round. This is map 3. The chances are that they don't even make it to the playoffs if Jing doesn't come up with absolute heroics here. This is where the train left the station, if you ask me. This is the moment things really began to turn around for this PaperX team, but it just goes to show you how good they really can be on their day.
I mean, even yesterday, there was multiple clutches like that Lotus game, Patman with a clutch or two, Defy with a clutch or two. You're seeing these individual players come up huge for PaperX in the key moments, and that is the big stage experience that these players have.
Yeah, I totally agree. With PaperX revitalized, so to say, this new iteration is very, very exciting to watch, especially since previously, in previous years, maybe you had a PaperX that might crumble under pressure, but now they're seeing that they can actually take it head on. I mean, in Champions 2023, that was a big talking point about all of that pressure. But now, this PaperX shows that perhaps they're a bit more stable. And of course, you have new additions to the roster. You have Patman on the side of PaperX, and you have Crazy Guy on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, we'll touch on Crazy Guy a little bit more in a second, but Patman I particularly want to highlight. I mean, it is his rookie season here in Pacific. He's already an international event. He is topping the APR in this competition, and the reason why that's important is even before adopting the Viper, a lot of players will farm APR assists per round on the controller role without really having much impact. All of his assists are impactful playing the flash units. He's setting up both of his duelists and other players on his team for kills, but he's also topping the clutch statistics, so you're seeing him be able to set up his team for success with the utility, and when he's alive in the late round, he's able to win these huge impact clutches to keep PRX in the game.
Then we look onto the flip side here, we see Crazy Guy, and I feel like this has been such a fantastic addition to the RRQ roster. We just saw from those statistics there, he's almost neck and neck with Patman, well being able to IGL and lead this team forward, so he's been a huge addition, and as we say, Patman has really been lighting up the server since joining in Stage 1.
Yeah, Crazy Guy, honestly, his fragging statistics and his performance in certain games has been phenomenal. He's been right up there with the rest of the RRQ core, which gives them a fair bit of ceiling, even with Astreya's departure, and even Astreya on DRX has been one of the weaker fraggers, so I don't think he's really contributed as much to the fragging department for RRQ as Crazy Guy is coming into this team. I think he has a little bit more of a ceiling, a little bit more mechanics, and he can definitely deliver some fragging impact on the IGL role for RRQ.
Yeah, and something to bring up, Alex mentioned earlier about how Patman is really kind of rounding up the roster very well. They're kind of all holding hands very equally, so it's nice to see how he's fitting in, especially since, you know, back in the local PH Challengers, he was known as Mr. Consistency. Every single time, you could always count on him, especially when he's holding, you know, such like mid of the map or something, or he's always that guy who you can depend on to actually turn the round in his team's favor. Right now, we're looking at the map Vita, and of course, this is a best of 5, so this is going to be very interesting.
First best of 5 that we've seen. No surprises on the ban from PRX. They've been banning Haven since it hasn't gone well for them in the group stage. But over on the side of RRQ, there was Spec ban on a Lotus that actually hasn't been too bad for them, honestly, with their new comp.
I think it's a very interesting ban for me in a best of 5 because they were happy to play Lotus yesterday against Gen G. So I feel like if you're willing to ban Lotus, why would you not ban that against Gen G? But they've taken it out of the pool today. Big fracture, which is equally kind of confusing for me.
I wonder if the Gen G game has kind of knocked their confidence on the map a little bit because they were quite happy to play against a lot of teams. But as you mentioned, Fracture will be the first map picked by RRQ here. In the past, in kickoff, it's been picked by PRX. PRX, more recently though, it's been the whole something narrative of him playing the Brimstone. Also on the side of RRQ, worth mentioning, Jemkin is going to be on the Brimstone. So you do have multiple players who love playing the Gem, who love fragging out and have some great mechanics, playing that Brim, and it is a little bit easier for them to pick up in that controller role.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is a targeted pick from RRQ based on the weaknesses that they saw in PRX's Fracture, especially that first time we saw them play it, which was against the Vice. We know RRQ like to run the Vice, so I think RRQ will kind of feel like they have the counter there with their composition, but I'm very curious, if I'm PRX right now, I'm happy with how this best of 5 Vita has gone.
Well, let's make the fans even happier by sending it to the stage. It is our lower final, RRQ versus PRX for VCT Pacific Stage 1.
Udah ganti. Tunggu yang lama, udah sama nomor handphone yang belum.
Yang berat tuh kalau LRQ menang di sini guys. Grand final tuh kan Vito pasti buat yang di upper bracket dapat 2 guys. It's win, pasti eventnya PRX dibuka. Lotusnya pasti di ban, yang kuat-kuat di ban pasti. Itu udah permainan makul tuh pasti udah. Let's go.
2025 VCT.
Let's go.
Yo, halo Muhammad Rehan.
Lama, suruh panitia cepetin dong, udah nggak sabar lu buar VCT, wacak sabar makanya.
Ya guys, doakan ya guys ya hari ini guys. Indo peran kita menang guys. Entah siapapun tapi gue tetap dukung PRX sih. Yang menang tetap akan membanggakan Indo kita guys. BO5 bang, yoi.
Udah di mana guys? Sampai malam nih guys. Nah ini
kosong
apa
aja
guys?
sih bang, biar cepet.
Team RRQ.
It's the battle
Gue jujurnya
of
ada
the
meeting
very
guys jam
best
5 jam
from
6 guys.
Southeast Asia.
Itu dia makanya gue ngincar, gue nyusul meeting.
And RRQ with their most successful Pacific stage to date. This team's persistence has paid off finally in qualifying to Masters Toronto, but has all the hard work steeled them against the likes of PRX. Does the power of friendship pull through this specific
3-1
stage?
ini mah.
We want to see them
Jangan
have a good game here.
3-2 nggak sih biar lama. Abis map.
Here and not go into Toronto with any momentum. They want to prove that they just have a rough matchup against Gen G, but they're still one of the most dangerous teams in Pacific.
Oh, definitely, but they have to prepare for an equally dangerous one in PRX. And this is a team that has been a regular on the final stage, both in Pacific and internationally. We know they had a rough start in the beginning of the stage 1, but they are back. It's real, guys. Everyone is aboard the PRX train. The question is, where does the train stop, if it stops at all?
Yeah, as you say, it was a rough start for this PRX team, but they've been picking up so much momentum, and now they're practically at terminal velocity. I don't think the hype behind this team could get any bigger. They're pushing to get back to that final, get revenge against Gen G, and of course, take that crown.
Definitely. That crown is up for grabs, of course, with our 3 teams that are going over to Masters Toronto in Gen G, RRQ, and PaperX. And for our lower final, RRQ and PaperX, again, the very best from Southeast Asia here. And as we're seeing, we have players also that know each other so well. So that's going to be very exciting to see on the
Gaya anjing, drama-dramanya coy anjing seseorang motos berdua anjing.
Actually, as they walked away, I did see them exchange some heated words. I'm joking.
I heard a scuffle in the hall.
Perak, sarkas banget anjing, sumpah sarkas guys.
But as we're seeing our map video once again come up, the fracture map is going to be very telling for this series.
Yeah, I think this is RRQ. I mean, they're backing themselves. It's been a map that's been a solid pick for them in the past. They did play DRX, who backs themselves on that map quite a lot. Very close. That's their only loss. And other than that, they mostly played it in kickoff. So they can smell blood in the water. They're not sold by what PRX is doing with this double duelist on Fracture at the moment. And they think they've got a good approach against it, I suppose.
Yeah, I think PRX on the flip side, they're going to be happy it's been picked. This is a map that they have shown that they like, so I don't think that's too worried.
3-1 semua Bang Apa, banyak kan Bang Apa?
I'm laughing at this just because
Kalau gue
3-1 bro, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Biar habis match.
Yang milih RRQ juga itu 3-2 loh.
Of this results, it's getting too real on my end, right? But I think this really doesn't explain like just how close this series can be, especially with the side of RRQ that is known for like such incredible comebacks.
Yeah, PRX has got full momentum, and that's undeniable, and I've given them that respect. I
guys,
give them at least 2 maps in this series. If RRQ takes it, I think it'll be a 3-2. I think this should be a pretty tight game. It's up to RRQ to show up to it, because PRX is definitely going to show up today. They're in fantastic form. They're riding that momentum wave, so it's going to be up to whether RRQ can kind of steady themselves in the rocky waters.
Yeah, I've just been a little bit more convinced by PRX. I
dulu,
feel
guys.
like they have that
Kenapa,
momentum,
guys?
and they beat
Kok
DRX
PRX,
pretty
guys?
handily.
Is it the hero thing again?
It
Is it the
could be.
protagonist thing again?
That's what I mean.
It's the plot armor.
They have the plot armor. They have the storyline.
Look at that! Look at that!
Wow.
See, that's such an anime-ish kind of handshake.
They know they're the protagonist of Pacific. They know what they're doing.
Here's the thing, though. If we're talking about storylines, I think RRQ were pretty crushed with their performance against Gen G.
Tulang punggung Riot
I do
Asia,
not
Bang.
think they're just going to walk up to the server today
Awas,
and
itu
get
mah
rolled
hilang,
over
Bang.
by PRX. They want to show that that was just an off day. They are here to play in the lower final. They really want to make it to the final. You could tell when they lost to Gen G how much it meant to them. Looking at the agent comps here, though, RRQ going to be playing that Vice into the double duelist. This is a comp that T1 played very well against PRX. I think the formula to beat
Jadi
PRX
apa
is
itu?
quite well defined. At the same time, though,
Jadi
PRX
apa
going
ini?
to be
Sedang
aware of
apa
what
lagi
went
tuh,
wrong
men?
in that game and hopefully play this comp a little bit better into the Vice comp that RRQ will be bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you learn a lot more from your losses than your wins. So that
Duel
first
tank
game
Rusia jadi
where we
smoker
saw there's
dulu, Bang.
something on
Oh
the
iya,
brimstone,
Cok,
of
tank
course,
Rusia
he
smoker,
didn't have a
guys.
good time, but he bounced back strong, and I do think they're familiar enough with double duelists to know how to counter what RRQ have.
I think Kushi's going to have a little bit of an easier time breaking the KJ utility, but it is worth mentioning Buzz on the op was quite key over on the side of T1 against
Aduh,
the
si
way that
Santi
PRX
kemana
are
saja pakai
playing. They want to
brimstone
play
lagi,
that
Cok.
contact pop style. I don't know if you're going to be seeing Monyet picking up an op, to be honest. He was absolutely sending it on the rifle, getting very
Saya kan adanya
aggressive, but
Kevin,
I
Bang.
don't
Yoi.
know if Monyet's necessarily got the same kind of op
Buset,
chops that
Jason
someone
itu, guys.
like
Jason
Buzz will have on
Susanto,
T1 with
gelo,
on the
gede
Neon
banget, Cok.
Fracture.
Well, maybe he'll
Kemarin
get a little
tuh
braver
kabarnya.
against a former
Boy
team,
band,
right? I
guys.
mean, who
Nice
knows?
Laser main
The
PUBG
aura
sama Bang
definitely
Tring.
changes when it's against friends, when it's against
Nah.
people that you know,
Nice
like
Laser
back of
main
your
PUBG
hand. And
sama
of course, with
Bang
RRQ and
Tring.
PaperX, it's exactly that. So let's get started
Nice Laser.
and move over to
Yeah.
Fracture and set it over to your
Nice
campers,
Laser.
Spec,
Takel.
and
Ya kan dia emang
Mobo.
anak PUBG kan?
Oh dia emang anak PUBG ya?
Dia dulu PUBG awalnya PUBG.
Oh,
Thank
tahu.
you very much. You heard it right there from the desk with Mika, Big Time, and Pilski, and they are
Dari pagi dia main
absolutely
sama
right.
sama
In
sih.
Southeast Asia,
Penonton
every
streaming.
row,
Kalau kalah menang
every
masuk Toronto
track
Bang, betul.
does
Tapi ini
kind of lead up to
rebutan untuk
PaperX.
EWC guys. Kalau menang EWC langsung, jadi nggak usah apa sih? Nggak usah ini lagi bro.
If you do think about it as
Kualifikasi.
well, it is technically still a battle of the
Yeah.
Rexes in this one. PaperX, Rex, Rigum, Keon will follow on with that one. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see RRQ fall over like they did it yesterday. I think this series definitely has a lot more going in towards this one, but you also do just have to remember the
Go.
pressure is kind of off for these teams now. They've made it in towards Masters Toronto, and this is the game to see
Grand final
who
kapan,
is going
Bang?
to get a
Besok
battle
atau?
against Gen G to potentially take the Pacific Trophy.
Without a doubt. I mean, you're just thinking about...
EWC baru bang, iya EWC Valorant baru.
Go on.
Let's go.
So we'll see.
Storronnya
Going to start
tentang
here
PRX sih.
on map number 1 in
Nomor
this best
1 bro,
of
PRX
5.
Storron bro.
PaperX opting to
Fantech
start on the
LLPS.
attackers side here. And it is good to see as well, you know, a bit of a bounce back for somebody like
Alpha
Something as well, having a bit of a shocker in the first installment on the Brimstone, putting in something like 7 hours of VOD review and prep just to get an idea. Pistol round to shake off a couple of nerves. A big amount of players though here for RRQ, challenging.
Nice.
Sliding out though, but Divine gets the first shot.
Berbelat di sini, bro.
Stalled out by the smoke a little bit right now. Not a damage delivered though. Something low.
Wih.
Ah, udah apa ini, bro? Panas bro, lagi panas nih, bro.
Look at this, he's just already
Ah, es langsung anjing.
Es gak sih?
And
Es,
that's just
bro.
a bit of temperament coming through as well.
Nah,
But
ini,
Xpero
dapat.
We'll be able to land at least the first shot still though. With a
Kasih,
full
kasih,
fire
jangan
team
bercanda.
inside of A main, it's not gonna be easy.
Nah, gelo. Let's go, boys.
To kick things off.
Well, if you want to get a
Anjing,
good
sakit banget
start
seremnya,
coming in
Cok.
towards a map like this, where historically you've had some fumbles, right? To highlight the old Afros flash that we've seen be a bit of a problem, but switching things up, Devi out for the Sheriff, Ace in the pistol rounds, coming out with confidence.
Hijau nge-swing duluan anjir, serem banget dah.
What the Deskers were saying a little bit earlier as well, where RRQ are most likely going to be playing
Guys,
quite
beli guys,
differently.
seri Ion.
Gila guys.
Absolutely smashed PaperX on this map.
Bisa Vandal nggak sih, Vandal?
Imagine, hopefully trying to study things up from that one before, but currently off just meeting each other with huge clash outside of A main does not really inspire you with much confidence. But at the same time,
nice gamble, RRQ gagal ya gamble.
Yeah, seeing if they can establish a plant here. And again, you're just going to
Oh,
want to see
bahaya
what
nih.
damage the
Wih,
pistol
gila,
has.
sakit banget tuh.
Devi carrying on with a pistol though.
No miss gaming.
Starts off with at least one. But taking a look at the positions as well, you got tower
Jangan
control
sombong
as
dulu,
well as
anjing.
3.
Ah,
A
itu
little
loh.
trade over with Patman, kind of losing his life. But not too much loss. They have a really good
Kayaknya nggak akan
idea
dimajuin deh.
of where RRQ are. And they're keeping them suppressed thanks to these smokes from Ilya. From
Hujan
Something.
buff Israel Bang Cio, anjay.
Big jet players going onto the Brimstones as well. When you pull out your iPad, you drop your smokes. Then you can just hopefully have some yeehaw action, get your shots out.
Jesse juga nanya
Meanwhile,
lagi.
though, PaperX
Dua.
already spotting out
Lawan ya,
kind of
dua ya.
what they need in this game here. Quack.
Oke.
Yeah, full and full. Just trying to make it as clean as possible.
Wih, gila!
Not losing this Guardian at all, not
God
missing a
damn!
single beat. First round started with an ace. The second round ends with a quad from Forsaken.
Yeah, everybody kind of,
dikit yang ngaruh,
we
bro.
want to see them all firing.
Jangan
on all
main
cylinders,
Dava
right? We
Jason
want to make
doang,
sure that
Cok.
there's no slacking. We want to make sure that everyone's shots are ready to connect. So it is good to see already for the train side of things, right, on PaperX, that they've got a couple of their key members out the gates already. But this is the time where we'll flip it on over towards RRQ. Get their first gun round out as well. Where you'll start to have to consider too, a map like Fracture and the ace for Divine, right? How are you going to start to counter a lockdown when that comes, you know, maybe even possibly this round, who knows? 3 away from it there.
Especially when you're starting out on defense as well. Currently, though, it's just Xpero on the B site.
Yeah, they've read this one quite nicely, PaperX. An idea that
Betul,
when
ya,
you're in
gitu,
towards tower, you're not seeing him there. You just put some focal point in towards A main as well, where Devi's lurk will start to come. Turret retrieved though.
Yeah,
There's an
dapat lagi,
opportunity
Jordi.
here for RRQ to get this flank happening, but Xpero's already lost his life.
Hidup aja.
Alarm bot as well.
Wah,
And
ada
you're not
rambutnya.
seeing too much action closer towards Cantina or anything like that. So enough information for PaperX to shore up around tree.
Yeah, but you are like locked out of the
Mereka
site at the
pakai
moment.
face, guys.
So just kind of holding
Udah
on
apa
to
sih?
it. Something's already spent all of his smokes. RQ just waiting for him to pop off. But
Hai,
now
something
something's
kayak
still
beribu
marking
nanti,
every
sadar gua.
exit. Out from tunnel, out from the back of
Anjing!
fence. He finds the
Nice.
double. Just tree left and PaperX. Soon enough, with all the information, with all the numbers, there's no chance of RQ retaking.
Not at all in this scenario. You want to see if they can just hold on their guns, don't shut. A couple of good shots. Jemkin at the end and Crazy Guy as well. So whilst they do remove all of the PaperX members, they're not going to be in for
nggak,
the
save,
defuse
nggak
in this round.
Menang,
So
cuman
PaperX will
mati
find the
banyak.
bonus here.
That said, with all those kills getting picked up
duit,
as well,
it's okay,
Komodo,
guys.
you've got Jemkin now 3 points away from the orbital strike. Crazy Guy with 2 away from Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, again though, they might just be a bit of an answer towards the lockdown at the moment. I do like the initiative from Something taking this bench space too. You got to feel for Cushy in that that moment in time. Bailed out by the Boombot coming his way. Jing's little piece of utility there, working a treat. Had that not happened, maybe you see a world where he dispatches of something and they can actually start to formulate a bit of a retake, but the fact that the 1-4 split doesn't go their way. Gonna have to have a little bit more awareness for Xfero. He wants to go for any engagements or not.
Okay. Well, just back in with the round-to-round adjustments. Currently, it's Monyet. This is a play that...
I'm the best. I'm the best.
To peek over the smoke, right? We've seen some players already having some success. Non-success of that as well. This time, Monyet will be the casualty. Well, we'll see what damage RRQ want to go for. It's not the worst decision for Jemkin, for example, if he does just want to hold the Phantom going to the next round too.
So at least position themselves around spawn, around able to find. If he does get a little bit more, maybe some slight opportunity in the retake, but otherwise, it's pretty much written off. And at the same time, you consider how this round started off, Komodo. Monyet used to play with PRX. Monyet is the guy who kind of came in place of Jing. Straight through Canteen. There will be a nice sheriff shot being found by Cushy, but that will be it. Just crazy guy left with the classic. Possibly the guy that is Spec.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in and with the team and getting a bit dirty, right? The fault line available to help his teammates to get a kill, or maybe he can get one himself and then potentially die in the last little stages of the round to, you know, somebody on HyperX getting his ult horde, but you also at the same time don't want to see them getting their ults online either, which is what Forsaken will have now coming into this next round. Maybe not going to be used, however, though. Keep that for when they might need a bit of a the way things are going at the moment for PRX quite swimmingly, right? 4 rounds in a row. Very stark difference to how RRQ started their game against DRX on this map earlier on in the season as well, right? That upper final, that game to get in towards Toronto. 13-11 that DRX scraped by on. Ultimately losing it out and then ultimately losing against PRX as well, right? They bow out. Not able to get through towards the international stage. Marco had a phenomenal map in that one. The rest of RRQ though, you know, everyone kind of delivering what they needed to.
Toronto udah kelar guys. Pengambilan timnya udah kelar, tinggal kita ngelihat juara 1, juara 2, juara 3.
RRQ at the moment. Some great little fast ideas to come through from PRX. Gaming at its finest in all of these rounds so far.
Yeah, it's definite feels and also just a lot of lessons being learned, and that's exactly what the Des was talking about as well. You know, Big Time was mentioning that you learn the most from your losses, and I think the one against T1 definitely felt quite a bit for PRX, so you see the improvements coming through.
I think it might even be a little bit before that for PRX, right? The fact that they changed up their agents midway through the season, Genji and Boom, they're playing on the Teo Vice, swap it over for the comp against T1, write that one off on the 13-3 loss, but then you come back to the Boom game and they're looking a little bit more coordinated, right? We've got the answer towards Pilski's question earlier. Don't think that Monyet's going to be bringing out the operator. Well, it's in play. See if he can do his best Buzz impression.
Yeah, not too aggressive though currently, right? Really different scorelines from that previous game. Right now, just watching for info lines around A main. However, PRX into tree, you already have a good progression smoke to try to deal with the shear.
See if the lockdown has to be respected here because there's no orbital strike from Jemkin that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
That's right,
good timing on the Thorns too.
And that's going to be now Forsaken popping off. The headshot angle, it favors Cushy instead. Just a bit of pressure though, and still enough information for RQ to solve the problems around the B site.
Something 6 HP, keep an eye on that one.
Oh, and at the same time, you got Monyet now trying to head over to north side through the ropes. A bit more presence, might be able to catch a player off guard or two.
This is going to be super slow from Monyet though.
He's going to have to take his time. His team needs to push up a little bit more, buy more attention away, and they're doing just that. Monyet then pops off, finds another shot. Jemkin takes down another player, and all of a sudden, it's just Jing inside of tower. Can he clutch this up? It's a 1v3.
Oh, Jing!
The forces prove too overwhelming.
Yeah, respect given to the lockdown at the beginning, but when you start to get in, kills start to be collected from RRQ, quite patient on the retake as well. It's good to see that they are on the board on the back of a timeout coming through too, right? So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find their footing here. Already some adjustments though from RRQ, holding onto a little bit of this early utility, having a really late flank where you've still got a good amount of bodies on the site, looking to get the crossfires as well.
Nice guys, let's go.
You gotta reckon it works out well. You know, taking a slower approach, saving the utility, letting that lockdown just burn through.
Ini TKR
And
harus
this
dapat
sort of
banyak
scenario
nih.
too, you can rely on these ultimates on
Oh,
this
yes.
defensive side. When you consider a map like Fracture, you generally want to take some space somewhere around one of the four corners of the map. I say generally, this time RRQ being quite patient instead of going with numbers towards main, for example. They're waiting to see if PRX are going to be exploding onto the site somewhere.
Oh, yes.
You would generally see, you know, Breach Rolling Thunder going in, Jing on the
OP kau.
showstopper if you want to get
OP,
really
Cok.
excited.
Right? Just let PRX burn those ults first and come in with something a little bit more.
And now they note that the Vice Shear is towards drop as well. So bait that out and try to trap him in. This is actually a stellar read from PRX, recognizing that the Armageddon is in effect. As soon as they
buang-buang
see the
berapa tuh,
rolling
buang
thunder,
satu
the
ulti
fault
udah
line,
aman, nggak
they know
apa-apa.
that that ult's
Kalau
coming.
damage
And
apa-apa.
that's now been completely baited out. The
Jason,
only
guys, yang
other tools you might have left would be the Orbital Strike and maybe the Rolling Thunder from Crazy Guy.
And the initiative right now from
Dia
RRQ
nggak push
realizing
aneh,
that
Cok.
they have to get a little bit of information around the map, right? They're
That
going
could be an
together
alt too.
as a team in towards main. There's the showstopper that I talk about. They're going to see that no one's home. They can set up for the post plant, and they still
yang
have a bunch
masalah
of
saya
utility
gitu
to play for at the post.
Which would mean that PRX does need to find a little bit more, an
Dapat info,
extra
Cok.
kill
MN sih
or
harusnya
two
dapat info nih.
before the retake begins. Jing, that's why
Wah, ya,
he's
MN
holding up
dapat
into
info.
this position. The
Harusnya.
pink shells as well, just to buy a bit more time
Semuanya.
and space.
Nice.
Will be happy to
Yo,
push
Jason
out.
tenang banget nembaknya dah.
Bocil mati nih, gua bocil mati nih.
And it's going to hurt them
Aduh,
somewhat. The
anjing.
firefight going through. Manyan finding with the
Gelo,
ult, but
SS.
this range, it just does
SS
not
aja
pay
sih.
for him.
SS,
Forsaken
SS.
slithers through.
Another 4K for him on for the
Another
ace
ace
at the
from
moment. But I don't
PRX.
think Jemkin wants to give him an opportunity for this one here. It's just confidence at the moment for Forsaken, isn't it?
And he's just feeling it all the
Es
way
Jason,
through. He's done
aduh.
better since round 2. He was looking for it at
Anjing
the
beneran
end,
es
but,
nge-whiff,
you know,
Cok.
Iya,
Jemkin's
emang
still
gitu
able
guys.
to hold his
Serius,
ground.
jadi kota-kota besar tuh guys.
Yeah, he should be surviving for the tail end of this round
Adrenalin
as well.
meningkat guys.
That is a
Udah kena stun padahal
really
nggak apa
great
itu.
Iya.
information play to come out from
Ay,
PRX.
gila,
We
kena
already
stun nih,
highlighted
anjing,
the
kalau nggak
utility
kena stun,
early on
jangan
in the
kena,
round that
anjir.
they get through. And then taking the further space in towards main as well. If they played patient, if they played on the side itself and gave
Dia baru-
RRQ
si
an
Monyet baru ganti senjata,
opportunity
coy, itu,
to go in
Cok.
for a proper retake,
Belum ready
might have been a little
senjatanya,
bit
anjing.
different when you consider the orbital strikers in play too. So they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information.
Yo, Jason
And this
12-4
time
coy
another
anjing.
similar scenario for RRQ
Jadi
where
ini
they're
neon
just
gitu,
a
guys.
hero rifle in towards the rounds. You may see Monyet on the overdrive if he can get set up
Tapi
nicely.
Jason apa sih?
reckon
Bener-bener ini mah apa ya anjing?
Overdrive
Apa sih?
coupled with steel
Apa sih
guard
performanya
could be
kayak jarang banget turun ya?
Iya,
Main
dia
apa aja liat
dia
agentnya, Cok.
konsisten orangnya.
Kind of feels
Konsisten
like
banget
the
anjing aimnya, Cok.
Even dia
Ini
pakai
orang yang
semua
ini paling
agent gitu
kita
loh.
butuh tuh orang kayak gitu loh, mau ganti
Individual
agent juga yang
moment,
penting
right,
aimnya
to
nomor
propel the team a little bit
1.
more forward.
Utility mah
Time and
nanti
time
aja.
again, we have seen
Baru
some
2
teams
lah.
really
Utility.
turn on that
Antara
switch
yang
after you
aim
get
gitu.
one crazy round come through.
You really need a catalyst of a round for RRQ. Things have not been going their way, and right now Forsaken just toying with them around the B site.
Yeah, he's checking all the spots that the shear could be with these little jump spots right now. Specifically that one towards main, baiting out a couple of shots as well. But with that not being seen just yet, the team at the minute mark will just come out with an idea to go together. It's currently only Cushy at this A site where the rotations do start to come from RRQ.
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough space, not enough defenses being held up on the A site itself.
Lari,
No
lari,
fast line going
aduh.
through.
Ya.
Jin already diving up towards the top of heaven. And it's some kills being exchanged.
Oh, he's trying to read
Mati
it
tuh
though.
please.
Oh my
Gak gitu
god.
juga
What
something
is that
kocak.
wild spray.
Just get a loose bullet towards the head of Monyet. 30 seconds to go though.
Oh, and the spike getting planted soon enough.
Oh,
ya, mati tuh.
Thunder ripped off, orbital strike as well, and that burns against Patman. Angle still being held though.
Ya.
Fast lanes up. It kind of
Anjir,
keeps
kalem
it on
banget
top
Jason
for
dulu guys,
now.
ayo guys. Nah.
Skills continue to
Ah,
dial through.
gila,
Forsaken
kenceng
once
banget, Cok,
again.
Jason, Cok.
A triple in the round.
Things get a little bit spicy at the end there as well for PRX. 20 seconds to
Jadi
go.
emang Monyet
This
tadi
white
gak kena
plant
kan?
is denied. You get a
Bunuh si
little
Jem
bit
gila
worried
nang
that
banget.
RRQ might be able to steal a round away.
Terus juga live pad
but
dia
they do
guys ya,
weather
pro
it in
player
the
kan
end.
makin tua makin turun biasa
Overlooking
performanya.
angles,
Dia tuh kan
some
masih muda banget ya.
crossfire sprays coming
Ini
in
masih
and out
panjang
for the
coba
bottom
perjalanan dia
drop
anjing
from
sumpah, dia masih
Forsaken.
20 kan.
Again, another
Apa 18 atau 19 malah, Cok.
Yeah, the investment of the overdrive at the end.
Dia kan
but you
baru
just wanna
19
make
atau
sure
18 ya,
you are
guys.
rounds.
Jason
Well,
better
he'll
than
probably
Kevin ya. Kalau dari
have
segi
again a
aimnya
couple
guys,
rounds
menurut
the
gue
way
ya
that he is going
lebih
at the
jago
moment.
aimnya
Second
Jason daripada
time
mau
out now
Kevin.
invested as well. You would expect
21, 21, masih 21 Cok, masih sampai 24, 25 lah. Biasanya pro player tuh, masih 3 tahun lah.
At the moment.
Dari
3 tahun masih panjang guys, perjalanan dia guys. Makanya dia harus manfaatin banget Cok. Soalnya 25, 26 tuh biasanya udah agak turun performanya pasti.
It just makes you think that maybe something might be in the
Plus
water.
SMP
Everything that was
iya.
prepped just kind of going awry.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Right? You think about
Lo
this
Jason,
veto, the Lotus respect ban,
Apa
yeah,
anjing, si
makes
Jing
sense.
kecil,
Haven being
kecil.
banned by PaperX, sorry, yeah, that also makes sense. They've been permaring that
Baby
for quite a
Jing.
little bit. So you consider what map
Asema
do they
kalau
think
nggak
that they
menang
can
bang,
trip
ya
up
namanya
PaperX
rezeki
of,
orang
right?
guys.
What have they been
Dia nggak
practicing
menang,
last week?
dia nggak pernah
Sitting
menang,
back,
tapi kalau misalnya
getting
selalu
ready. Last
perform,
night as well.
Ran a similar comp to
fansnya
T1.
juga
Yeah,
banyak,
sure, to see
terus
what
keuangannya juga
weaknesses
bagus.
PaperX would
Ya
have.
kenapa emang?
And so far,
Harus juga harus juara juga sih, juara ya mungkin bonus dari Tuhan kali. Belum kali belum.
And this is also just because PaperX has kind of returned to that top form. They're still going in with that momentum. Forsaken was citing, you know, assistance from Mini, some slight like sort of assistant coaching going on, and performance coaches as well, giving them such a psychological boost.
This is the right read though from RRQ.
Okay.
Towards Arcade, silence behind the sky smoke.
PaperX though, not backing down from it.
Nice,
Couple of
Larry.
shots going through, and they've spotted out Jemkin up by the
Set.
top.
Oh, the stuns, man. Look at this.
Oh, and he uses
Set.
that to slide through.
Rambutnya,
Forsaken
guys.
slipped underneath tunnel to try to draw that attention away. Comes back through with Jing as on some assistance, but then the kill.
Nice.
Monyet and Cushy able to fire back until
Tiga,
the exchange
bro.
comes through.
Yeah, the battle is
Udah
essentially
ngasih,
won
udah
by
ngasih.
PaperX
Oh,
over
udah,
at
aduh,
Arcade.
belakangnya
Now
nih.
you can settle down for a little
Muter,
bit,
muter, muter,
see
bawah,
what
muter,
Divide
bawah.
might be able to scope in towards the site. Go and meet with your boys as well. Forsaken and something.
Aduh, nggak ready lagi something.
One Sky
Crosshair-nya.
Smoke, a fast lane available. But time starts to dwindle a little bit. What could Xpharaoh potentially do on the rotate? They start to pivot towards this A side as well, which by the radar is going to be the wrong call. So it's going to potentially be just the retake scenario here, or
Masih
might even
nge-save
have
sih.
to
Kalau dia
consider
ke-plan
the
di
save
B
for
udah masih nge-save.
RRQ.
You really might. I mean, Forsaken just gave RRQ a rabbit to chase, and they did. And when they went in for it, they found a trap.
Nano's now on the spike. You've got an incendiary. Divide can just post up with that operator as well. There's no smokes for RRQ to come in with a retake here. You've got to consider the investment of the ult as well. They're already starting to rotate back. It seems like the call to the save is there. So this is going to be a non-conversion after the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just every angle would leave you so exposed. Steel Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for RRQ, that ability is going to have to be something used in the next round, perhaps with two guns being salvaged over. Monyet with the overdrive. If you can cut PaperX's guns in half, may very well be able to have a round. Just really liking the adjustments of PaperX at the moment and how they're navigating the duels, the stuns, how they're navigating the mid-rounding as well when they do go a little bit more quiet.
How they were so incredibly aware. I mean, look at this little angle as well. Just spotted out Jemkin by the top of his beret. And then this. The push down into tunnel.
Itu dua orang nembak, satu lewatin box, satunya
Good
terus
confidence
smoke
at the
kan.
moment for PaperX, right? Forsaken having an absolute belter.
Gafe OP-nya sakit
16
soalnya.
kills in there. You almost
Sakit banget,
forget
sakitnya mantan
that
player
Enzo
kid dia.
still. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, the
Batman,
guy
so.
has been putting up the clutch
Tapi kenapa nih
statistics.
kemarin
Oh,
pedes
yeah.
kok.
Like what Pilsky was talking about, but still. Next round shores up, and that's going to be PaperX once again back in towards bench.
Well, here we go, in towards the B side at the moment.
Hey,
Trying to see what
lawan
you can
on
get
Jason.
here.
Aduh, kena lagi dari stun.
Gak dicek bro, biasa anda.
That's the shutdown that you needed to see from RRQ.
Unbelievable. And with that, the engine is completely halted around the back of Arcade. No real entry from that point forward because Jemkin has placed down the smokes, and then Divide, to get some good awareness going on, checks out his 6.
Satu lagi dapat, sorry tiga-tiga nih.
Some coal back in towards the same train here for PaperX.
And need quite a bit more though. Could go for a possible rotation
Nice,
onto the A
Batman.
site, but with that flash over,
Aduh, kenapa dimajuin sama si Dava ya?
stops things once again.
And Cushy pushing through main as well, seeing nobody home in the right spot for the flank. Now the 3 versus 1, and you'd play this together if you are RRQ. You don't give Patman an opportunity to find so many 1v1s, though the navigation that he's going at the moment. Right. Might find the right route on a Crazy Guy.
Spike not yet
Nice.
planted.
Nice,
Crazy Guy
Batman. Wah,
beginning to
tulus nggak sih?
think. He turns back around and he finds
30
Petman.
seconds left.
Headshot to his face.
Salvo is available for
Kalau
Cushy.
clutch sih gila sih.
MN.
Might be able to
Flush him out.
afford some positioning. but Patman has a full kit of utility as well, barring one flash. Goes in for the fall.
Aduh.
Until Jemkin swings out from the wayside.
Oke.
Nice try
Bikin
there.
miskin,
You know
bikin
where
miskin.
Pushy's coming
Nice.
from the direction of the salvos, but you gotta have an idea that Jemkin may very well be with him. Just can't get the second one, but importantly, the fact that Jemkin immediately swings for the trade, that's what you need in that scenario. That's why I'm talking about. Don't give opportunities for the 1v1s because it makes it look very doable. This time though, Forsaken, I mean, not checking the corners, kind of understand that, getting in towards the site. You haven't seen too much standing ground there from RRQ so far.
There's a lot of trust in the stuns, but sometimes, you've said it lots of times before, Komodo.
My favorite thing, man, stuns in this game are
Oke,
cosmetic.
tenang, chill.
New round, fresh round though. See if
Dulu dia
RRQ
punggung
can start to
Jemkin
get a
berat
couple
banget ya sih,
more on
Bang?
board on this
Lumayan tuh, guys.
defensive
Lihat tuh
side
Jemkin.
as well.
Oh, but we do have a huge timeout from Monyet. Just fully met face front by Defy.
Good flash actually in return from PRX, just allowing them to escape from the
Gak ada yang kurang
aftershock.
darah
And they
aja,
can
Sok,
reset
sama
here,
sekali.
right? 5 versus 4 advantage. You've removed Monyet. You've also got something, just making sure that nothing goes afoot over towards A main.
Gua pikir
So
bakal
just call a
rata
big
ya,
round
PRX
here for
ya.
the team.
Kena
You
util
know
gitu ya.
that
Ternyata
RRQ are
kagak,
going
anjing.
to have to go looking somewhere. You've conceded all of the top north side of the map control. Expect that they might have a bit of a how do you do over there, but more importantly, just go together as a team.
But that's why
Drop your sky smokes and execute into the site.
you would have decent positioning out from RRQ now, trying to hold up towards drop. They've kind of elected to go possibly through south side instead. More angles would favor them in the retake.
Yeah, Forsaken getting in front of the Thorns too, so he can scope out the site. Meanwhile, at bay for a little bit of time before getting into the site for the plant, wherever they want.
Yeah, Sphero trying to get lucky with the spams, but unfortunately not able to fish up anything.
3-0 nih kayaknya.
Spike down.
Nah gitu
Smoke shot
dong,
towards the side
apa?
as well, just to attempt
Gampang
at,
ini soalnya.
keeping PRX
Parah
pinned
banget,
down.
guys.
Gotta
Guys,
see a
kalau
fault
IG-nya
line
hilang
salvos
apa-apa ya.
combo. If
Wih,
Cushy
nice
survived,
banget,
but he's
Cok.
down.
Yeah, out from the flank.
Lumayan
And that's
Cushy kayak gitu
exactly what
nembaknya, Cok.
PRX are so good at right now, being very
Nge-save
fully
sih
aware
mereka. Nge-save
of every
mereka.
possible entrance coming
Mereka
over.
tuh gampang
Save again.
banget.
They
Mereka
just
itu
do not have the resources to
literally
go
yang
in
tim
for
yang
the
kalau
retake
misalnya
at
ngeliat
the
tinggalkan
moment.
duel untuk
This
di
is looking
retake dia akan
pretty
nge-save
grim
selalu.
for
Mau 3 lawan 5
RRQ.
juga.
Essentially
3
on the
lawan
back
4
of
kalau
Monyet
dia nggak
falling,
bisa. Gua
right? You got a 5 versus 4 where you've conceded control of the A site in its entirety, going looking north side.
Tapi duit PRX nggak kaya-kaya banget sih, jangan buang-buang duit sih kata gua.
Plant down, very minimal utility from there on out to kind of stave off any
Another set
retake
from
RRQ.
RRQ
Feel
ini.
for RRQ in this moment as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, no resources, no time, no numbers, no reads.
Just no confidence, it feels like, at the moment of them as well, right? The reads that they're trying to get, they're getting shut down. They're losing a number, a body or two here and there on those early engagements. They're not winning just the scrap battles at the very beginning either.
And thinking down to the fact that this is the lower final as well. I mean, HyperX has always been standing at the top of Southeast Asia. RRQ finally make it to an international, but still, they have got a lot more to prove.
And shaken up by Gen G yesterday, right? The performance of them leaves to be desired. This is some A-main control, though, that RRQ are going to find, and if PRX wants it back, they'd have to invest a couple of resources to get in here.
PRX switching up the pace as well.
Tight angle. Will Devi expect Cushy to be here? Just seeing if the jacket would poke out.
Oh, wait.
But now Monyet is going to be stuck. He's got a stinger. He can slide out.
It's an angle that EDG has held before back in Bangkok, but now back into it. Enough time has passed that Forsaken begins to try to bait out the reactions, and they will go for it.
And that's just another 5 versus 4 advantage for PRX, where they're just going to stampede in towards the A site, you might expect. But this is a new look to PRX. Once again, they're very level-headed in their comms at the moment. Patman and Jing both one away from an ultimate 2. They can pick up the A orb that's actually already gone.
Level-headed is a great description, but that's it, Komodo. Decent reads and reactions from RQ as well. You got Crazy Guy already close towards B, and he buys time for the team with an aftershock.
They've got all of the tower control, by the way, from Xfero.
Yeah, he's going to have to come up huge with the goods, though. A single kill might not be enough, but he's good for the first until
too.
The Stampede just doesn't stop. Now it's Jemkin to try to hold down the angle. A 2v4 turned into a 2v3. Fault line coming back up.
Rolling Thunder if you need from Patman. Stuck at default.
And PRX
Nice.
these positions, noting every resource that they have are just comfortably sitting down in the pool.
Nice.
While RQ attempts at making a splash.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the history of this map for HyperX, you know, getting smacked by T1, really figuring things out against Boom, and now you're feeling astronomically more confident coming in towards this installment. Map number 1, the BO5, you want to get a challenge against Gen G, you want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well. Definitely a change of look for HyperX in the server. Patman coming into the fold too, having his moments of brilliance to shine. This time, though, it's a slow creep up in towards the main for HyperX. Last round of the half, and a split on the cards.
And they'll just dive straight in for it. RRQ reading the ultimates, trying to play for a retake instead. They do have some ults going on for themselves as well.
Yeah, Armagedon and Orbital Strike going to be used nice and early to keep them out of the sight. Both actually used to remove any forces. The flanks though.
Oh, that's a little bit too eager, Mobo. The flank does come through, but still the trade.
Nice trade. Sumpah trade bagus banget Bang Apa.
Iya makanya.
The trades again.
Bagus banget anjing, selalu di follow up anjing. Nah tuh,
Nih. Roper. Bisa anjing.
Rolling Thunder
Bisa sama Jason anjing.
might not even be necessary at this point unless Crazy Guy can isolate the duel, but Patman just sends it through anyway. It's not gonna be found. He's stuck into a corner, and Patman snuffs out that light.
There has just been, you know, no power for RRQ at the moment. No chance to flick on that switch.
Jason
Tiba berubah, benar-benar berubah sama mudranya tuh, lihat nih. Langsung datang lagi, Jing datang. Dia tinggal 2 lawan 2 kan, Jing datang tuh anjing. Kalau nggak itu nggak akan rata itu.
The HyperX are just ready with great crosshair placement at the moment, great recognition of numbers, and again, they're just having the numbers a lot of these times in the duels to get
Gue pertama kali guys lihat rapinya tuh benar-benar yang dia tahu temennya perang 2 lawan 2, Jing datang bantuin.
Themselves into sights again and again. I mean, lots of these rounds in the first half have begun with the 5v4.
HyperX semakin banyak haters semakin OP bang. Nah itu dia.
Patman as well. I mean, finding the clutches, finding the right moments to
Aku
set up.
He's
talked about facing a bit of imposter syndrome like the desk interview went through with him, but at the same time, he's kind of found that confidence back in with a previous quote from before. He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of the best.
I mean, if you want to think about this question at the moment, the prediction for today, the way that this map is going, a lot of people might be considering the 3-0, the way that the percentages were going for the community as well. Everybody on the train hype at the moment. A lot of us here on the HyperX train as well, except one bearded man.
Gloriously bearded man. You can definitely, you know, bet that there are so many HyperX fans always, any single time. But at the same time, you've got to be honest, this current scoreline 10-2, it's just not a great look for RRQ.
The thing is, though, it's a best of 5, right? So if you have a bad map, you still have a good length of recovery as well. You can technically write off one map here or there in this sort of scenario and come for a reverse comeback, right? We've seen it throughout Pacific time and time again.
Iya, nggak tahu di defense-nya ya. Defense-nya dua dualis nih.
Monyet having pistol laced up against PRX.
Oh, dapat pistol, dapat lagi sih udah beda sih.
Yeah, but immediate.
One
on the attacking side.
It's a great answer back.
For sure. And what does it look like? Rather now for RRQ on the attacking side as well? Some big amounts of patience towards the south side of things. HyperX playing 1-4. More heavily defended towards the B side there.
Selalu dia gitu guys, 4-1, 4-1 selalu.
A turret will spot some early information. No real bodies here to reciprocate anything for HyperX means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
Which could be good. Devi reading the situation correctly, opts to play for an ultra safe angle.
Only go early though, that's the thing.
Oh.
Orang gila nih.
Well,
nah, itu dia. Terbaik itu aja anjing seripnya, Cok.
And now the flank can actually come out because Sarah's shield is null and void.
Ini bahaya nih.
Which means RRQ has to watch out for this back position.
Anjing, cepet banget Jason, sumpah.
To line things up from spawn. Lihat, with the dive through. Something with the assistance. And down to it at the end, Monyet trying his best to get a little bit more space, but to no avail. Forsaken reigns supreme.
Yeah, this might be the nail in the coffin dropping on this map right now. HyperX picking up another pistol rounds. That's both
Ya,
of
cepet
them
banget
going
tuh,
their way
itu.
on this map. And
Flashing time,
RRQ
cepet banget,
just
Jason, anjing.
deficit numbers once again, pushing into the sky smoke, not expecting Divide to be here. You allow for the flank to come out. I'm seeing Crazy Guy toy with the
Kayak crosshair
idea of
udah
getting
tahu
his
di situ
salvos,
dorong, anjing.
you
Gila.
know, shot probably towards main on the spot from Jemkin. But
Abis
it's
gimana
not
kopi
caught in
crosshair
transition,
ini Jason
switching
guys? Masa
between the
gini
utility
guys?
and the weapon.
Besok ya.
But what about the hero Stinger play?
Please jangan buka baju bang. Tumben ada orang begini guys.
So far, but
Terbantai gini
Gua
ada
bilang,
PRX
terus
bos.
udah hilang.
too much at the moment for
225
RRQ,
bos,
so
anjing.
We'll see.
Tanker.
Benefit of the doubt, they force up on the back of the plant in the last round. See if they can steal a
Yes,
cheeky
yes.
round where again
Ngobrak
you've got a
ngabrik
different
begini.
look to the forces of HyperX in this round. Just slow and
Maunya
steady creep up
turu,
from
iya.
RRQ.
Not a lot of information from PRX until that turret goes off.
Pinter sih,
Rotation's
Davai.
coming
Yes.
over.
Mereka nembak buat
Now
pelurunya ke
cemented,
atas
I guess,
mungkin.
that the forces
And you just know that RRQ are trying to go in with
Aduh.
a lot of mobility as well. Forsaken slows that down
140
just
oh,
in the nick of time.
force mereka guys.
Finds a wallback through the ghost as
Lu
well.
lihat Jason anjing pakai
Pakai
Spec.
ghost
already
anjing.
tied him up with the outlaw.
Pakai
Great
ghost,
little
guys.
adjustment that we get
Pakai
to see
ghost
from
full
him.
shield
Try to
mereka.
wriggle the spray, get that shot out.
Tebak CS, tebak CS Jason, ayo. Berapa nih?
Knew that they were looking for some kind of a
Manusia
high
setengah
gear
neon.
play into the site.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a
Oh.
map from Forsaken, hasn't
Wih.
it? He is angry today, getting involved in all of these duels.
Kerasukan gue itu
25
Jason
kills
bacer
already.
banget
In a map
Wah,
of
ini
15
gua tebak
rounds, going
450
into the
nih ACS ya,
15.
guys.
He's got 25
Ini
kills.
killnya RRQ 25 coba lihat.
All the way, Jason.
17.
I mean, he just looks so
Ah,
happy.
25 lebih, cuman hampir 4 orang nambah di plus ini keluar killnya Jason.
Into
Jason
the
ini cair gua.
final round, a stinger from Defy, shots from Jing, Forsaken again in with the ghost.
Padahal berapa nih cok?
Aja guys.
Will ultimately see
terlalu
RRQ's
gampang,
do
anjay.
14-2 as the
Gila,
final
Cok.
scoreline from the first map.
Yeah, that is absolute destruction to
Berapa
keep
menit
up
itu,
with
Cok, anjir?
PRX at the moment. It feels like they've just got better and
Cok,
better
30
ever
menit,
since
Cok.
Lamaan timeout daripada
They are
match.
just on track for a recovery coming in towards VCT Pacific 2025, and it doesn't look like this form that they're going to be
Tebak
stopping
CS,
anytime
tebak
soon.
CS. Berapa guys?
This engine is just chugging all the way forward. The next map is going to be PRX's map pick of Split as well. It's tough, but you need to see more from this RRQ core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll highlight it again, right? Best of 5, you can't forget about a map and look towards Split next to definitely come out with a better idea of it. But right now, we're just seeing confidence from PaperX, taking duels together as a team, multi-fracking up a storm. Everybody feels very aligned on PaperX on this map, right? Every read that they're having, every play that they're doing, no one's falling behind. You know, they're holding each other's hands essentially to get the trades out. It's just a kind of masterclass play from PaperX here to counter what RRQ are trying to do when they're gathering space, when they're playing patient, when their rotations are trying to come out.
That's when you have
Yeah,
PaperX
seconds,
at
bro.
their very best. Just kind of like when everyone's holding their own leash, right? They don't need to be reined back in.
I mean, you know, we talk about friends in the server and everything at the moment right now. Beef before the game, no handshakes, no fist bumps or anything, but it's all laughs. You know, we have some fun there. And now we cast our minds towards the next map.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Sometimes it feels like you do need a bit of beef, you do need a bit of anger, and we'll see if RQ has that dog in
Bang,
him.
game terakhir
Just
aja
as he
bang,
tosses it
aduh,
back
guys,
over
pusing guys,
onto
gue
the
lagi guys.
disc.
Jason gila sih anjing.
Ooh, I definitely think RRQ
Tapi terlepas
has that
Jason yang pedas
dog in
juga,
them, but it's
gua
just that they're
ngeliat-
dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here on the
Cok,
side of PaperX.
threat killnya anjing banget, guys,
especially
sumpah,
with,
guys.
you know, this map on Fracture. I
Even
mean,
Jason tuh harusnya
they
ngebunuh tuh, tapi
thrive in
nggak
this
dibunuh sama
kind of
Jason
map,
karena di threat
which
kill
is
juga.
why the
Ini
map
kayak orangnya
was
nge-pick
such a
dari
big
segala arah,
question
Cok.
mark.
Mati
And
tuh orangnya,
this
susah
is,
banget.
I would say, you would kind of expect a result like this.
I mean, that dog is looking like a
Jangan,
chihuahua.
jangan.
That's the only way I can describe it. I mean, it is tiny and yappy. And where is it? Because I mean, this was absolute
Skillnya 14,
absolute
Cok. Iya,
domination
Cok.
from PaperX. 13-2 with 14 of the first bloods. I
Sabar
mean,
guys, sabar.
I
soalnya ini BO5 coy. Ini stamina sama mental guys. Takutnya tiba-tiba ada yang nggak nge-aim ya kan. Jangan. Sabar. Terus percaya diri.
They didn't show up to the game.
Wah,
It was the same
split
thing
ya.
as yesterday. Like I backed RRQ here. I thought that they were going to be able to have some vigor coming into the game today.
400.
RRQ harus mainin Lemon ini, Lemon beda game. Tahu ini sisa ini.
450 ACS, that is ridiculous. Device aced in the pistol to start things off. Not much else was really needed. This was Pacific just running them down, and PRX with an improved approach. Which we'll dive into a little bit more detail on a little bit later on, but I mean, RRQ just was not present in this map of Fracture.
No, unfortunately not. And the numbers don't lie as well, right? You do have a gem cam on the MVP side of RRQ, but as we're talking about,
There were exit kills. Like 6. The whole team got rolled, and then he was sitting outside of the site waiting for them to avoid dying to the spike. Like there was no impact from anyone on RRQ.
Yeah.
and you contrast that with how Forsaken was playing
Tapi
with
benar
Neon,
kan yang
right?
dibilang ini. Tapi
Definitely in their
di Pacific
faces,
tuh ngaruh guys.
running and
Duelis kalau
gunning,
panas
it's
banget,
just a
pedes banget
specialty
itu
of
timnya gampang
Forsakens,
banget menang
and
ya.
we
Mereka
don't really
akhirnya
know
Neonnya
what
lagi
to say
busuk
at
kan.
this point
Jadi
because
susah banget mau ngambil poinnya
30-2
setengah mati coba
on
mereka.
Fracture in this manner is really tough for the side of RRQ, but for PRX 8, it's just another day in the PRX office.
Yeah, I mean,
Emang PRX-nya udah lumayan ini bebenah banget sih, hitungannya
some
bebenah banget.
improvements already
Jauh
from
banget
them,
tadi.
so we'll dive into the replays here. I want to cast our mind back to what we
Toronto
saw
bakalan
versus
ini
T1
kah?
on
Nggak tahu.
Fracture. This
Nggak
was
tahu,
round
guys.
11 on their attacking side, and this is where they had so much trouble on that attacking side, attacking into the Vice, getting disrupted. They could not get these executes off, and you'll see it here. The pacing is all off. Forsaken is ahead of the rest of the pack. People are not able to scale up effectively on the attacking side here, and it's T1 doing a really good job. They're fantastic at this map, even though they're out of the tournament now. But also PRX not really pacing things super well and getting disrupted quite a lot by both people on the prim as well as you had the
Itu gue bilang itu nggak mati
nice
itu kocak
reactive
banget nggak sih
utility
Bang?
on the
Itu kayak
Teo
bug anjing.
breach.
Terus sebelah
Just
percis
playing in
meledaknya nggak sih
front
Bang?
of
Apa?
the Sky Smoke, so you can see it's
Itu
very
kan berapa
hard
orang
for
doang
PRX to
anjir
get
bisa
these
sekarat
executes
begitu.
off. But
Aneh
that
banget.
was not the case today. Not only because I feel like they fine-tuned a lot of their attacking side here, Morgan, but also I feel like RRQ did not play around what they were doing very well.
Yeah, it's the polar opposite. We just saw there. This is a clear and hard read. So we see kind of the same thing we saw in that T1 game. We're looking at a heavy arcade hit, and they're doing that because they know that Vice wall is on A main. But just look at how they move into the site. The spacing, it's much more consistent. We saw them run this tight 4-1 the whole map, and it's just a massive improvement from when we first saw their Fracture. They look more drilled, they look more together, and their read looked very good.
Siap,
against
Whiskey,
that game. But
Gracia,
like you say,
siap.
RRQ weren't even really there. I feel like
Katanya Whiskey Bang apa? Gua sama Kingdom yang lain di Telegram udah siap bikin IG lo hilang Bang. Saya sama YouTube kalau bisa sih.
They just give up the sides for these retakes. So I want to see RRQ take the fight to them a little bit more. Don't be so afraid.
Namanya
That's what
Whiskey
they need to do.
Gracia ya.
That's
Oke,
what I was
siap.
saying. It's like when you're playing into T1's defense, first you got to deal with Buzz on the op, you got to use a lot of utility and spend a lot of time pushing him off the angle, and then it's a reactive utility. You're getting harassed as you come into the site. Either you got to trigger the Vice wall, you got to try to navigate your way through some reactive smokes, you've got counter utility from the Teo and the breach. I didn't really get the sense that RRQ was pushing back when PRX was going into these sites almost ever, number one, but also number two, I feel like PRX is just in free flow right now. They are moving as a unit so well. There's no hesitation, there's no doubt at all, and when you got Forsaken being the tip of the spear, being the sharpest player in the server, and just running an absolute masterclass on the Neon, that's his signature duelist right now, there's just no stopping them, unfortunately.
Absolutely. We have so many highlights here of Forsaken
kalau kata Pak Ape tuh kalau di Mobile Legends,
you look at the opposite side, right?
tolonglah Kingdom yang dewasa dikit. Itu nggak ada tuh. Kingdom yang baik tuh nggak ada yang begitu kata Pak Ape.
For one, yeah, like we saw it previously as well, where he was just really sending it. The last time I saw RRQ on Fracture, and had very mixed success. And like I said before, I wanted to see him
untung apa guys ya? Dia main high sense tapi dia bisa kontrol guys.
Iya, ini
Aneh banget ya.
dia tuh ada hari-harinya bisa kontrol bang apa. Ini lagi hari-harinya kayak mostly hari-harinya lagi bagus banget lah tuh. Bisa stabil banget high sense-nya. Biasanya kan nggak stabil ini dia lumayan goyang dikit walaupun pala-pala ya.
You know, they don't use the neon everywhere, but on the maps as well, Stuart, they put Forsaken on it. They don't try and force anyone.
Tinggi banget anjing bang apa lu, gue udah pernah coba anjing. Gerak dikit
anjir.
180 anjing, gerak dikit 180 sumpah.
It's great when
Tangan lu nih dari kiri ke kanan dikit tuh yang satu kali putaran set itu udah hampir 360.
Lihat aja mousepad dia bang Turok. Dia di ujung mousepad itu mouse-nya. Udah keluar enggak gerak lagi.
He's killing 2 people around worth of damage. 1.7 kills on
Target.
He's good for 2 every round.
Every single round.
Like, I'm not sure
Kadeannya
how you
6 coba 6 lihat tuh ya.
Aku salah nggak sama CS nya.
Pretty
Parah
much.
tuh,
Iya cok, damage per round 300 udah nggak jelas coba lihat cok. 300 itu minimal tuh 3 anjing per round.
So that just shows you.
I feel like he won the game when he just aced on the pistol. Like the mental damage that he inflicted to RRQ with that is was unrecoverable.
Yeah, it was just the blast radius of that just echoed throughout.
jelas lah,
I
PRX
feel
bos.
like you're getting that a lot from PaperX. Like you
Sama,
have
baru map
different
1 cok,
players
ada
that
yang
are
tahu map
stepping
2
up and
BBR
having
RRQ
these
pedes
impact
banget
rounds,
yang
and
tahu
they're a
cok.
team that
Masih
buys off of momentum,
itu
but also
map-pick
RRQ.
RRQ
I
guys.
feel like there's some degree of
Biasa
doubt
di map-pick
in their
PRX-nya
camp
dia
after
agak
that
ngetrol
Gen G
dikit nih.
game, and you saw
Iya,
it
emang
just
bisa gitu, emang agak troll
continue
dikit
to
biasanya.
affect them all throughout Fracture. Like when are these guys gonna wake up?
Yeah. I have
Bang,
to agree
Jason
with you.
jual
I
aja bang,
feel like
KRRQ atau kebun
they
bang.
need to
Lu
get
mau beli
head back in
Jason
the
tuh
game
kayaknya
if they
harga
wanna
tim lu
play
dah tuh.
series, but moving on to Split, which is of course
Harga tim lu misalnya tuh,
And we've seen
gue mau
some
beli Jason
differences
yaudah
in
nih,
these
gue buka
comps.
harga,
PaperX in the
kaget
past played
anjing,
this
dengan
double
gue masuk
duelist,
MPL
which
kali
we
gitu kali ya.
raised, and we always come out from them on the side of RRQ.
Harga satu MPL mungkin lebih mahal kali.
Lebih mahal lagi baru
We
gua
need to
mau
see them
bilang.
execute that much better
Jason
than
tuh
they
itu,
did
lu
on Fracture.
ibarat
Jemkin is
ibarat
usually a
sekarang kan
disruptive
50M.
force on the
Gua
Yoru.
rasa bisa
We
segitu
love
sih guys
his
kalau lu
Yoru,
mau beli
but
Jason,
Split
nggak
is
mungkin
just
anjing.
not a
Jason
map
bakal
that has
dilepas,
really
makanya
been
dimahalin.
pressed
Kalau
by
bisa
either
beli
of
berarti
these
lu
teams
gila
very
gitu
much at
maksudnya.
all. Over
Gue
on
kan
the side of
denger
RRQ,
podcast
we've
yang
seen
udah
them
lama itu
lose to
yang dia
Nongshim
sama
and
apa orang
beat
tua
Zen
sama
and now he's back in the
Bangson
group
kan.
stage. Over on the side of
Harganya kan
PRX,
hampir
the
di
only
spill
team
tuh.
that they
Aja
played in
ditolak
this
anjir.
stage was GE, and then outside of that,
Ya pasti
the
ditolak.
opening game
Dia
of
tuh
kickoff, or
piawainya
very early
PRX
on
secara
in kickoff,
simpelnya.
they
Kayak
played
itu kan
T1, but that was a
kayak
completely
kayak
different
dulu
era
tensnya
with
di
different
Sentinel.
comps entirely.
Ada yang mau
So
beli tens, dia
I
pasti
wanna
dihargainnya
see
kayak
why
ah
PRX
gua kali
picked this map.
50
It's just
lah
not
harga
really
gua.
something that you've
Lu
seen
mau
them
beli
play
nggak, kalau
too
nggak mau
much.
ya nggak usah
We've
gitu.
seen them play a lot of different styles. They played the
Guys,
Yoru
lihat tuh
Raze
guys,
there,
podcastnya
so
bang ini ya
double
sama
duelist similar
bang
to what
apa
you've
kayak
seen
Rapson
T1
sama
run
orang tua Jason
before.
guys.
We'll see
Ada
if they
tuh.
kind of stick to that going into this.
Yeah, and I do
Kan
wonder from
masalah
the side
itu
of
uang
RRQ,
kalau
if
misalnya
you have
segitu
Jemkin back on the duelist, we've
itu
Jemkin
nggak
on
wise
the
aja kalau lu
Yoru,
beli walaupun
does
lu punya
that
duit ya tim lu ya lu
inspire
mau
a
beli
bit more
Jason tapi uang lu
confidence,
mau keluarin
right?
segitu
Because
banyak
of
nggak akan.
RRQ,
Pasti
you were
dibikin
looking
harga nggak
at
worth
the
it tuh kasih
players
sama
that had
sama
the
PaperX
most
tuh.
stopping power on,
Kalau ditolak emang ditolak
Forsaken,
mentah-mentah udah
and
nggak
they
bisa
were
mohon
just
maaf.
nowhere to
Nggak ada
be
harga yang
found,
bisa
right?
membeli Jason
Kushi,
misalnya gitu.
Monyet, even Xfero. Unfortunately, they just didn't show up in that map, but this is a best of 5. So you have to wonder if RRQ is playing the long game here, especially since, you know, we're good for 3 maps, that is for certain, and we may go all the way to
Tapi
a 5.
lebih gedean
So
uang
going over into
streamnya
this
bang
next map,
di
as
podcast
you
bang
guys mentioned, Split,
karena gini
this
loh
is a
guys
map
dia tuh
that
ngebangun
we don't
reputasi di Asia
really
tuh gede
see
banget
a
sama di luar
lot
negeri ya.
from either team, so there's
Jason itu
so
fansnya
much
bukan
room
di
for
Indo
them
doang
to
Iya,
guys,
play
iya.
around
di
all
Amerika
the
ada,
compositions
Seluruh
and
dunia
strategies
di
that they're
US
gonna bring
ada,
out on
di
the second
Eropa
map of
ada,
the series.
makanya
This is one of the things.
streamnya tuh gede karena access dari sana ke challenge ke Twitch Jason tuh besar cok.
Pengen aja dia stream aja di Twitch guys.
Who
Ya.
is that? Who is that?
Simpel lagi gitu guys, karena kalau bilang gede ya gede pasti karena ibarat kata lu dengan viewer segitu, viewernya dari Amerika, dari Eropa, AC-nya malah dikit.
Ya, iya, dia internasional ya.
Internasional itu beda guys, makanya duitnya yang dibilang streamingnya gede ya
Lagi
gede
kan
karena
telat, Abizar udah map kedua. Tak bantai RRQ tadi.
yang bikin gede Ases tuh karena dari luar yang nonton.
PaperX, we're taking it back in time. It's an old school double duelist.
Udah lama gua nggak
Something on
liat
the
Split,
jet, Jing
Let's
on
see
the
ada
race,
Jet nih.
and of course we have a Sky. We have a Sky in VCT
We
Pacific.
have a
I mean, this is
Sky.
crazy. This is such a classic look to the map. I'm so
Thank you,
excited.
I
Finn.
mean, Patman bringing it back with some of the classic that he's been running. I hope it does work as we're going into our second map of the series, Splits. So over to Spec and Kappa.
Asik PRX dominan
Mika
yoi.
big time and Pilski. Yes, it's going to be Split. And as Mika mentioned on the desk, BO5 is a very different battlefield.
by track,
We also have a very
anjay.
different composition coming through with this one, don't we?
Yeah, RRQ actually playing PaperX's comp from the other week, so we'll see what sort should have
Pistol run juga
reads
masih PRX anjir.
If we've
Pistol
seen
run.
this before, we should know how to adjust to that.
Persenannya.
And
Ya, orang-orang
if Sky
tadi
can
menang
get nerfed
2
into
langsung
Oblivion
pistolnya.
and a team is still going to pick him up, why can't we see the same for Teo
Aduh,
when
kena lagi,
Teo
Cok.
gets nerfed, right?
Maybe And hopefully a resurgence of Sky as well. It's the only pick in Pacific currently. I should mention that Crazy Guy on the Omen as well. This, I believe, would be his 3rd time ever playing it. On the attack, then he will smoke things off straight into the A site.
Generally see him on the breach, which this time they're not opting for that. Pushy, see what he can gather in the information department. This time, however, 5 pistol for a retake.
And every single PRX member has opted to go out from the ropes. As well, Jing eliminates Monyet straight out from the roster. Then for more noise, as something dashes straight into the smokes, Jen gets in to deal with him. And Flash to be able to stave off the PRX aggression as well. Trades going through, however, and PRX once again with numbers, looking for an opportunity in this retake. Pushy though, able to hold down the ground, and Crazy Guy X-Pharaoh as well. They've managed to work with this pistol round so far.
Yeah, on the board, nice and early. Good round to come out from RRQ. A much needed round to shake off any worries from the previous map as well that you know. The break. Best of 5, you've got depth.
Nah, ini jam
You can have some recovery as well for a map like Split. Where we've not seen stability actually from RRQ on this one either, right? Both times we've seen them play it throughout the course of this stage, but changed up their agents, albeit small, right? An Astro and an Omen switch up this time, a little bit more drastic. But picking up the pistol round on PRX's option to just stay together as a team in mid first. That's not how you want to see a battle against a Boombot go, by the way.
Well, looking for the share shots instead. Unfortunately, Zilch. To try to hover around the sites, but everything's been smoked off of course. Yeah, and just running on this double duelist comp as well for RRQ. You really want to see them get down and dirty in the battle, right? You really want to see them go for the good old fights, which is what PRX could potentially do at the moment. Yeah, double duelist, well, not in this round currently.
Just more so that you've got the pistols on PRX's side. You can just rip off to the wind a little bit and see what you can find.
But that said, RRQ recognizing the situation as well. They've got these guns. They need to hold on to them. Monyet. That will be a huge crossfire if PRX does decide to walk into it. They're taking their time currently. Down to the last few seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kill's the name of the game at the moment for PRX. See if he can get any extra ultimate orbs, maybe on Jing, for example, but you don't want to give any more to Monyet. He's trading guns with a teammate to make sure the primary rifle will continue
Monyet lagi itu yang mati tuh.
Dika kepencet mute berak. For the showstopper, but in the grand scheme of things, this was the expectation of the round with RRQ finding the pistol, now doubling down.
Apakah dibalas 13-2 col?
RRQ having opted to go for the garage space, garage fights instead. PRX, they've been doing a decent job of picking up the ult over around A main.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be back to the learning curve as well for PRX on a map like Split, right?
With a comp like this as well.
Only seeing them play it once against Global Esports in this stage. You throw it on further back as well. Kick off once against Team 1 where they get a close loss. 13-11. A more similar style of play, you would say. Just having double duelist there. Fresh round though. Kalau gambling terus soalnya defense PRX and opening battle 1 against Monyet. And a change of look
kayak Leoro gitu, Col, supaya kayak Leoro gitu. Mereka bisa langsung fake A ke C.
Let's go towards B main. See if we can win some 2-on-1s. Maybe
Jason bos, duel sama Jason nih.
I was gonna say, Sky's gonna do a decent job, but this time it's Forsaken doing well as well. Second kill, and just like what we saw in Fracture, RRQ kind of...
Tadi start 2 nih, 13-2 bener nih Bang Rio, kayak tadi 13-2 tapi PRX lagi.
Gelo, pede banget tempat gue liat itu. Kalau ngomong gitu, itu katanya ntar mau dihilangin di GS soalnya.
Iya.
Sama YouTube sekalian.
In this game we call Valorant. Right now the Spike is in firm control of PRX. It's the controllers of RRQ to see what damage they can get back in return here.
Aduh, gak buta lagi satu Vipernya.
I guess 2v5.
Tajam banget sumpah.
Garage and PRX just does not
tenang
let them
terbang.
find
Si Jason
any
tenang
breathing
banget,
room
Cok.
whatsoever.
Anjing sumpah.
flawless round to
Chill,
come
chill
through
play dia,
from
guys.
PRX in that
Pokoknya
one. This is
penentuan tuh
the big
di
old battle
pandalnya,
though
guys.
that
Kalau
we've been waiting
pandalnya
for,
rapi,
right?
udah.
RRQ to get the guns back in possession, getting closer to a couple of these ultimate orbs. It does feel like at the moment, you know, it's going to be opening duels that are extremely important when you consider the 14 to 1.
Dia ngeras, dia nge-swing juga dikit baru nembak.
So it feels like little by little RRQ need to just get one foot in front of the other, right? Find an opening duel,
Dia lagi
recollect together,
dasar lagi in
go
the
in
zone
with a good
guys.
game plan.
Pertanda bagus.
Currently it's a more stacking side of
Dia harus menang
HyperX
lagi nih,
towards
biar
B
miskin.
and mid. You
Oh,
could say
3-0
as
gue
well.
bener ya, Sebastian ya.
Lone soldier at A.
Pas Mom nih.
Play into defensive position as well. He was
Ya,
out of
maunya
that
demen
range
banget
of
maju-
the
maju
paranoia being sent over.
ini ya.
So really good idea, and look at the awareness to play inside of the smoke as well.
Yeah, choosing not to
Ada
just
ulti nggak?
pop
Nggak ada
himself,
ulti ya.
though,
Mereka
waiting
masih
for a
masuk
team to
polos.
rotate
Ah, dia
over.
masuk kosong
This is
banget,
just
Cok. Kagak
a
dijaga
complete
set, Cok.
side
Emang kalau main
control
semifinal
towards
gini mainnya ya.
RRQ. You're not running the
Dilepas ya.
fade, for example, so there's going to be no stuns or anything like that to
Dia
trap
duel-duel
with the
ini
paint
dia skill
shells.
ini baru di combo ini.
Also pink shells from Jing as well. This flush
Nice hunting.
plant in towards the corner of the site, where then PaperX has a really good idea of where RRQ are positioned, except for Xfero, who
Nice.
might be able to find a couple more kills, but
Jing, lompat
chooses to
begitu,
stay
anjing.
undetected instead.
Nah,
And
emen,
at some point,
emen,
you
dah,
know what
set,
is
set,
around
pasti
him. It's
set,
just
dah, cabut,
crazy
cabut.
guy left.
Rapi sih guys,
He can't do
sumpah.
this one, unfortunately, mate. So
Lihat itu.
just going to have to call the audible on this one.
Retake-nya
Maybe
bagus,
be a
sumpah, nggak
flawless
bohong gua.
round to come through from PaperX, because
Aja, guys.
they aren't going for the hunt over a main. They got to
Anjir,
protect their
retake-nya
own
bagus
economy
banget.
too. What a retake to come through
Nggak ada
from
yang
them,
mati
though.
loh.
Something
What is?
catching a shot out
Kalau
through
yang
the
begini,
screens.
G2 pun
And
bisa
then
kalah
Jing
bang ya. Kalau
having
M
crossfire
game bisa
from the
kalah, tapi
heavens
kalau
as
segi
well,
serang
just
G2
choosing
serem
to
banget bro.
send them
Hati-hati
on
bro.
raise, right? Not
Gitu
being
stratnya
scared of
najis anjing sumpah.
whatsoever.
Orang-orang luar itu
Even
kan
being
sebenarnya
seized, but it doesn't
ini
matter
guys,
because
game
Kushi's
ya
blinded up by
strat-strat aja guys
paranoia
sebenarnya.
of
Strasnya gila cok,
Forsaken.
M-nya mah bisa kita kalahin.
Consider
Aing
that
mah
Strasnya doang
apa
ada,
bawah nih.
gara-gara strat bisa kalah. Karena mereka jadi wangi juga gara-gara strasnya wangi.
Udah skor akhir.
A really good word to use here for PaperX throughout the
Kalau gue ya,
stage.
13-7
Adaptations,
untuk PRX.
learning. RRQ though coming out with a bit of a force buy in this round. A lot of stingers to back up a Vandal of Jemkin.
Kan
You
saya
got
bilang ya,
Showstopper as
Aing
well. If
apa
that
kan
Prowler
bawaan
found
ya.
anything, you'd
Veteran
expect that to be
NBA.
Soalnya
ripped
nih,
immediately.
PRX
Just
lagi
with the
dalam
positions,
defending
by the way,
position.
of PaperX.
Harus
They
dapat
should be able to dodge
10 lah
the
ya.
ultimate.
Aduh,
Tuh,
anjing.
ngapain?
Baru
Unfortunately,
bilang
they're forsaken.
anjing.
You can't dodge that one.
Ngapain Sans?
And
Itu
slight
overpick
face
sih
check,
ya.
but you
Kalau mau
do have
jiggle.
Jing with a big
op,
old
op, op.
rocket.
Itu
That
TP
said, he
biasanya.
has missed several
Aduh,
of those yesterday as
aduh,
well.
overpick, Cok.
And in a 3v5, you might not
Dia udah
be
tahu
able to
tapi
find that
gitu.
opportunity.
Nice dapat.
However,
Nice
Kappa
dapat.
just straight out from hell.
S lagi,
Finds
another
4
S.
kills. Being able
Aduh,
to
nggak
rip
gitu
all
juga,
those
Bang,
numbers
anjing.
away from RQ. It's
Alah,
just
ini
buset,
to blow things up.
Shrapnel
Denger
gets
deh,
him at the end of
tawan
the
ya,
day.
bener.
The showstopper
30,
explosion
3-0,
spreads a bit
3-1.
more when
Nggak tahu
you've got
deh, lihat dulu.
30-something HP for Devi. That's not enough to get the job done, it seems, in the end. Trying to dig his team out of an awkward situation, but in this one, right, a
Aduh,
5
sial sih,
versus
itu
3
sial sih.
scenario for RRQ,
Telat
bring a little
flashnya.
bit of stability
Timingnya
on
kena.
the site when the plant goes down. That's just crazy. Getting the shots out there from him.
And that's just a beautiful round.
Agak senang ya, dia habis kena ini mulu, Cok.
Yeah,
The
this,
Nah, first
fast
blood mulu
range
dia.
player, when Jing had to step out for a moment.
this is what we're expecting though in this
Aduh,
battle,
harus
right?
lari,
In this matchup. Duels going both ways. This time though, scouting out the opposition positions, dimensional drift into the site. Forsaken
dapat,
dispatches
Cok.
of Mon yet
Ya
off
dapat
yonder
bisa
though.
tuh, kok bisa dapat tuh.
Oh, the timing!
Ya
Yeah,
Allah,
that one's a
San.
bit rough.
Unfortunate kills, however, that will be the
Eh,
spike
Penio.
then a little bit closer
Nah, timing
towards
mulu
the B
nih.
site.
Dasar.
Overlooking to
Nice,
five.
nice.
Dia drop tuh.
Nggak jadi
Spike
TP.
is down.
Oh, jadi
Imagine
dia.
a world in which he just decided to
Ada.
run the pit, but he's got to fall back.
Kalau
Better
dapat
numbers
kill
with
satu
the
lagi
team.
bisa bawa kabur itu
Rocky
si ini.
assumption and thinking that the rotations might have been
Ambil
full
orang,
over, but we'll see
crazy
if
guy.
Jemkin is able to craft
Harusnya.
anything out.
Nice.
That said, though,
Oh, save
Ambil
lagi,
all.
straight in with
Nah, save
Cushy,
lagi
and
nih,
he's
kalau
been
lagi.
robbed.
And you're not in the
Betul,
scenario to
bisa
encourage
lagi,
this
save
guy
lagi.
to
Save lagi,
from
save lagi,
shadows
save
to get the spike with Jemkin
Tapi Anya
finding
lepas loh
complete
itu.
control of the A
Dia
side.
nggak
It's
dia
kind
nggak
of
berani
null and
ini. Dia
void
pengen
at the
dapat kill
moment.
dulu satu nih.
You want to go for
Tahu
a
ada
plant,
something,
well,
ada
you're
something.
gonna have to try and do
Luar.
that in a pit.
Jemkin mati.
And you're going to
Mati
catch
nih,
them
fix.
decay. So
Jalan,
this
jalan.
round feels
Ah,
a little
nah,
bit more
udah.
difficult for RRQ now. PaperX looking to tie it up.
Tadi dia.
40 long
Bentar.
seconds.
Although,
Tapi bisa juga sih kalau amit-amit
if Patman
tiba-tiba
gives
dapat
him a
timing nih si
duel, he
crazy guy.
wins that one.
Dapat dua aja,
Tapi
dapat dua.
kemungkinan tapi 20% sih harusnya.
A little bit.
Kalau bisa bunuh Davai
Turn
mungkin menang.
around, get a spray transfer onto Defi. high.
Ih, nggak kelihatan ya?
It's possible.
Habis
He's taking his time though, and PRX,
The full decay.
yeah, holding on to
Di
their
stuck
leashes.
anjing,
They
udah denger spam ada.
wait for this. They're playing as a
Kira di cancel sama
team.
dia.
Crazy guy being able to avoid the bullets for now.
He technically only has one angle he needs to spray.
Mampus dilepas loh.
But pit down, vision on him.
The hood's been spotted. Tries to play around the smokes. being able to read the situation that PRX are looking to play as a team, but of course when you have something on the jet, he's just going to dive in with a shorty.
Yeah, the 3 versus 1 in the entirety is just going to be a difficult thing for him to stave off and win. So PRX doing it together.
Berani banget ada ulti Viper gitu, dia nge-plan banget, Pak.
Tadi udah diinin sama si Dav kan, dan bekas step masih nge-stick dan
3 versus 3.
Tidak sengaja tuh bekas step biar di cancel.
Gue yakin 100% si Vortex pasti mikirnya udah gak ada orang kan, soalnya dia berhasil bunuh si
iya. Itu nge-flanker ya, flanker dikira, oh flanker itu udah mati nih.
Jadi
ataunya ada satu lagi. Bisa kan nih RRQ? Gak tau sih. Masih sama scoring. Sekarang masih kita gak tahu, tapi dari posisi senjata kayak kemenangan harusnya dipegang sama PRX.
Ini hitung aja di lumayan map attacker kalau dia main agentnya nggak ada sentinel gini.
Went in for the execute as well. He
Ya gagal
crashed towards a corner.
Pelan banget, Cok.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got the pop.
Aduh.
Duel. That said, Monyet quickly dispatches of him. Something then Angle completely blocked off. He's still trying.
Kemana tuh dia? Aduh.
Ngapain sih something anjing? Bantu kan pick aneh banget coba nge-pick begitu anjing, gila orang tuh.
Good time to use it actually.
Nah ini baru bisa dibilang kemenangan untuk ya RRQ.
Maybe.
Udah ada ulti soalnya. 80% RRQ dapat ya.
Masih safe.
Risky for sure.
Soalnya ada ulti beginian 5 orang masih. Tapi duit masih banyak buat Davai bakal nyari sih.
Correctly into Patman on the side. Good. TP from Jemkin to get in there.
Davai pasti nyari ini. Kalau dia dapat duit kan.
A bit of damage at the moment, but you just feel like the spike is ticked away too far already.
Oh, a second kill going through. You got RQ members up by Heaven as well, but even then, the time continues to tick away.
Dia pengen berusaha bikin miskin ini sih, bikin miskin mereka.
Now, of course, ultimately goes over to RQ.
Yeah, but it's a thrifty. That's really important for RRQ here as well. Already
least
knowing
dua orang
that
yang bisa
the next
beli
round is just better that they've got another round on
semuanya bisa beli guys.
to back this one up. Single duel against Patman, awkward encounter for something as well.
Kalah sama siapa kemarin?
PRX. Updraft back into it, doesn't work out. Bit of a rough one for PRX, though they themselves should have a bit of an investment coming in towards this next round as well, see if they can challenge back.
Should be. It is a fair and very tense fight right now.
Makanya itu kayak dia.
I think everybody should have been expecting coming in towards this series, right? Really great duels on backwards and forwards action. Bit of a mid-prowl from PRX at the moment, though. Meanwhile, RRQ finding successes towards the alpha side, going back there, forcing PRX out of it to just free territory again.
Different flight path as well, Komodo, and that means Patman needing to play a much different position for then Jemkin to possibly set up a huge flank. Currently undiscovered. Not hit by the Nightfall as well, and it just gives him a bit more timing and space to then push in alongside his teammate.
Aduh, ketahan banget, Cok. Aduh, apa sih?
Until Jing tries to
fight
back in, he gets
denied,
and it's just PRX with 2 left. Something. He's noted at least one position, but he cannot go in for the chase. And meanwhile, the spike just continues to be bombed. And it's just Patman left.
Diambil.
Peeked out once again. A decent dink.
Ngebuang deh.
Another successful A kill. RRQ, Blades going awkward for something. It feels like PRX's game plan to relinquish control of this A site is starting to get the better of them. So maybe we do see a bit of an adjustment for them on the back of that round there.
Biasa ngapain TP begitu anjing?
Jadi hindari ulti fade bang.
As well, right? If you're going A successfully, start to change up your own approach for a mid-B split potentially for RRQ. Though it feels like in this sort of time, Alex is
mana nih, Mas Alek nyala. Mana tuh?
That's the first time I've heard that one.
PRX's timeout, as expected though, to come in towards this round.
Tapi untung Mas Alek gak gabrak meja sih. Jadon nyala banget hari ini, RRQ mayoritas kalah duel mulu. Tadi menang.
Nah ini mereka either harus retake aja, mendingan main retake kalau nggak berani nge-fight. Kalau nggak ya push satu titik.
Si sesuatu emang lagi aneh, lagi nggak in the zone aja sih. Lu lihat aja tuh banyak momen-momen dia kayak overpicking, nge-weave.
It's this aggression we were missing from last map from
overpicking sama ini sih nge-weave sih. Banyak banget weave-nya. Lu bayangin tuh 50 peluru jet, semuanya miss. Cuma masuk 2.
Of the PRX squad to be able to anticipate this play. I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed
You got to remember as well, Split is not generally a map that HyperX opts to play.
Which is why this is a bit of a question mark pick, Komodo.
Best of 5, you made it to Toronto.
You got to feel it out. And why not leave your best match for the last?
Get some extra reps on it as well for a map that will be in that next tournament. Fracture, I salute you. Be gone.
I say that, I laugh with tears in my eyes. That's it though. RRQ, of course, a much better showing right now.
This is what I'm talking about earlier though. HyperX having to change things up. Get some more bodies towards the A site, but it's the conditioning factor of RRQ.
Harusnya dia tahu sih, ini A-nya nggak ada, kemungkinan besar mid sama B.
Silent up through mid.
Aduh, nggak whip, Cok.
Oh, but everyone's in this. The showstopper just doesn't quite blow anything up. Jing, and then again, spin down in the corner. Forsaken to try to hold up by Raptors. RQ, though, they still have their options, and it's going to be the current TP into back site. Forsaken's attention being pulled away. He has to try to hold the angle. He spotted out Zemkin. He finds the first duel. However, a flash gets sent over. He tries to find the smoke, but gets denied.
Did they expect something on the flank?
He's here super early. And he's still sneaking his way up.
Biar cepet ngindarin ini, ngindarin blood. Nice, something.
Clutches up for PaperX.
And this is the other side of the coin that PaperX see when they have numbers over at the A side. They push something into the main. He gets all the information in the read. Well, nobody's
Bantu Rock, lu RRQ atau PRX?
We're seeing a whiffage of the showstopper. Let's get a quick flank happening, and he was there. Super early to come out with the Red Bull clutch for PaperX to answer back.
And that's just quick reaction from the entire team. Sure, you know, the initial contact might have gone.
Gue dari dulu anjir, gue dari VCT pertama PRX.
Ininya loh, maksudnya kayak permainan gameplaynya tuh asik buat ditonton. Walaupun kadang-kadang sering lose dan
ini baru map seru nih guys, map lama ini.
Makanya gue bilang 3-2.
Nanti gue upload ya.
Over at this B site.
Something that RQ hasn't
Nah, ngapain? Monyet. Nah, ini juga nih.
Udah menang.
RQ does not
tawan lagi, aduh.
yes, completely
Tahu di kiri udah ada orang ya.
Udah panik dia, kena scan soalnya. Kalau gua
bit of utility for retake here. No smokes for PaperX though. Seekers invested.
Which would give them some urgency into the site. Shot down for now.
Oh, nice. Kasih bang something. Again. Aduh.
He prompts the tailwind, but Cushy ends his life.
Nah ini,
Scrappy
udah di off angle, udah ada
opening frag in the way of PaperX, but immediate retaliation.
Dia mau ngancurin scan tadi Jason. Kalau dia stay buat nge-pick kiri, dapat lagi dia.
Have a great haunt at the end there. Makes Forsaken sweat a little. There's Divide caught in the open as well. These are the moments where you just need to see these players have some really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team?
Wah, monyet guys, toxic guys.
Crosshair.
A lot of pressure.
Something anjing katanya.
So that would be RRQ playing things extremely well with the micro adjustments. Haunt towards the side. It completely Forsaken flush full in his face. Round 11, and right now it's the same execute. PaperX possibly a the best weaponry. Decent trade for now.
Yeah, numbers are here.
Nice.
PaperX looking to flood towards the side. The shots from Jim superb.
Taps forward again, and he knows that Jing is pinned down. A possible ace in her hands. 7 rounds left in the mag. Something though, still looking for the counterpart Russian across the other side. He finds yet another kill.
And how do you play this as Jenkin? You've got every single piece of your ability right now.
Let's go for the spike. Something then taking elevation. Looks for the best possible angle. Jenkin has to be aware of this. He has to work around the pillars. Spots it.
Low guys, anak guys. Low.
Sama low lagi. And he still comes out on top of something.
This one, but at what cost, right? It's an anti-echo.
Oh ya, sih kalau engine-nya begini dia fokus attacker coy, dua duelis. Inisiator, nggak main sentinel.
Oh, berarti emang dia sengaja buat dapetin poin sebanyak-banyaknya sih berarti.
Oh iya, ke guys sama something. Tengok.
I mean, it's a winnable scenario at the end. Jemkin 28.
Kalau nggak ada shield mati dia tuh.
Something 30, I believe.
Oke, gapla.
The entire half has played out, Komodo. RQ are happy to take that little bit of damage. They're able to buy back up again. Viper's pit up towards middle now.
Information that he's in the vent as well, so you don't even need a contender. You're through it. Forsaken none the wiser.
Snuck past, and with Forsaken gone, that makes the B side that much more open.
Space that Jemkin's taking as well. With the clone, play distractor.
Aduh, anjir.
The back lanes, he can fight and then meet up with the team. This is going swimmingly for RRQ.
Yeah, Xero just blocking every single letter up by Mailroom. Something, though, able to sneak up from stairs, so possibly another round with elevation going forward. The blades have been drawn, but Jing has been silenced.
Solid, pala.
Something.
Mungkin
just goes in for the
Jemkin doang yang main guys, RRQ guys.
Jemkin will pick the round up and push RRQ to an 8-4.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of hit and miss from Jemkin on this Yoru when it comes towards this map specifically as well, but this time it looks like the hit is here. Great amount of shots, great amount of multi-frags to come through. It just feels like the game plan of RRQ on this attacking side. You're really forcing out a lot of information needed from PRX to get an idea where you're wanting to go, right?
Panas Jemkin bang, panas Jemkin doang guys. Aman sih kalau Jemkin doang bisa di pick off lah.
9 times out of 10. You're seeing duels go each way. You're seeing scrap battles be won by RRQ this time as opposed to last map.
Tackle bro.
Oh, this is a tough one.
Greatest entry bagger.
I mean, currently you go with Jemkin, I guess, just because he's been the primary duelist most of the time.
Yeah, Monjet has kind of sent himself into oblivion a couple of times. So,
especially from the previous map. Come on, you can't really fault him. Sometimes he's on the...
Tahu aja guys, gue lelaki sejati bro.
Got a lot of players.
Wait, who came up with this? Who is the real man?
Kingdom bang, bodo amat lah. Ngapain serang-serangan kayak bocah itu serang-serangan.
Oh my god, production sometimes
orang pro
cracks me
bisa
up.
aja ya. CR ke badan, tiba-tiba banting ke kepala anjing. Iya, emang crosshair-nya di kepala, di badan. Mereka tuh crosshair placement-nya udah ini, udah dilatih. Let's see apakah PRX bisa membalikkan meja.
Mereka aja sama crosshair placement-nya.
We're going to have to get to a switch up of the sides as well to see if we'll tie up this series 1-1, get a fourth map in Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
But certainly RRQ keeping things interesting with a strong first half showing. Now swapping over onto the defense, where you get to see, Crazy Guy maybe show off his chops a little bit.
Well, you get to see the pistol round kings at the moment in PRX.
3A.
Leading very handsomely with those.
Boleh,
RRQ already gathering a lot of information at the A site with the Prowler.
B-nya enak banget nih.
At least in
Enak
close
banget sumpah guys, tadi kayak PRX juga sama.
As PRX play a little bit more soundly towards the B side of things, seeing
sama kayak
over-investments
PRX
from
main
RRQ,
di event aja biar retake.
Refreshing. Omen utility as well.
However, it does bring out the Trailblazer.
Yeah, spot out a bit of information, a little bit of a forward position now for PRX, getting pretty close towards a B-pop.
Right. As soon as that Trailblazer goes through, clears out backside, the rest of the team pushing up from Mailroom, and you do have Crazy Guy who's kind of given up the site.
Yeah, you recognize that when the Trailblazer's there that you have to just play in towards a retake.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Right now, in this moment, the entire team surrounding him.
Zero utility for PRX here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a full gunfight, if anything. RRQ having the resources.
Where do you want your smokers Forsaken? Towards CT.
Trying to position around for it.
Nice!
Inside the smoke though, and it's
Wait!
PRX on his first contact.
Nice, flank. Dari ujung dunia.
Well. And the only one left then is Kushi. Sort of.
Nice.
As soon as you make a single peep, the entire force of PRX will turn their crosshairs and sights toward you. That will be the pistol picked up by PRX.
Semua lokasi udah diambil mereka lah. Mid udah,
jumping around, right
clicking,
udah, taking some hits. PRX, they will take the second pistol of this map. I do like the forward play that they opted to go for as well.
That
jump is a little bit crazy. The pistol round will keep things in good contest here. For PRX, struggling a little bit at the tail end of their defensive side.
Mukanya stres banget kayak itu.
This is a bit of a lighter buy coming in towards the bonus though. For this map. A couple of pistols, a couple of Spectres, and a Marshal for something.
Not a single rifle except for if you consider the Marshal. Still, RRQ currently able to read this map. They've gone for the 4-1 stack closer towards the A site.
Little by little, let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer into the B site. where it's just going to be crazy guy here himself.
Mereka udah tahu sih.
Yeah, if he plays close, he might be able to find some right clicks, but
Nice.
with the angles
Hampir miss
exposed,
anjing tuh.
Jing will quickly deal with him.
And now you know that no one else
Bisa
is
nunggu
here,
bansos
so
di A.
it's just going to be
Semuanya
this sort
pada
of
ini, mereka
pistol
main
retake.
bareng
See
kan
if
selalu
RRQ
pakai
even
pistol
just do
doang.
what
Mereka
PaperX
nggak
did
berani
and
kalau
go up
misalnya
Spike eventually.
pick satu-satu guys. Kalau
Makes
pistol
sense.
tuh.
It's a full best of 5. It's lower
Gambling
finals.
satu side.
I get why you need to play to every advantage that you can possibly find. So not wanting to give too much up to PaperX, but that said, it's a little bit quiet right now.
Bang, menurut lu yang menang VCT
You
Pacific
get the
siapa?
idea of what
Tahu.
RRQ are doing. You just want to figure out where
Maksudnya-
they're sitting, which is in spawn.
Oh, gue sih masih
Come on, give
PRX
us a
sih.
kill.
Seru guys.
Give us a corpse.
Something will happen.
There we go. You got paint shells, you got a seize.
Ngapain
And
anjing?
that's not too bad in terms
Wait,
of
ngapain?
Ngapain
a
anjing?
little bit more going
Wait,
through, and it's just 1
ambil
second
dong.
left. He's up by
Mana?
heaven. I know the
Sabar,
spec's still
sabar.
going to go off, but alts and points being found
diri, guys.
Yeah.
by RRQ.
And the fact that it's for
Jason nggak pakai senjata
surviving at
padahal,
the end
lebih
here as
final habis
well,
itu.
one of the
Ya, bisa
players that went in
final.
with the pistol, means you're only taking a ghost in towards your bonus rounds.
Sengaja
Though,
dua satu
on
tim.
the other side,
Mungkin
you
main
did
sendiri,
save a
guys.
lot more
15
coming into
anjay.
that second round, right? So
Gebuk meja
you
ini.
do afford
Nah,
yourself
gebuk.
some
Itu emang sengaja
rifles now going into this
diperkirakan.
bonus round. So
Very awkward. Not a true Red Bull clutch.
yeah, it's one of those weird ones. But here we go. This is a bonus round, by the way, when you've got an operator in the hand for something. You've got a, well, it was going to be a Spectre for Patman, but he does upgrade in
Ding,
the
full
end.
bite,
So,
Cok.
oh, let's call this a rifle round. There's a heavy
Tapi nggak
investment.
PS.
And it's unexpected.
Wow.
Shot out from something.
Ayo,
Xfero, that's going to cause a headache.
What
Just
the
never
fuck?
expect it, even if you're going for the jiggle. Somehow,
Matikan senjata
something
ya?
with a punish.
Iya.
And that means you got to place a
cepet
player
banget,
around
Cok,
mid
anjing,
just to
terus-
watch.
It was the
Ruginya
judge
tadi
as
lebih
well,
ke
so
ultimate
that's gone
outnya
down.
sih.
Can't play close with that one.
poin
Meanwhile,
ultimate
Crazy
outnya
Guy,
jadi keisi
he wants
gara-gara
to play
mereka
close.
matikan
He
tadi.
wants to play down and dirty. Don't touch that orb and give him the info. Now you're stuck. Shroud
Ya,
stepping
nggak
out.
nget. Oh, kecek.
Has to go in for it. A little bit more
Untung nggak.
initiative.
Oh, bahaya
found
banget
by
game ini.
PaperX
Pas
on
banget, Cok.
that. Thankfully,
Pas
able to
banget
make
timingnya,
right
anjing.
Yeah, thankfully indeed, but you kind of left Crazy
Iya,
Guy
guys.
by himself here.
Oh, enggak, dikira
You
nggak ada
made
orang
things
kali ya.
extremely awkward for him.
Wah,
No
laki.
angles to be found around the B
Ulta
side. It's
tuh.
just Crazy Guy who had to spend utility just to get
Bro,
out of dodge.
bro.
Once
Gratis
again,
itu,
another
B-nya.
scenario where RQ left without
Oh, spawnnya.
resources.
City-nya,
Just
City-nya, awas.
establish
City
a
ketahuan.
plan in the 5 versus 4.
Evan, awas ter.
Safer plant for PaperX, so not leaving themselves exposed towards spawn. You do
Ya
have
elah,
Jin
Pen-Pen
sealing
apa
his
gede banget.
towards
Nice.
spawn as
Oh.
well. Something then peeking out from Garage. All of
Hell,
RQ trying to
hell,
look
nice.
for that space into
Nice,
side.
guys.
PaperX just
Nice,
not
Byron
giving
kalah.
anything up to them.
Ini loh,
Yeah, that's,
rapi kali. Bang, lo ada
I
top
mean, I
tips
know
nggak
it's
biar
the
gak ngesak
bonus.
di
Mau
bronze?
taker kan bang apa gue bilang agent begini mau taker bang apa udah susah
Gue lo
aja.
mau
Because it's
ngesak
not
di
really a
bronze.
bonus round.
Lo
Lu dapet
pakai
plan lu, udah
Idea
pasti
from
susah
PaperX
retake-nya,
that
mau
they
gimana
go
lagi?
lesser equipped into the second round of this half to
Depan
then get
kiri
out
sama
the
dua
full
orang.
great by FBX style. And they do. The operator was very pivotal in this round from
Si
something.
Something tebet banget ya, nge-pick tuh, nge-swing dulu anjing, swing pick anjing.
Yellowman around the site when they've got control of it as well.
Nggak mau apa sih, nggak mau nge-pick apa sih, nge-pick yang lita hot angle gitu loh lama.
It works
Yeah.
though. I mean, it's a little bit risky.
Ada
orang
You have
main
another
OP
knock,
kayak
and
main
that's something
sandal,
that
anjing.
RQ's going to have to continually respect. That's why you got more players
Jatuh
up
bayar
around
ini.
mid this time.
Or try and disrespect if you want to play close line with a judge, for example, as Xfero, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any duels that'll come his way at the moment because yet again, it's going to go to Crazy Guy.
Yep, and that's exactly what PaperX wants to do, trying to exploit this
Aduh,
weakness.
anjing,
But yet, though, quick on their reactions.
Oh,
Nice
nice banget,
but then
Rapi.
still, for PaperX to
pindah
find the
aku
shots with the rifles.
Again, in these big
Ini
battles
ganti
where you've just got
pemain, ganti
many
pemain, main
bodies
OP.
flooding, PaperX are coming out on top.
Spike planted.
Sight controlled. Trailblazer into the kill as well, and it's
Nice.
just Junkin.
Wih, tuh orang mau jadi saingan Adel. Apa kenapa gue jadi
Drastically
saingan Adel?
attempting at
Kocak.
anything, but still,
Tipikal
the
player
score
CS
has
gitu,
been
Bang, ya.
tied up.
Kevin.
Yeah, 8 to 8, 4 rounds in a row. Is this the awakening though for RRQ that they start to have an idea on how PaperX are playing this attacking side as well, or do they need some coach investment, right? Do we need to have a bit of a discussion on that regard? Didn't work out too much over on map number 1 of Fracture.
Timeout.
Looks like we do need the timeout though. Was waiting to see if that
Kalau
was
main
going to
pakai
come through.
keypad gimana?
Defense apa map ini sebenarnya guys ya ini tuh map defender nggak sih? Apa lu tahu lagi map defender anjing? Buat apa defense? Kalau lu main sentinel, main satu duelis gitu loh. Dia main dua duelis terus no sentinel guys. Ya udah dia map attack ini. Dua-duanya lagi.
Hijrah ke Pape, ajakin WP bareng. Kenapa WP bareng?
Kalau PRX dia lebih milih defender duluan guys di map pick mereka berarti dia attack karena mereka pasti lebih kuat.
The duelists.
Mereka nyari poin banyak-banyaknya di defending gitu. Di attack kan pasti dia lebih gampang dapat poin soalnya.
HyperX off guard.
It's definitely going to be, quite the conundrum. You place more players towards mid.
Timbung itu tuh apa di FM aja.
Leave the rest of the sides a little bit
Timbung sama Kame aja.
Bisa aja kamu sebastian
di FM nih.
Launch an expedition around.
Tadi dia hilang, YouTube juga hilang. Jangan nocak.
Oh, OP2 guys, 2 OP guys. 2 OP Russian operator guys. Russian
operator of his own. He is playing around to the A side as well, so we might have another something V Jemkin moment.
Yeah, we might just have a really cool off battle in the round, which
Aduh, astagfirullahaladzim.
I can't believe that hit.
Tangannya kejauh
banget tuh dia, maju banget tuh OP-nya anjing.
Ya, munduran lagi lah munduran.
Wasn't even a slight tag.
Blown off the body. But you'll take that as a kill. We needed an advantage for RRQ, right? They needed to find a good opener here on this defensive side. Now a challenge towards this A side where, again, it's Jemkin with the operator.
Sniper Overwatch just works wonders for RRQ.
Nice.
Untuk kedua, let's go. Ulti, cari info.
We're moving forward in, especially with Seekers just flushing RRQ away. Looking for Spec plant though.
Yeah, you got to find some timing to have a little bit of
Batman
stability, have
dapat
a
satu
breath
kill
at
aja.
the moment.
Atau Dapai dapat satu kill.
Poison
Yeah,
as well.
Dapat.
But he's finding some timing.
Apple to
Sneak through Petman though, no more flashes, which means he's going to be coming down close to the site. Still though, concealing their movements.
Dengar nggak sih dia?
Making things as silent as possible. RQ thinking to
Fan-nya,
play
Cok,
safe
fan-nya.
instead.
The timing. Yeah, he's feeling it perfectly against Devi.
Beautiful movement. Just at the right time, Devi would have no idea.
Fan-nya pada mana
Even though
tuh?
the spike is down, now how do you isolate every
Ya
single
elah,
tool?
wave lagi Batman.
The first swing from Monyet,
Jelek sih
and it
tadi.
just fully catches Petman off guard.
Lebih jelek tadi.
After timeout
Something
for
sih.
RRQ,
Itu apa
regaining
itu?
the lead, more
Ngepicknya
importantly getting the first
tangannya
round on
maju
their
banget,
defensive
tai.
side.
Wah, munduran lagi.
Ya dia nggak aware dia ngepick pendek gitu lah.
So you'll take that as a prize as the next round as well. You really
Aduh,
want to
Ji
make
kena
sure that you
assist Cok, pantesan aja
can
mati.
have that in his hands
Dia kan harusnya
as
sadar
much
ya.
as possible. It feels
Poncongnya
like when
OP
it
kan
comes onto
banyak
this
banget,
map.
Cok.
Nah, tadi berdirinya juga salah, Bang.
Difference that the round could have came out with as well. If you potentially found him when he was going down the vent instead of
Padahal
trying
space
to
di
sneak
belakang
in
masih
towards
jauh.
heaven. Maybe if they planted a little bit earlier, but you throw that round
Nah,
away.
sekarang B-nya kan dipikir mau ke B lagi dibalik nih.
For HyperX, everybody
Tapi nggak tahu ya,
lining up
agaknya agak busuk sih
an
si kalah mulu dia.
Where once again, early
Kira lihat
engagements
temennya kali
may
padahal itu
very well
OP
go
itu.
Jemkin's way with the
Susah sih nggak
operator.
kelihatan nih.
Yeah, different line being held as well. HyperX would be none the wiser. However, something might have an inkling. Dashes right forward alongside that showstopper as well.
tembak.
Jing looking to find effective.
Duar, nice. Satu lagi.
Onto our
Oke, chill dulu. Nah, itu.
Jangan overpicking. Jing, turun. Ah, udah 4-5 udah enak
Udah
banget.
sadar dia, nggak nafsu dia.
That's the thing
Kalau
about
nafsu dia
attack
mati,
side on split.
4-4 anjing.
They're gonna have to go in for a bit of a guessing game. Jemkin though will eliminate those guesses.
Nice. Itu flash apa tuh?
Dimensional drift, but Defi just
Dia jelek
avoids
banget.
all
Flash itu bagus tuh flash itu. Selamat
Something
Cok,
with the
si ini
double
dia.
kill to end out the
Nggak, Cok.
round as
Ini
well.
Monyet
It's
juga
9-9
bahu. Ultinya
tied up
padahal
once again.
udah pakai Yoru kan.
Flash coming
Ngecek
through
buat
for
orang ini mana buat
RRQ
di
at the
ultiin,
end
Cok.
there when the dimensional
Dua
drift
ulti
is
mereka
trying to
rugi loh.
scope
Dia
things
full
out.
blind tadi pas terbang
Jemkin
sana.
trying to tell the team where
Oh, full blind ya?
Iya, full
Iya,
blind
masih
dia.
mana?
get some body blocking at
Flash
the
apa
back of
tuh
the
itu?
side as
Aduh.
well, but it just doesn't work out. Monyet
Pantesan
completely
aja.
blinded.
Enggak, pas tembak ultinya lo kan belum blind dia Bang apa?
Held by HyperX at the end there.
Udah.
Kan dia kan dapat info dari Yoru kan.
Udah ke blind dia pas terbang di atas tadi.
Further
Mau bunuh dia.
udah.
Udah.
should have
Terus
come through from RRQ.
ke flash
Yeah,
apa
that's
itu
something
dia?
that got the better
Terus
of them
partnernya.
extremely so
Terus
on
Yoru.
Dasher too, right? Just
Yoru.
one isolated round here and there.
Yorunya tadi lagi
This
ini,
time,
lagi
they've been
nge-flash.
starting to find their footing. And that's just going to be a scared little Monyet running back towards the site,
Sniper lagi nggak
shorty
laku
at
di
that
map
range.
ini apa sesuai?
Yeah, it's not going to do too much.
Decent
Beda
info though.
gameplay.
You got two smokes all being baited out right now.
Biasanya sniper di sini
Finding
enak
anything
pasti.
further towards
Soalnya
a
dapat
main
info
Kalau
kan.
to
flash tadi dapat
see
satu
if
juga siapa
anyone
tuh
had
yang
started to scale up either.
Wah, ini
Yeah,
Sparrow.
still someone needing to
Gawat
play
sih.
safe, and that flash will just confirm that there's a possible other shotgun hiding within close range around Mail.
Definitely an angle for Jemkin here to try and find 1 or 2 and then get out.
Dua shotgun aja.
With Kushi.
Gua 10 ya harusnya.
I mean, this truly is just PRX continuing to
Awas,
dot their T's, dot their I's and cross their T's.
Biasaan, anjing nggak pernah cek itu kan angle-angle orang pick ya anjing.
Yeah, something. Down for the count. There was the one from Jemkin that I was talking about. Now you're looking for a bit of a plant as PRX.
And possibly for RQ to find close range with the
Aduh,
right click.
ini
It's just going to be Jemkin with a shot for now though, and it's working pretty decently.
Eventually a flank from Mon Yet, but shorty. You see the lion share done by probably Jemkin.
Sakit banget, cowok.
Spec still could be good. Jing might
Nah,
not have
tuh
an
lo tuh,
idea.
tank Rusia
He
tuh.
will dispatch off the first though.
Itu loh.
Looks for the movement into its rams. That's where Monyet picks up the Vandal. Into the site they go. RRQ has a great chance because Patman's been fully blinded. Still good for 1, but it's just a 5 left. Tries to go for a straight transfer, but it's not found. Expero with the classic.
Got to even use the judge at the end there with how
Merah
close it
kena
was,
thrifty,
but doesn't
anjing.
really matter.
Something sih dari tadi sih, kacau
RRQ to
sih.
get the thrifty on the board. Flank eventually coming out from Monyet, picking up the weapon of something that was dropped earlier on, courtesy of Jemkin. So even with the pistols, you know, if you're getting your one, getting out,
Kebiasaan
give
itu.
your team an opportunity to play by the numbers, play by the angles.
Ijing dia mau ini ya.
Certainly work a treat.
Mau
You
satchel
really
ke dalam
feel like
sana,
Jemkin
Jo.
just
Malah
had to
balik
get the
kayaknya.
shots in there, had to buy some time, give the team
Dia mikir tadi
the
lebih
opportunity.
milik balik sih, tapi nggak
transfer
nyaman
loh,
udah.
Rest of the team following in pursuit as
Dikira
well.
temennya ngeliatin.
Backwards and forwards
Off angle guys,
engagements
itu
operate
susah
back
banget
in the
buat
hands
lihat
of
dari
Jemkin.
jarak segitu.
Tapi
See if
keuangan
you'll have
PRX
another
bagus terus
opening
sih.
duel.
Ya,
Or is it
makanya
the
lagi
ramp?
sana ke plan
Pushy
terus.
down below.
Ngapain lagi, Cok?
Tool for RQ
Susah banget
right
antisipasi
now.
orang di situ.
PRX though not backing
Dapat
down.
habis.
It's something straight in.
Aduh, ngapain sih?
Shorty once again. Just quickly dispatched of. Then of course you got the rest of the team trying to work around elbow. Jemkin still in position.
Nice,
Cushy up from the backside.
Nice.
Suddenly silence.
Sabar dulu,
forsaken
chill dulu.
Patman.
Aduh,
Marking
aduh.
these angles. Monyet,
Crack.
surely you don't expect another.
Ah,
Tries
low
to
tuh.
blast one
Nice.
away,
Nice.
but doesn't quite work
Aduh,
out.
ngapain
The
Dava
judge
ya?
out
Aduh.
from ropes. And you have some
Aduh,
slight
lagi.
resets.
Seekers from Patman off the plant. Gonna choose to invest them here.
That gives some further information. You know that one is up by ramp. Where could the other be? It's a little bit obvious as well. But with the smokes coming up,
Nice,
another
out.
duel being isolated.
Nice, geser. Nah itu loh.
He'll just spin back around on a dime to find it. Every kill.
Ya.
Backwards and forwards.
See
in the
your
rounds
matic,
at the
bro.
moment.
Ayo, take
No one
kasih
able
tau,
to
bro.
find some footing for
Cuman Jemkin
consecutive
doang ini yang
rounds,
main,
but
bro.
maybe will change things
Jemkin
up.
21 guys,
Ambil
gila.
empat
Tank
orang,
Rusia.
men. Cok.
Coming on through. Because there's going to be some light
Mereka
investments from
antisipasi dulu si
RRQ.
Jemkin itu di
Around the
ramsnya
elbow
ngasih
there as well.
cari
A lot of
ini
bullying
dulu
with the utilities,
solusi.
try and stay alive to try and foster an advantage. Just
Jemkin
doesn't
tuh
work
sakit
out for
banget.
Mon yet, and no trade ability
Set,
either to
Jason.
come through from the
Kalau
controllers
dia
of RRQ.
map
at the
awareness-nya
end
dapet
there.
sih.
A little bit disconnected trying to
Kalau main situ kan udah kena.
Nah, ikut lagi nih, ikut lagi nih. Jangan kalah lagi nih.
Udah kena ulti, Rok. Anjing duanya gimana tahu?
Sigma boy, tai. Aturannya ini kalau menang udah
As I said, a bit of a
11-9
lighter
guys.
investment from RRQ coming in towards this round. You've got the Nightfall. You've
Betul
got
juga ada ultinya ini ya, ada
PRX
ultinya si
taking
Patman ya.
real
Jadi
slow.
tahu.
You could choose to use them. But if PRX decide to just go in towards the A side,
Sigma boy kan.
would
Satu
be
solo tuh,
easy
solo
to
tuh.
stop
Solo tuh
them.
dia tuh. Siapa tuh?
Hey, why not? If
Kusi,
there's
kusi
no
kan?
one here to welcome them, they've been having that much success on this site.
Yeah, he just
Nah,
Ayo,
itu lah.
ayo,
Akhirnya
ayo.
diantisipasi itu kan remsa gitu loh.
Where Jemkin likes to
Tadi
lie in
kayak
wait.
Yeah, blocking everything off. So Jemkin's sheriff not able to sing right now.
Potentially plant open as well. Give your team
Ya, mereka ada
as
dua
much
ulti ya.
options as
Kalau
you can.
masuk dapat ulti, SS Vero bahaya tuh.
Screen's being blocked off. Elbow as well with this pit now coming up.
Cheeky one too.
Just
ini
to
susah
secure
sih buat-
possible 11th
Wah,
Ya
round.
susah, lot CT nggak bisa tuh.
You
Dia
could see,
nyampe ke set
Prowler
udah
investor
sekarat
or
tuh.
Boombot from Monyet. Get some paint
Tapi ada
shells
ulti
in there
nih
as well to
si
clear up
Kusi nih.
close
Bisa bikin
angles.
budak.
Maybe.
Just gonna choose to go through heaven instead.
And if you
Knockdown.
find a little bit more, maybe the alt's coming through as well.
Weh, ala ilah.
He's got that judge, and he's just
Lah,
hammering
tripti
every
lagi
single
kah?
player down until Jemkin goes in
Ya
for a trade of his
Allah,
own.
apa sih?
It's just something left, and now he's back up from heaven, but he's got so many targets to contend with. All of them body blocking, a full firing squad, and he's down to 5 HP. Expero
Anjing,
out
throwing
for the
mulu,
final
Cok.
frag.
Rifty-nya
Have a
selalu
custom
selalu
here.
jelek dah.
Have I said the words? Unless RRQ come out with another thrifty.
Nah, kok ada yang main
And
luar
it
guys?
happens.
Ada yang main
Four
luar
alive
anjir.
as
Kena
well.
judge anjir.
They
Terbang
are
itu
just going
dia
to
terbang
steal those
bebas itu
guns.
anjir.
What
Nah,
is it
lihat.
with RRQ lately? Having the numbers, having no care in the world, just sending it in towards these
Mungkin
retakes.
dapat lagi itu
Well,
anjing
this
di
one
situ.
specifically sending it nicely as well. Got the Nightfall invested.
Thank you for the judgment.
Yeah, thank you for the gun. Xvero was the one that invested it, right? He was the one that bought it up, recognizing the situation that, well, I've got some satchels. I can send them. I can have a kiss of the back of the side as well and really just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second onto the pit player as well, right? Awkward that Devaya loses that and there's no more pit available.
And you just love being able to watch RRQ come back in,
from Thailand,
finding themselves, awakening. More confidence off of the first map, to say the least.
Dari Thailand datang ke Korea,
It's exciting at the moment with this backwards and forwards adventure that we're on, though.
And it's also them proving themselves to be a worthy contender of the title of who could be the greatest in SEA.
Yeah, for sure. Against each other. Yeah, we haven't seen this battle in quite a long time. It looks significantly different as well with the roster of RRQ, for example.
Especially with the new members coming in. That said, we
beneran
are
dah tuh.
on only map number
Emang
2.
semua orang Thailand pasti
11 to 10.
Itu si Forsaken beli 2 orang anjir, tengok Forsaken beli 2 orang.
With their ultimates.
1100.
Could be scary as well. Early pit for Xvero. Will he get sent upon or not?
Gila, tapi dia aja loh.
HyperX possibly looking for the full send. The Viper's pit
Lo ngapain, Cok? Lihat kan?
completely deter the dinosaurs.
Bodoh banget,
another
masuk
opening
Rizzo.
frag going the way of Jemkin with the shorty.
Pasti
Still has
pengen
dimensional
cepet-cepet ngejar
drift
itu
as
tau.
well. Scope
Vipernya
things out
yakin
a
gua.
little bit later where you might want to just be situating yourself as RRQ. You've got the advantage kill, just reset a little bit, figure out where PaperX might look to end things, not give them an advantage in a 1vx duel.
Precisely. Not too eager as well. I mean, look at that tight angle from Magnet. And now in position to possibly send a showstopper.
I was gonna say, I want to see what Device trying to do over at this pit, but if this is a call for PaperX to go through vents and start to sneak along lines of A, that would actually be the right call.
Ada ulti Jemkin juga lagi buat Logitech.
If you did have Xvero pushing out, this might have been a different story, but it will be PaperX forcing some utility to then go in for the A push.
Feels like Xvero might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of PaperX can hold a potential retake from main.
Silent, strong statue into the corner around rep right now. The judge not yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information. The showstopper not going to work, but Jemkin.
That's 3 kills now. And then for Crazy Guy to chime in as well from screens. The trade protocol just to push through and get more space into the site. Xvero, he's done his job. He's blocked off ramps, and Devi has no recourse but to allow that spike to get defused.
Yeah, Xvero just an angel in the round at the end there as well, making sure he's the protector, making sure that PaperX don't have another avenue to potentially hold a retake from. You cut off main, it makes things a little bit awkward. You get in towards it. Absolutely insane. It's now map point for PaperX, for RRQ. They've got 2 of them to play with here. PaperX do have another buy, at least presentable. Blades will come out for something. So will they get any early advantages here? Or will it go back to favor of RRQ yet again?
Those blades are going to have to be swift and precise, if anything.
Kabar dulu nggak something, chill dulu, jangan sendiri-sendiri anjir.
How much is it really going to work out? They've got the defensive setups.
Pede sih pede loh, tapi dari kalah.
Ini mapnya emang kayaknya kurang ready deh mereka. Kelihatan banget. Udah banyak
like a hot knife through butter, he really needs to just get them easy.
Lihat.
Ngapain, Cok? Aduh ya.
Dia suka sendiri-sendiri gitu.
Longer than he expected. And out for Prowlers from Cushy as well. Further information being found by RRQ. Just to mark the angles out from Garage. But a little bit awkward on the spray.
Nice.
Opportunity to get into sight. Forsaken with the double kill. Jin with another.
Jason lagi nyelamatin, Cok. Ini Jason doang anjing. Sumpah nyelamatin ini tadi.
Jason top frag tuh kan. Dia konsisten banget. Dia pakai smoke. Dia masih top frag kill 20 anjir.
He's gotta pick up a weapon at the very least.
Yeah, you will be able to, but is this the one that you want?
Lo pakai shotgun lah tuh, bisa nggak lo?
At this situation, though,
got the Vandal.
I don't think so. Comes back in,
Ya
deals with it
Allah.
first, looks for further heads, but Jing just
miskin
duels
dong.
instead.
Miskin. Ini Alpha Armor nih pakai ini enak nih.
Or will RRQ be able to close it here? And now, for the last round of regulation, something again just not able to find value in the beginning engagements. Well, for each round, space was found for the team, for sure, but it already feels like, you know, RRQ kind of did give that to them, recognizing they don't have the numbers in the top tower. So you fall on back.
Sabar dulu, something chill
Here
lo,
we
chill
go,
out,
last round
chill
of
out
regulation.
gitu loh.
Operator out yet again for Jemkin. Gonna see
Nampak
nobody
musuh
home
dikit
at the
kejar,
B-side. But what
anjir.
is home is everybody at the A side. The numbers
Ah,
needed
nih,
for
nih.
RRQ.
Oh, dia bawa teman itu.
Yeah, sudden call and good read from Crazy Guy as well. Into position, but the
Mati itu,
showstopper
nice,
though.
mantap,
nice,
nice.
nice.
Nah, sabar dulu, sabar
That
dulu.
will be then more
Udah aja
space
udah
for
rame banget, Cok.
PRX to shore up around A ramp.
Speaking of losing your
Kita taruh
life, being
counter
robbed
buru-buru
of it,
bahaya nih
something
soalnya. Rame
again.
banget,
First casualty in this round. Silence for PRX.
Ada ulti sih.
Ada ulti, ada ulti, ada
Three
ulti.
towards this A side at the moment, towards the heavens.
Aduh,
The
ini
judge
jujur,
heard.
tahu nih.
Yeah, invites them into more space, but Xfero will certainly
Nice.
give them a bit
Nice.
of a warning sign.
Oh, side-nya.
Off to the side though, the sudden peek out from
Oh,
Onyet
tahu
around elbow.
Trap.
Just
Nice.
brings
Nice.
it hard to
Oke, udah,
find
udah.
the second
Oke.
kill. And it's just RRQ left. We might go into overtime.
Jemkin masih doang ya, abang-abangannya nih ya.
Hands the sightlines up by ramp. Jemkin down.
Hang on, they're all low. They're all half
Aduh, ini
HP.
dia lagi yang manusia
chance.
lagi nyala lagi yang hidup.
Jemkin with the flashes.
Tank ini cuy anjing darah 100
Does
lagi nih.
he have the vision?
Lah, tuh sekarang Jason anjing. Lah, tuh kan.
Looks for the
Ah,
duel.
hampir aja anjing.
For the transfer,
Oh,
Forsaken.
oh.
Swings
Itu
out
kalau
and
Jason
provides
mati,
the
dia
assistance
ngumpet kan.
necessary to bring
Si
us to
Pemen bisa
overtime.
mati juga tuh.
Dia karena ini
Ladies
nggak
and
stabil
gentlemen,
ini guys.
only
Coba dia
bangers
stabil
on
lainnya, baru
splits.
turun soalnya dia.
Overtime we go to yet again. Well, I say yet again. First installment of it
Dapat
in
dapat
this
bagus
series.
sih.
I
Nanti
love
dia
that you
sampai
cleared
dua.
Victor for that one.
You gotta get it ready. You gotta get it ripe and
Ah,
ready.
nih, nah langsung pindahin.
Ah,
Nah,
ini
stabil.
one tap
Brilliant
anjing.
attempt from Jemkin at the end there. He's been having a banger on this map so far.
Ini, guys.
27 kills that he's coming out with. So far, we've had some
Ini harus bagus sih.
phenomenal moments from
Ininya.
our duelists across these two maps.
Yeah, well, you might have
Udah nggak ada-
one
ada
Jemkin
timeout
with
ya, masih ada
27
timeout buat
kills
ini
up
ya?
on RQ.
Overtime.
You've got
Sekali.
two
Si
duelists or
POT
two
di
players
Jina,
from
udah nggak
PRX
member.
who've got 21 kills apiece.
Yeah, brothers in arms, Forsaken and Jing certainly seeing what they can do here. But we switch things back up. PRX to the defensive side. See if they can continue with where they were able to
Aduh,
find
balik udah.
a little bit
Bentain,
of
bentain. Tolong Batman, Batman.
greatness.
Nice.
Though, removing Crazy Guy, not too bad.
Yeah, forward space information into
Batman-nya
pink
di
shells.
sono, coy.
And another crossfire just to deny RQ A ramp control.
Udah itu
They
sih.
will elect to just
Ya
sprint into the
Allah.
Udah nggak
side
bisa
though.
diselamatkan.
And that's something
Kenapa
once
Logitech
again
aja itu
might be
loh,
first
udah.
death.
Oh, the angle. Next Pharaoh wins that one.
Mati di
Yeah,
anjing,
Trailblazer
aduh.
might be able to get a kill until that snake
Udah
bite burns
di
away.
threat kill nih. Kalau
Up to
dia
the
kalau
side,
dimasukin
though.
lagi.
PRX, some urgency up from heaven, as well as screens
Aduh,
possible. But
Jing!
Jemkin then reads that, holds down elbow.
Wah, galak
Ramp
tank
as
BJ.
well as additional angles being found by RRQ. PRX will
Nice,
have to
Batman.
find kills in order to get a clearer picture into sight. But so far, not good.
Tiga lawan 2 gimana nih?
Drops down, shot fired to mask sound.
Timing nih.
But RQ not peeking, still holding. Decent trade. And it's just a Vine a 1v2. The spike still beeping away. Xfero alongside Cushy. They could go in for a
Nggak dapat.
double peek, and that will be that. A singular tap to bring them the first victory in OT1.
Yeah, you feel a little bit stuck running into the elbow there as something. You got to do something.
Dan
as
tadi
Jing
Jingnya
there
di
as
shutdown
well to
mulu,
try and bring
Jingnya.
it back.
Siapa
Satcheling
somethingnya tuh di
in,
shutdown
not
mulu
getting
nih.
your shots on out.
Aduh.
Great little trap play at the
Iya,
very
udah.
beginning, but RRQ, once they're in the site, they
Udah
have the
kena,
right
coy,
angles that they
flashnya.
need to hold. Bit of a crossfire allowed at the back of the site.
Ya Allah, kena
Great
recon,
haunt
coy,
coming
anjing.
out, by the
Iya,
way.
ketinggian cok flash
Definitely
Jason
loving to see
blind
good
Jason.
initiator utility always.
Enggak itu bukan buat elbow, buat side itu.
Gak sampai gak sih itu? Gak sampai.
RRQ will
anjir.
find themselves
buat
on the
side, itu
map
buat
point
side,
with
buat
the
side.
lead
Jadi kan
going
elbow
back
nggak ada
onto
orang kali.
there. Now, defensive side.
Something glass cannon.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. He's kind of fallen off a little bit, right? In the tail end of this map
Nah,
too.
guys, aduh,
Just getting
kebek
shut
lah,
down.
pas
Down
LB tuh.
again At the very beginning, you're bringing an operator onto the attacking side. You need to be
Belum, masih mid kok.
very
masih.
aware and having a teammate next to you. You
Biar
feel like
maju
in
tuh,
case you
lihat.
miss the shot.
Could be
Waduh,
something
Cok.
that RQ doesn't expect, but they're pushing out a
Yeah,
garage.
this is
Wah.
so risky, but so
Ayo,
rewarding
Jason,
if
kasih pam,
they
Jason.
can find it.
All Forsaken is
Aduh.
marking the back. However, he
Ayo, satu,
falls.
satu.
Something
Kayak
takes the
tukar,
duel
tukar.
up by a mailroom then. So PRX, they've got a dilemma here. Do they push up front or do they clear up back?
Taken down the heavy hitter in Forsaken though. So you definitely take that as RRQ
Ada
for
smoke ya?
what it's worth. Something.
Nice,
Crazy
bro.
guy advantage for
Let's
PRX
just-
into the B side. Dash across, dodging the flashes. Jemkin, he wants
Udah,
to do
timing
the
lah.
body, he wants
Yes,
to do the
aduh.
damage.
And he's holding the
Oh,
angles
Jing,
with
anjing,
assistance from the
anjing,
team. Cushy
nice.
up by the right side. Jemkin then to find the triple. Just a 1v1 left, and Jemkin has an ult.
Where does he think the Devi is coming from though? He's got the ult, the time right now for Devi to get in his head.
Please, Davai.
Devi slowly skulking forward. Jemkin wants the angle, and that will be
Itu si
that.
Jing
The
kok gak dapet lagi ngeluarin
ends in the very
senjata.
first OT. Final final scoreline of 14-12. Jemkin with the ultimate awareness to silence PRX.
Yeah, he's dug him out of a rough situation time to time again on this one. Hasn't he? Multi-frags on multi-frags, couple of great early openers. Feels again that the shutdown towards something hurts a little bit more for them, right? These disadvantaged scenarios as PRX throwing caution to the wind a little bit, trying to really get up in your face, and you are just getting smacked a little bit. Really good adjustments of RRQ. I mean, I look at the first
Something
half
udah better sih guys.
Penting
nih berapa kali coba penting dia nggak nembak anjing.
Things are going to end, making them really fight these scrappy battles that usually PRX are good for, right? How many of them were they winning in map number 1? This time though, a little bit more awareness as RRQ and how they want to kind of push PRX into the palm of their hands. Just the single OT needed at the end of this one to get it done, which means we are guaranteed a 4th map in this lower best of 5 right now. Icebox will be here. Soonish.
Soon-ish. The first one we got to go through with is Pearl. But that said, it is an RRQ that is howling forward. You love to see it when they are finding all of these moments. Just such great situational awareness and reading how they need to hold the angles on the map against PRX. And that's why those brawls are coming out in advantage for RRQ.
Itu udah dia lagi nggak megang senjata guys, baru mau ngeluarin senjata, dia udah ready senjata tapi nggak mati aja.
This could go the full distance, but for now we're gonna have to toss it back over onto our desk.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, I'm expecting it to go the full distance, but for now, that is RRQ's map. We are now tied at 1-1 for this series for both of these teams, and it was a much better showing for RRQ.
Yeah, I felt like they woke up finally. I felt like they were here to play. Jemkin was alive. He wasn't just getting exits on the brimstone. It's so much better. I mean, yeah, I felt like this was a real great map to watch. It always is on Split. We talk about it all the time. There's one statistic I really want to highlight here.
3 kali apa apa ya kalau nggak Drifty udah menang sih.
About 350, I think it was. No, honestly, like this was exactly what you expect from an SEA derby. You had messiness, you had some sloppy, thrifty rounds one, you had some clutches one, you had some man disadvantaged situations thrown in the bin, but you also had some amazing individual plays. And honestly, some really nice game planning from both of these teams. It was so interesting to watch these two comps go head-to-head stylistically. PRX playing that kind of bursty, old-style duelist, throwing it back to what they always used to play on Split. And I feel like RRQ kind of playing the new meta version of that with the raised Yoru that you've seen from a lot of teams, T1 included. But you have to say, Jemkin definitely the standout there, dragging them kicking and screaming through this game of Split. It was a very tight one that could have gone either way, but RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen both of these teams exchange each other's map picks, and now we play a BO3 from here.
Evening up the scoreline here is so massive, going down 0-2 is a huge mental, but they've leveled that playing field again as we move forward to map 3. So mood in the RRQ camp will have just shot up after that.
Oh, definitely. You could hear them screaming down there, right? Especially
the guy gets loud.
Yeah.
Like when he died for that raise nade, he's like, I heard him screaming the call. Like he's like, Jet solo on site, go. He's like pushing the boys to scale out. It's something
you felt pressured to push on site, right? With how he's calling that. And of course, Monyet as well. You can hear his roars from all the way up here. And you can just tell RRQ are fired up. And this is very encouraging going into this series because as you mentioned earlier on the first map, they were absent. They were absent on that first map, but now they're back and we have a series. It is confirmed. And now, of course, we are, going into Pearl much later, but this is so encouraging, as we mentioned, for RRQ, because there's so many good individual plays that really came out. We're going to go through some highlights here and particular things that we wanted to point out on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to point out was actually from PRX, which is about how they like to play on their attacker side. So when you play this double duelist, you have to not be afraid to contact and take risks. We just see something walk through a smoke into B main. There could be anything behind that, but he doesn't care. They get smoked off again, but they have all this space. They're so close, and now they can burst. We even saw the same play in the very last round of the game. When he just walked through with off. This is why double duelist is so good for PRX. It really suits their style, and contact burst is great.
This was a stroke of brilliance. We saw 3 thrifties won by RRQ, and in this round, it's a split-second decision that they're able to put the pieces. You see Pharaoh juggle the judge over to Monyet as they see the pit on spawn side. Double satchel over to Elbow, and Monyet's able to catch PRX completely pants down. They have no idea that RRQ is even going to attempt that retake. And that must have been a bit of a bitter moment, maybe, because Monyet used to do that on PRX on the race.
Tadi itu kayak di backside kan yang di titik tengah itu kena flash jadi kagak bisa ini coy tembak recall.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's that
Apa
blood still runs strong through him. Right? What do you think the comms were like?
I honestly think that was just a stroke of brilliance from Monyet. He's literally, they initially, as we saw multiple times that game, have the judge on Viper to be able to play that disruptive role in mid, throw up the orb and put it down, but they able to juggle it over to the raise and be able to put the retake together on the fly. I really think he just said, I'm going to satchel Elbow, and then they put the rest of the pieces together after the fact, and they were able to, the rest of the team kind of play off of what Monyet wanted to put together there and understand reactively based on what the raise was doing and the entry pathing, how they needed to put the rest of that together.
And this is great also because we were wondering where he was on the first map too. Well, here he is, coming and swinging on split, and this is brilliant from RRQ, but it wasn't that far off. I mean, PaperX, this was an overtime, and of course, PaperX, each round, we're not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have gotten as deep into the game as they did, Morgan.
Yeah, we have to run back these Jemkin highlights. I mean, he woke up so much in this game. We see him landing these sheriff shots. You know, he got them these thrifties, shot them in the wrist, and Quack lost his mind.
Yo, the wrist shot, he's breaking his opponent's wrist. Usually it's the other way around. For Jemkin, though, you can see the mechanics, the crosshair placement. He's anticipating every peak. You cannot catch this man off guard. Even in the last round where Device trying to flank him in through Heaven's side, he's sitting on that off angle, waiting for you to peek him. This is why Jemkin, for me, is the best Yoru in the VCT. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I think he just does such a great job. It's such a great fit for him on this age, and you know, I think if they want to have a chance in this best of 5, they need this man. This man almost always leads from the front, and he's at his best when he's getting set up from his team. He's allowed to express his own individual brilliance, and he took over this map. 7 first bloods, 32 kills, 2.2 KDA. I mean, what else do we want to see from this guy?
He's seen what Forsaken did on Fracture. He said, I can do you one better.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me your... I mean, there are things, there are agents and players that really just make sense together, and I feel like Jemkin on Yoru makes perfect sense with the way he plays and just how he's able to utilize his agent. And, you know, it works so well. Now we are about to go into our next map, which will be Pearl. I feel like for RRQ, you know, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl, they may be able to do this one better, but of course, PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For RRQ, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool at times. They've been kind of deciding whether they want to play double duelist or not. They used to play Phoenix Jet in kickoff and play some different styles, recently going over to the Neon and the Yoru, as well as mixing in some slower comps. So they've really been kind of deciding what kind of comp they want to be running on Pearl, but they haven't had a lot of success on this map. The last time we saw PRX play Pearl, though, I mean, you cast your mind back to that DFN game.
Yeah, I mean, they only just got over the line in that game, but I'd like to think that a big problem in that game was the mental. It was how they were feeling, and the game got so scrappy. I do feel like they're a lot sharper since then, so they should be able to execute it better, but I am curious if they're going to change away from this Onyx. This is a comp that RRQ know very well. We saw them run it in kickoff, so it's going to be hard to be able to surprise with that Phoenix like they've been able to catch a lot of people, though, because the reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You don't see it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way, but RRQ, in theory, should have the answers if the Phoenix just come out.
I don't know, PRX just looked very comfortable with that kind of composition, right? I feel like they might go with it again, and just maybe change something for the play. It's not the Phoenix that we need to direct our attention to.
Yeah, I think Pearl has been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool for both of these teams at times. So RRQ being the team that will pick it as the third map in this series. For PRX, they definitely struggled against DFM. It was quite a messy game. So it's really a redemption chance for both of these teams to show that their Pearl is a little bit better than you'd expect. At times, you've seen brilliant games of Pearl for both of these teams, but the last couple of games maybe leaving a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth. You have to like gaps in your map. Guys, you've got to be playing your way through the entire pool. So this is is going to be a true test of who has
penting,
figured out some of their mistakes in the map pool, and Pearl is going to be the perfect example of which team's going to be able to adapt and actually improve on what didn't work for them in the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's all about a lot of prep, right, for these best of fives. You definitely have to prepare differently. In a best of three, you can steer it away, so you often have maps that you can play, but you'd rather not. And I think Pearl has been one of those maps for both of these teams, but now I think this becomes a really crucial swing map, because I suppose if you're looking at that map pool as a whole, I think both these teams might write off Pearl and go, okay, yeah, we might not get
suruh meleknya bukan dalam arti melek mata, melek gameplay, kocak.
Snowballs a lot of momentum forward from this map as we move towards what could potentially be a final map.
Yeah, especially since, you know, we have both teams did win their maps, so they do have 1-1. So you mentioning Pearl as a swing map, that's very, very likely. And I do love it when teams are really just like, it's more like a pick your poison, especially in a best of 5, right? And you have Pearl coming up and it's like, no, you know what? We're really going to push this. We believe that we have a solid game plan on this. It just didn't work out a few times, but let's bring it up now.
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of Killjoy.
Yeah, look, RRQ, I mean, they are going to be playing that double duels yet again with the Neon. Yoru is something that they've been going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination with the Teo. You can have these very quick, fast executes where you play this burst style with the Yoru and the Neon, and you have the Teo utility that makes that execute a little bit easier to get off. PRX have chosen defense here.
Yeah, PaperX only making that one change, swapping the Vice over to that Killjoy, so Divide has a lot to do against this double duelist.
Well, let's see if that one change is enough to take this map. We'll throw it over to our casters, Quackman, Komodo, for our third map in this series. Let's step into Pearl.
Map number 3, and yeah, they're absolutely right. You know, we do see a lot of Killjoy. RQ also swapping back to it.
Back to where the train left the station, though, for
PRX.
against DFM, going to that stretch of overtime.
Beres dulu sama Jamkin-nya. Ada sempat setan aja Jamkin. Nembak kepala, literally kepalanya gila banget, tang-tong aja kepalanya.
PRX had on Pearl. Meanwhile, for RQ, it's both losses on Pearl.
Yep,
as well.
Interesting for me as well that both teams are opting to go for the Killjoy instead of the Vice as well. See maybe who can do their best Margaret impression. I always think Margaret on this map is
dia ambil map
want to go in for those fights rather than taking their time with things. Sheer wall and such. Right now it's a drone for info, and you've avoided that drone.
Yeah, I was going to say how much is that going to force PaperX to rotate a little bit to the A site, but you got to remember it is where the Sentinel is the Guardian. So we'll see essentially what Forsaken does there, what the art play comes out for PaperX. Meanwhile, it's kind of free reign, free territory, right? You gather the orb there as RRQ. Not really seeing any overinvestment.
And PaperX is okay with that.
Oh, now they start to get a little eager.
Going in for a possible retake play. PaperX, yes, down to 50 seconds. You don't see anything yet. Let's begin to traverse forward.
But where do they want to go, right? Generally, when you're running on the Vice, if you're going towards the A site, you see a lot of teams have the shear that cuts off through top and mid towards A main. In running the Killjoy, you're expecting to hear a turret or something, right? So if you hear nothing at the moment, now the utility all comes towards this B site, you know what's happening. It's going to have to be a retake.
Yeah. Retake where Crazy Guy
gila kayak Tejonya jauh banget, Cok, di A, Cok.
He's in another postcode.
Harus cepet sih retake ini, kalau nggak Tejo jauh banget, Cok.
Itu ngapain ya, by the way,
that's gonna be a real tricky one. PaperX, though, they eliminate that turret, so RQ begins to watch their flanks somewhat. That's when Forsaken alongside Divide begin to peek forward from spawn.
Ini berat sih.
Small chunk of damage, but the spike.
The turret watched the flank, by the way. Crazy Guy's noted now.
Lamaan sih tapi ini.
So not too bad. PaperX, this is a 5v4 in clarity. PaperX are just happy to take the numbers fights head on. Off towards Link though, and it's Jemkin along from home. PaperX completely crushed up into the was cleared out.
I mean, that's going to be the problem for PaperX, where they just had zero idea on where things were going to end. Right? They don't know if it's coming A, they don't know if it's coming B. They call for the mid push a little bit too late, and then they have to double back a little bit when the site is just given. You know, you've got a couple of protocols there as well to have the turret watching the flank, but you're not having enough time to just clear a lot of the angles in these 5 versus 5s. These are going to need to be some scenarios where PaperX have to adjust real early on the defender's side, and probably RRQ too, right? If they're given those sort of scenarios, they're going to be happy as Larry, so if they don't have to adjust too much, that's really going to work favor for them. Just coming into this second round though, lots of rifles, deep lanes on this map, of course. For something bringing out the Marshal, need to see him connect with some shots. Maybe not fall first.
Just hold on to it for now. RRQ though, ooh, if we're talking about something falling first, this might be where that happens.
I mean, it is the second round though, right?
Goes in for the re-peek. He spots number of spades, calls out for the team.
But what can you do here? You've got your team here, but do you have the shots?
Yeah, maybe play inside of the smokes. They're looking for the right clicks. Jing does find the first one, but RRQ, they've got the flashes, they've got the forces, and they will continue to overwhelm Jing. Another kill though, and he gets a third. But Jemkin will snuff him out. Just Forsaken left, who does have the Marshall, but Jemkin on an absolute tear.
Yeah, needed to hit that shot at the end there with that Marshall. Take out Jemkin one-on-one. Different scenario potentially. Lion share of damage done by Jing. Feel like if he got that kill as well with the classic, that would be an absolute monstrous performance to come out from him on the agent that you don't generally see played in the game of Valorant no more. A Jing special, better Jemkin better. Looking to see who's going to be the duelist in this one, right? Something falling a little bit. Jemkin stepping up in the previous map, carrying that over in towards this one. Now the bonus round for PRX.
That's where you would love to see something get his head back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one. But Jemkin out from the back with the dimensional drift. The salvos as well, and causes them to feel so uncomfortable. Something getting silenced by the Sheriff. Jemkin back sight.
Got to run it back as Jing. You have to invest in this round that you feel like you've already lost the control of the site. You need your team to come on over.
Just waiting for the right time. Star is being propped up as well. We begin with the hot hands to block out position. But it's been quickly shot down. Still though, the rest of the team with numbers are able to find trades. Trying to hold out by Pillar. Silences the first duel, to the next.
Nice.
Out from Heaven.
Really came away with the goods there. That would have been a sinister round for RRQ to find. And just one alive at the end for PRX too means that there's going to be a couple of lighter shields coming into it. The fact that there's a dimensional drift, by the way, coming in towards that round makes things really awkward for PRX too. Jemkin noting a lot of members assisting in.
Siapa RRQ ya?
Gila Batman. Headshot semua tuh.
Tuh buffer guys. Ring anjing. Guys.
Ya elah, Fai.
Ngelag guys, sorry guys.
Other than Jim.
Susah nyari tag-nya.
But hang back. Reinforcements have a provide.
You should run.
That lockdown makes things so awkward as well, doesn't it?
Oh, give up your life for the lockdown, but PRX will continue to push up, but they're gonna have to cause of that ult.
Nembak apa something?
Finds elevation to take the lockdown away. Stuns up from Onyet. Padman with another kill. It's just Xpera left, but he does have vision.
Ya kali kalah, ya Allah.
Takes down the first frag. And then for Padman to hold, does he have the goods? He hops up the stairs. Xpera knows, and he times it just right.
Ya buru amat lah tadi defuse itu
for RRQ.
Wasn't on the board just yet, but now he is with a round in tow as well. Things look a little bit awkward when Devi loses his life first on towards the site, and you've got a lockdown in play as well. The ult economy at the moment, right? You have dimensional drift last round, nearly working out for RRQ. This time a lockdown invested, you're thinking, all right, they're starting to really navigate these quite well, but it's the Rebel clutch from Xpera. Not using the grab well too early as well, finding just the catch first.
Completely unfazed by that one.
And that resets PRX a little bit coming into this new round too. Something with an outlaw, blades in one, but nobody seen towards the B site here for RRQ. It's yet again towards the alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if PRX does decide to push up, but that said, RRQ currently just so much info into the site.
Yeah, Jing as well on the Phoenix, right? No flashes, so it's good timing on the Nebula at least to stave off any rush attempts from RRQ. If you can try and force them towards the B side at the moment, you're very happy with that as PRX, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun that you want to do some damage is right now. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. A minute to go. RRQ They change up their own approach now as well.
Buka baju mah kagak, gue pakai baju. Gak ngaruh anjing, tadi menang-menang juga perak.
HyperX had pushed up before, so trying to work around that, but yeah, it does come down to something, doesn't it? Until
yeah, does have to play the angle right at this B site too, though.
Jemkin,
he's got a gate crash. It's all right.
Hasn't it been oh no, yeah, he does have one.
Oh,
holding the angle. Hot hand spent though.
Oh, that's baited something to move up his line, but he still finds the one.
Oh, almost the second, but it's enough for the blades to come out. 20 seconds and
aduh, apa sih something? Sabar aja gak sih?
In his moment.
Tahu teman-temannya belum datang udah ngepick mulu.
Makes things really hard though.
Ini 4-4 Cok.
Yeah, flashes as well, but again, the hot hands were already spent, so RQ are just happy to mark these angles up towards heaven. The swing out for Forsaken does aid them somewhat until the rest of RQ just pulled down their mouse. Forsaken with 30 HP will be quickly dealt with, and RRQ marches onwards with 4th round win.
Yeah, the sort of time right now going in towards a rifle round, but you may consider bringing out a timeout as PRX, right? You don't have the round count, you're starting to lose a lot of control. You're also not getting a lot of forward reads. It feels like we've just seen a lot of standing still at the moment from PRX, a little bit too late before they start to gather some information around the map, right?
Marah tuh. Marah tuh sampingan.
Okay, that's definitely a timeout coming out from
Masih marah, so itu jelek banget, Cok.
Gotta press the pause button.
Itu pasti dimarahin something sih.
Bring them back in.
Reset time. In the mental capacity. It feels like
always one of these games, always some of these moments where you have a rocky one from the previous round, and you begin to get into this mentality where you want to find kills to bring yourself back in the game, but that's not always how it works.
You're speaking about that, right? Who was doing a lot of the lion's share of kills when we think to map 1 in this series, right? We saw consistency from kind of everyone, right? Taking space, taking names. We even had something trying to still do what he could, you know, on the Brimstone, but it really was Forsaken on Fracture for moving on to Split. It's Forsaken and Jing, right? Something getting up there as well. But it feels like a lot of these duels that he's taken, he's losing his life first, right? He had 6 first deaths on the previous map of Split. And I know it's early stages come this one, but the fact that he's popped the Blade Storm there and jumped out wide into the open, and there's members there already. A little bit of a wrong read in that scenario.
I mean, he's hungry, almost too hungry, starved for these moments. He hasn't found them. RQ, meanwhile.
Change up for PRX. Yeah, RRQ are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility out towards the B side of things. Force contact, but PRX are actually holding dub up through A main. Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift at B.
Oh, PRX will find Xfero.
Aduh,
losing his life. But still, the sight handed over onto RQ. Forsaken with the Odin spam, however, fully blinded. Unfortunately, not able to find anything further. The overdrive,
belum planting, sabar dulu guys, belum planting, sabar sih.
He's still able to hold it out by Halls. Cushy once again, but not able to get the spike planted. There's a full though, and Jemkin
gate crash. Grab the spike, maybe get out.
Flashes as well, down to holding the angle. Jing trying to get a bit more space. Devi is low, so he knows he's trying to play it safe. They know that Jemkin's looking for the spike. That's the precise moment when Devi swings out at the right time.
Not really a crossfire, they could kind of control in that scenario. So just a bit of a swing to come out and get his shot. That duel was awkward from something, even though he wins it too, by the way. Very lucky to be able to come away with that one to give PRX an advantage and hold on to it, most importantly, too. You know, at the end there in that 2 versus 1, there is the knockback for Jing, just in case he potentially loses his team and have a second go at winning the 1 versus 1.
Ya soalnya menangnya nggak menang flawless
the
terus.
economy though as RRQ forced them for a bit of a lesser buy. They did win 2 thrifties in the last map, so we'll see what they can do here. Monyet down for the count.
And PRX upwards into main. Still trying to hold the angles in case RQ continues to peek out, but this will be a lot of control. It's only Forsaken though onto the B side, and he's been noted.
Yeah, needed to see a lifeline thrown to PRX to keep them in a good stead on this map. That's a lot of bodies spotted out from Forsaken though, stuck in the holes.
Just stay alive, you gotta judge. He's waiting for the right moment. Nightfall sent over by his team. But into the smokes, nothing really found.
Ya, mereka
Cushy
ini ikut
really
masalahnya. Sekarang kalah lagi, guys.
He's found both of them at the A site. What does this mean for RRQ? Do they stay
Kok
B?
bisa kalian kasih data, kalian sama
Certainly
kalah
not.
main Iko.
That's the question that you have to ask yourselves as
Biasanya
PRX.
PRX sih, kalah terus.
Ya elah, apa sih butuh 3? Kusi butuh 3 anjing.
And the spike back into B.
It doesn't really matter where they go at the moment. You feel
Mas,
like
saya tadi
Batman
mana
Forsaken
tuh?
are confused on what to
Mati nih
do.
Batman nih.
Just where
Ya
are
Allah,
they
Cok,
going?
apa
And,
sih,
well,
Cok?
back into B.
Oh.
Now you know, but at this point, how can around, you pick up a weapon, but because she's already found you from behind, RRQ, masterclass at
Itu mereka
working the
tuh
map.
That's phenomenal
selalu
from
ini dah,
Cushy. The fact that he's able to
selalu
find those
Ya
two
tuh,
kills
mereka
over
tuh
in
kalahnya
the
pas
AR
senjata
side of
mereka
things.
nggak
I think we
senjata,
need to
ya.
see how those ones
Ya,
did resolve.
underestimate
But then
mulu.
knife out
Tadi
Jules,
itu
he
dua
caught
kali
something,
strip
and then going
kill.
for the re-peek on the second one with the burst mode. That is absolutely disgusting. What an individual round to come through from Cushy. And you look at the reads that RRQ are trying to do as well. It feels like a bit of to and fro. Come
Tuh
A,
Mita
don't
kalah
come
2
A,
orang
stay
sama
B,
Kusi, Cok.
Cosmic Divide invested
Pakai
2.
bulldog
Let's just
doang loh anjing.
focus our
Pakai
head.
apa?
We've got the round
Ya
back.
bulldog.
Bulldog anjing kalah 2 orang sama bulldog
Absolutely
dong.
shut down back onto the pistols yet
Truly.
again.
I mean, a phenomenal pickup now onto the Sentinel. He's
Malah
one
terbalik,
away
guys,
from
lihat malah
lockdown.
mereka jadi
Cushy
MVP, jing.
being able to provide
Yang
such
apa,
a
yang
performance
Iko?
for RRQ.
Bit of a trap here too.
And PRX, all the pistols, but RRQ ready
Mati
for
lo.
the play. They are able to mow every single PRX player down.
Klasik.
And it's just Forsaken left.
Yeah, you feel like the job's done in this round. RRQ just drop a single member in Jemkin, Forsaken. I mean, he's already got the lockdown. Doesn't matter what kills he gets. You got to try and hold your economy in your mind for RRQ here, but if you lose another member, you can just redrop anyway. So this is a good round for them. The turret, okay.
One yet. He's seen him, but took a little bit of time to continue holding mouse one. Cushy, though, fully aware, just needs one bullet.
Ini nggak ngecek.
And that will be
Itunya ya.
ketutup tangan sih.
RRQ holding some good leads here. Some great
Karena
shots
tangan kiri
coming
dia.
on
Nanti nggak
through.
ketutup.
They can afford a couple
Pas
of
nengok kanan baru
mistakes here
kelihatan
and
kali.
there for sure. But this is where you would consider the big blow soon, right? If they are able to stave off another big gun round from PRX, well,
Nice,
maybe
nice.
they start to derail this train. You can just laugh on that situation. That's good. It happens.
Ada ulti nih guys, something udah OP nih, udah OP lah, something lah. Kasih OP aja guys. Lihat nih, busuk apa
See what
kali
they've
OP
got in store for
something
us on
guys.
this round, as mentioned, Jing still holding on to the runner back, 6-point ulti. You can refresh that time and time again to have huge success on a map like Pearl.
And even with the off back in as well, not spotting too much out. The entire PRX core on the A site needs to hold true.
Oh, but this is a bit of a trap, isn't it? Divide.
Ya Allah,
loses that
Wi-Fi!
duel, super awkward. The fact that the lockdown takes a while to come in toward it too. Just disrespected into the
butuh
site.
nge-aim doang sih, kalau
Establish a plan here as
nge-wave udah susah
RRQ
soalnya.
look to hold it with numbers.
Yeah, the only way that this goes forward for PRX is if they begin to find the picks, something with a possible angle. Jing fully pushes out something then out from Doug, able to take down Monyet. 3v3, and RRQ has a crossfire set up. Crazy guy holding the angle, but gets spotted out by Jing. Jemkin holding out from stairs now, and he goes Dimensional Drift. Where is he gonna go? You have to come out because something's sticking the spike to halfway. Jemkin needing to swing, but still the rounds not being found. It's Forsaken picking one back up for PRX.
Another battle bathed in blood for both of the teams around that site there, but it is one out at the end by PRX. Despite losing Divide early on, no more smokes available. Just trying to take it into their own hands, something. And Forsaken, trying to see what they can do. It feels like in that ends there when the Dimensional Drift is activated from Jemkin that he's a little bit stuck. No team needs to play on the back of that information. So that lifeline yet again given over towards PRX to see if they can tie things up. But you still got to chip away again against another gun round from RRQ. Still leaning towards this A side of it, split through Art where
Dua map ini kayak jelek banget tiba-tiba coy, yang bagus di
PRX
Vector doang.
to try and have a focal point towards
Dua
winning this
mapnya
main
jelek
fight.
guys.
Precisely that.
Posisi
PRX
jelek
hasn't really
banget.
played this position, and that's why RRQ, Crazy Guy, has opted to go for this. The Prowler, though,
Dapat banyak tuh ya info.
at the right time, the
Jangan
C's as
ngepick ya
well.
sih.
And PRX
Nah,
continues
itu
to
loh, kalau
push.
ngepick kayak
How
gitu.
do they get out of there? Is this just the
Kalau ada flash nggak apa-apa sih nge-pick.
A? We've seen too many
Iya,
members.
kalau nggak nge-flash jangan
Looking for contact, but it's also the utility being spent out from connector though. Forsaken, a slight angle, but also RQ with the movement to bypass all of it. It's down to something. He's got to watch the angles.
Tolonglah, satu lah minimal. Kalau mati pun dapat satu.
Really connect the shot.
Nah, udah, chill.
In
Sabar dulu.
He does have a shorty. His
Nah, meninggal lah kalau kayak gini.
might be stunned up now, but he's able to keep
Aduh, mati sih,
just a
itu mati
second
banget
longer
sih.
until the salvos blow him up.
I wonder if Divide has to use the Cosmic Divide
Detailnya
here for
bagus
this
lagi.
retake. It would be good. Damage delivered on the hot hands. You are dead as Jemkin. No. Out with 15. And Crazy Guy finds
Si malah mati anjing.
It's the angles once again. RRQ, a couple up by Pillar, but Forsaken marks it. The
Nice.
operator being marked down as well because she still comes up with another kill. It's a 2v2 and Petman
Nice.
goes for the swing.
Ling.
Confidence, and it's down to Xfero, undetected so far, and he sleuths forward. Cosmic Divide up. Gravity well as well, and it's in for Petman.
Nice. Dapat take off. Don't forget OP.
Kalish Reciting
OP di hall sih, harusnya di hall.
for PRX.
We've seen Divide use the operator on the Killjoy a little bit of times, not on this map.
Wih,
though,
jauh kali
but
ini.
Kushi bringing
Bang,
that
aduh.
into his hands. He can point and click. He
Pakai
can try
dari
and
sama
do
si
something.
ini.
Meanwhile, something. Corpse
Okay.
in the halls too.
Ninja.
Great Nova Pulse, great salvos. Make him a little bit hot under the collar.
Busi. Nah.
But in the
Dapat
2 versus
penes,
1, the fact that op shot does actually miss.
ada
He was
flick.
Xfero. Is that Xfero has to try and pull that one through. Starting to get closer, a couple of retakes to come through from PRX. They will
least
have to
6-6
contend
lah.
with yet
Kalau
another
6-6 oke
investment
lah,
of
yes.
RRQ here, choosing to go for the force up.
Wih, Busiar carry guys, 15 anjing.
Hopefully, if you're a PRX fan, that might alleviate some pressure for the rest of the team, but still.
Oh, 4 members.
Tabrakan nih.
Pushing up again. It's
Nice.
contact with the op, and then for the
Nice.
ball.
Nice. Nice tuh, buru tuh Jemkin tuh.
Nah.
Nah.
Is completely stunned to dazed.
Wah.
Isn't it there? And now you've got the information noted that
That's
Kushi is up
on.
through the street, but you don't necessarily need to give him the jewel, right? You see that this is an investment from RRQ. You know that if you win this round, you're resetting them come the last round of the half where what? They might be picking up the Armageddon for Crazy Guy. They're not close to really anything else bar Xfero needing to find 2 picks.
Kalau
to
rapinya kayak
points.
Praktur pertama,
So this was
PRX
a
yes.
much needed
Tapi
round
dari tadi
for
kena kalah pick off
PRX.
sama kena
If you're
timing
PRX,
terus sih.
RRQ tuh si Jemkin bisa
you're
konsisten
happy to
banget
play the
anjing.
next round a
Sumpah ya,
little bit
nembaknya nggak
slower.
turun-turun,
That's
Cok.
why this
Gila nih orang.
push-up A
Sama
main
kayak
was
Jason.
Ngeri.
so unexpected, but well crafted by the team.
Jason soalnya nggak duelis bang, apa kalau duelis itu ngaruh banget soalnya ke tim.
For Jing now already in this first
Jason
half
kalau
as
tajam
well.
juga kalau duelisnya nggak
He's
tajam
able
itu
to
yang bahaya.
possibly pull off yet
Nggak bisa
another
masuk
in
ke
the next
soalnya.
round.
Bantai anjing 13-2, Cok.
Now just wondering for RRQ to
Jason
are you
bagus ya.
happy enough on the attacking side, only finding 6 or maybe 7 or 5. You know, they struggled against
duitnya balik sih, duitnya udah kaya
T1
lagi
when
nih.
they went on
Raja
towards
mati.
their defensive side. They looked a bit
Sama lah,
big,
sama guys.
you know, for the game
Sama
against
lah.
Nongshim, but then you
Iya,
also
sama.
remember, well, Nongshim did trail at the half, and there was not a lot from RRQ on defense as well. So I start to put things in perspective, right? You've got your defensive sides that you've been able to figure out so
Nah, ketahuan
far
lah.
over on Fracture that, well,
Udah nggak usah nge-pick
it
up
was
ada
there.
duit
So
lu,
you
kocak.
had 2 rounds on defense and that was it. And then you're split as well. 4 rounds. The lion's share, or 5 if you include OT, doesn't get good favor today so far on defense. In Pearl's history on defense for
Kusi
RRQ.
dia nggak berani pasti.
So I really wonder, are they going to be happy enough with 6 or 7 if they get the next round of this half?
It's
Orang-orang demen ya
definitely
pakai ini warna
something
kuning
to
gitu.
consider.
Lebih kelihatan ya Bang Dio.
There are a lot
Wah, ini, Cok.
of supportive
Mumbai.
fans out there, though, and if you're
Kenapa di
looking at
Mumbai,
the
anjing?
upwards trajectory, well, 4 defensive rounds is definitely more than 2.
Let's just run it back. Let's just go again. Not with the ultimate, but maybe if Jing finds it, it's 4 again at this A site. And there's going to be a big old duel from RRQ.
Oh boy. Salvos, and he just goes in for it as well, Jing. Support from the Haunt, and he's looking for
Budak
the
dia,
warning
budak dia.
shots. Monyetto looking for
Nice.
space, but silent.
Nice.
Will not be able to sound off. Something in
Budak.
with another angle being held as
Nice.
Just crazy
Gila.
guy left alone in the cold.
Oh.
He doesn't
Guys,
find
lolos,
any
lolos.
way.
RRQ itu nggak bisa main begitu guys. RRQ itu harus
Has to find
main
more.
culik-culik. Dia main begitu kalah mulu kan.
Oh, the trail just
Nah,
reveals
flawless.
everything, doesn't it? Petman
Nggak bisa guys, RRQ main gitu
will
guys.
pick up
Lo kalau
that
misalnya
tied score.
Trying the same thing
main
over and over
tabrak
again.
itu udah pasti PRX
expecting a
bahaya
different
banget. So
result.
dia punya utility.
Call that one
Udah siap banget buat
insanity.
nabrak tuh anjing.
Itu guys, zamannya W ya, Ja.
Mercy kalau mau nabrak itu.
Everybody
OG,
just
the
knows that
OG
they need to be
PRX,
now focused
man.
on those crosshairs again for PRX.
Dia nggak bisa nih, dia harus kayak lihat kalau di rush ya dia mundur harusnya. Di-tag.
So they will tie things up 6-6 at the half. A great collection of 4 rounds in a row.
Lebih dekat-dekat defender bang, cuy, tergantung engine-nya.
So I think Alex will be
Karena kayak gitu guys, bukan tergantung tag defense, kalau engine. Engine dua duelis.
to the
Biasanya sih tag
rage
sih.
moment we got earlier on.
I just want to clarify, right? Well, we do see him kind of go off in that
Hey,
coaching
ya
booth.
Allah.
I believe in
Kanan nggak sih?
the actual
Kanan, bro.
himself.
Jangan dong. Ah!
Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember how much all of these players and coaches and stuff sacrifice their time, their efforts. You know, Valorant is their life when they're here, right? It's always on their mind. They're trying to improve, they're trying to do their best, they're trying to showcase, you know, that they want to be the top team in the world, right? They want to get these overseas plays happening, they want to get to the Masters, get to the Champions, they want to win. And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team, your emotions just do get the better of you sometimes. Right?
That's what you precisely have to reel them in. It's down to these very crucial moments, pivotal moments.
Itu kenapa di belakang ada yang tidur?
We're talking about the game that you go out there and die for. Putting their lives on the line right now as we go into the second half onto Pearl, RRQ. Looking for a possible second map win because the upcoming ones, just never quite know what to expect. HyperX so far, though, with the momentum being found, 4 rounds in a row. Yet with the pushes out from A main.
Was missed around RRQ from the first one of this map. HyperX though, leading in Pacific with #1 pistol collections. Looking to remove a bit of this utility over to Art, but meanwhile, RRQ seeing that they've got A main control. Looking elsewhere around the map. Giving an idea to Jemkin that, well, you might need a reposition. And now Gate crashed out of there.
Aduh, tunggu orpe habis ya sih harusnya.
And rotations beginning to move across the board, but you do have some slight lurks all across, Forsaken possibly.
Monyet's going to be here quick though. Remember, on the neon.
Ini guys, inti dari semuanya Jemkin guys. Jemkin sama Kusi menang.
It's going to be HyperX with the double duelist, looking for some space into its halls, but it hasn't been found.
Red, bareng-bareng.
But the ghost shots
sempat dapat satu tuh dia loh. Nice. Sabar dulu, sabar. Chill. Oke, masih ada waktu. Cari info deh, info.
To know exactly where he is. Do they push up though? Surely not. You've got the turrets, you've got the placements.
Nah, kawan, dah.
Obstacles for Crazy Guy
Pelan.
until the spike goes down. Crazy Guy trying to find the right
Wait,
moment to isolate.
Swing bareng, awas.
Nice. Forsaken will be a little bit more precise.
Yeah. Doesn't matter that there's information for RRQ that they've got A main control. If no one of HyperX is there, well, they're going to have numbers when they look to break in towards the B side, isn't it?
Si Jing masih mau sempat-sempatnya nge-flash, guys. Udah, nge-swing aja udah.
Allows for the play in towards the halls where you think these trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage, but it's just HyperX again at the right position with the right numbers to get the trades.
Siaran tegang banget, tegang.
Fluid with over on Fracture.
Especially back hall, when you consider it's Jing with the flashes, he continuously sends them out, just keeps RRQ at bay. Off to the next round, then you've got decent buy-ups, 2 Bulldogs, Marshall, and with the long range that it provides, you're happy to go into B.
Yeah, you're just kind of not wanting to run into the stack, right? You're making sure that you're seeing that
if
no one's home from RRQ at this side, well, just play open and defend it. Eventually, RRQ are going to have to second guess themselves in their stack towards A and through caution to win, go for some damage, go up the spike, you know.
Berarti kalau Toronto, berarti nggak ada main trick dong Bang, Rio.
Jadi permainan orang beda-beda. PRX tuh emang utility speciality-nya ya ini guys. Tabrak-tabrak masuk.
If anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just go with the spike.
Probably. Well, we've seen the current teams do that, but this is SEA, Komodo. We expect...
The problem is, though, there's a very big difference when you've got Jing here.
Yeah, that's true.
On the Phoenix, you're so quick to get this ulti.
Oh, and look at something.
Wait, something? Gak usah.
It's SEA. We expect literature. We expect absolute cinema. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't see 5 kills.
Wait, come on. That's the first. Oh, Salvos. Number 2. No, 3! He's too low. Surely, well, it's a
He's dead to the spike.
Yeah.
You'd rather that than give them an ulti point, so...
I'm sad.
There we go. Everybody going down with the ship. Something. Farewell, Captain. 8-6. HyperX still continuing this lead, still continuing this accumulation of rounds in towards the bonus round of an RRQ. See if they're going to be able to get on the board. And how much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights that go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look. What can they be set up for on this Teho
Tiga
as well from Crazy
senjata nih
Guy.
bro. Kalau
Now,
menang sih GG sih.
coupled
Bonus
with a
dapat.
bunch of this Astra Star utility as well, they'll gather the
Bisa,
control of the
bro.
A main, but seeing
Mau kita
something
nggak
in
bisa,
return
bro.
from
Turn on
HyperX.
PRX bro.
You take a gander that you expect Jen.
Mati ke bawah
Russian
nih lo.
duelist picks it up.
And
Gitu
finally, there's a
loh.
bit of a difference, right?
Nyala,
It's something
bos.
actually winning the duel this
Sabar,
time.
sabar, something bareng-bareng anjing dia mau sendiri masuk
Possibly
nanti.
more
Ya, dia mau
space on
sendiri
the
nih,
side.
nah,
You do
lihat,
have
lihat.
Cushy who
Oh,
has been
pede
on a
banget,
hot streak
anjir.
on the
Wah,
other
gila,
end
gila.
though. Taken up by Link, but he gets blocked
Nice,
up by
kebakar
the
dikit tuh.
Yeah, that's gorgeous from Jing, isn't it? One away
Bakar,
from the
anjay.
runner
Salah
back at the
apa itu?
moment, and you're looking to potentially establish the plant with all of the numbers here for RRQ.
Yeah.
And you just expect the spike corner being planted. Monyet with a
Save aja,
great
save, nah.
spam.
Rating save aja.
However, PaperX able to refill space. Forsaken on the flank.
No doubt about the turret though.
Bisa di wall lah.
Does bring some
Nah, itu
attention
loh.
away. The rest of the team have begun to hold down the positions, but Monyet looking for some spacing
Itu
towards
atas,
back
apa?
falls. That fast lane just provides so much cover.
Oh, nice.
Jingo with the aim, and it's Cushy now with a double as
It's not
well.
planted for him. He can just hold it.
1-1.
Coba.
Forsaken, he has to
Coba.
run through, but he doesn't
Ya
have the time.
Allah.
Cushy's just sticking it all the way into the round being picked up.
Apalah
But
miskin,
in the
miskin,
end,
apalah miskin.
Loses his
Okay,
life
okay,
too,
okay.
so no one's
Bye, bye,
surviving
bye.
for RRQ, but they at least will
Perangnya terlalu
win
cepet,
the
Cok, mereka
rounds,
tuh.
get a little bit closer towards some of their ultis as well, but my oh my, the scrap battle, yeah, the economy gets a bit reset, doesn't it? That's the problem when you've got the quick rotation from all of the RRQ members, the fact that you're trying to plant a little bit more open, you get shut down as Patman. There's no time really for
Dapat
that
dua,
flank to
anjing,
come through
Kusi,
from
Cok,
Forsaken.
anjing,
He
begitu.
didn't win any battle in through the street. And not planted for him.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean, it comes down
Ah,
to
ini
attrition. How much do you have left in the
ini.
tank? And RRQ right now, they're beginning to run a little bit dry.
And in these sort of scenarios as well, it's how much can you just recognize you need to shrug it off and go again, right? Yeah, we should have won the round, we should have won it, but you didn't, so
Harusnya
keep going.
mantep
Have
sih
a
something.
level head,
Tetap.
recognize that, well, we did remove all the guns. It was the bonus round, so they don't have a lot of cash built up whatsoever. They're probably going to look to take a
ngapain
knee
ke A, Cok?
come this next round.
Meanwhile, PaperX possibly looking to go and extend
Oh,
this
nice
gap
pass.
from
Itu kalah,
2
gue
rounds
kira.
to maybe 3-round gap. They've got the guns, they've got the space right now, something up towards the pillar.
Yeah, just how patient is he going to be?
He's
Tinggi
expecting
banget
a
tuh boleh
jump.
lihat.
I mean, why wouldn't you at this
Kalau-
point in
kalau
time?
Jiggle,
It's
yeah,
very
kalau
common. Jemkin's now going to go to him, and he doesn't
Aduh,
know.
Jemkin
He
nya-
did not spot that. So
Tengok sih.
Jemkin has the info for RRQ right now that they've spotted something, but he's just the lone straggler at the moment. And
Ini nggak
Outlaw
kelihatan, Cok.
would be given over as PaperX still prioritizing this A site by the timing as well.
Kosongin
Something is
ini.
going to get out of a sticky
Nah, ulti,
situation.
Jing.
A runner back invested. It's okay. You'll scope out all of this site. You'll get free territory. Now you protect it.
That's the PaperX teamwork right there. That's the hive mind. He pulls off, something pulls off just as soon as the team gets the site.
Cok, Cok.
Oh, come on, surely not. They've done this so many times before, but they've also recovered from such mishaps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Stars up now, and
Udah,
yes,
udah, balik
Batman
aja
is
nanti
holding
mereka
off
nge-save
towards
juga
the
tuh.
back.
Tuh, nah.
RRQ are just giving them too much respect at the moment, though. They've invested
much?
some upgraded
Cut
pistols,
itu, cut.
and they're just not really pushing. They're looking for
Simpan
any
duit juga di mana,
economical damage, any flanks that potentially would come, and PaperX are at least not giving it to them. So another avenue where you're probably just going to lose your life to the explosion.
Tuh, ini.
And that affords for Petman to possibly greedily lap up
Ya
some
elah,
health
kan greedy
points.
kan.
That will be 2. Crazy
Senjata
guy
dong.
for the trade, and a rifle picked up for Monyet.
Driver satu, Cok,
that'll
lumayan,
help
Cok.
balance the numbers just a small bit for
Yeah, something
RRQ. You know,
like that.
one weapon that you can take
Padahal
away from
Batman
that.
ngincer kill dah, biar
Well, I
bisa
mean,
ulti
You
kayaknya.
know, an upgrade of shield coming in towards the next
Iya,
round.
tuh lagi kan. Stabil
Not
up
too
ulti dia.
But importantly, PaperX, right? They lose the previous on the bonus, which generally is going to be the result anyway coming into a bonus round. But they do pick up the next one, so you would assume that they're still going to be okay with
Yes,
it.
they are
Now
right
is
on
the
track.
rounds to best, though, right? You've got a full gun round here. And my real question for RRQ is, what do you have on the defenses? Because on this map, you've not looked the greatest.
Yeah, they've been playing with their cards close to their chest, but right now, once again, some slight A-main control.
Anjing!
Jemkin with the goods.
Gila
Yeah, that's
Jemkin
great.
kok.
That's a sharp shot to get a leg up in this round. Force PaperX to
Flashnya nggak kena ya,
have a different
flashnya ya?
approach.
Different approach it will
Padahal tuh
be
flashnya di
with
pojok dah.
Forsaken trying to create some pressure around the back of B-Link.
Ah,
I
ini
don't
pakai
mind this actually
beginian.
from RRQ.
Dia nggak ada yang
Switching
half
into a retake
armor,
over
Cok.
at the B
Maksudnya.
site where you've got a trap in the halls from your Killjoy utility. You can buy time with a
Susah
nice
sih.
popped Nebula as well. You start to figure out the information around the A main side of things. Nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back, or you're pivoting Crazy Guy for
Saya
the
dapet sih ini
salvos.
B-nya.
You anticipate the
Gratis.
nightfall as well, so completely evading
Nah
that
tuh
in
info tuh,
full.
nggak ada orang.
Cushy not even getting marked by it. now there's a very slight window of opportunity to sneak up as soon as that smoke dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? RRQ building up with all of this utility for a huge retake.
Yeah, it comes down to the fights. PRX, every single one holding up by Pillar. Save for something who's up around B-Link, maybe able to do something with the Outlaw. I don't know about that range, though. Everything's smoked off right now, and it's the salvos that forces PRX out of position. Around the outskirts of this smoke, though, and it's Forsaken, evening up the score! Nice. He finds a couple more flicks, and Device on top as well. Cushy finding the trades, but he's down to 30 HP. It's just something. And he's trying to play for time. Of course, it's a shorty as well. Look at the beat!
Nice!
Down to Cushy's down!
He recognizes that he has time on his side. Mollies to come out from Forsaken. Great gravity well as well to remove Crazy Guy off a potential defuse. And then you've got the right weapon at the right time. But you're just trying to make sure that he's not trying to sweep the rug out from under you. That was a could have been a problematic one for PRX, given the fact that they did lose it earlier on, right? They lost the first jewels. They bring a little bit of stability to them.
Dia dari tadi awal dia yang top frag soalnya tengok aja anjir. Dia berapa kill tuh?
Kusi kan sempat turun kan 2 map tadi. Biasa aja kan?
Because that's another defensive round that they're able to find, which means investments going forward. For right now,
I'd like to take a poke and, you know, kind of wonder about some of the plays and the compositions as well, because now you're seeing PRX repeatedly play around the smokes. In that little retake, it was just Forsaken around it. And without the information, without the drones or the haunts, there's a slight difference. And PRX have been exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath RSQ's nose.
It's something that I highlighted a little bit earlier as well, right? Where a map like Pearl currently with this new RRQ roster is not their favored map, right? It's not a map that they've, you know, been locking in the same agents, opting to pick, opting to see picked against them in common occurrence, right? We're switching control. We're switching a couple of agents in there, right? Between the Neon or between the KO, and changing who's playing what role.
Bro, jangan trolling bro ya, bro.
It's still not looking the greatest.
Niko lagi nih, 11 harusnya.
You know, are you gonna have to look to just be perma-banning it come best of 3 territory?
Meanwhile, the step just gets wider and wider in towards A main control now.
I like the initiative at least from the duelists over towards B main. You'll pick up an ulti orb there for Jemkin.
Lo dapat satu gak sih, Pai?
You're both one away now from the ults. You'll pick that up.
Nice. Agak nge-whiff tapi agak nge-whiff dikit ya. Maaf ya.
Pistols again.
Senjatanya masih bulldog loh dia. Kalau misalnya senjatanya pandal mungkin kalah itu dah, Pai.
Oh, if Monyet finds a kill, it could be overdrive.
Yeah.
Taking a page out of PRX, inside the smoke. PRX, though, doing their due diligence. They check it. It's a second kill, though. And look at that. Relay bolt into the field. Up for a triple. Maybe the quad prevents that from happening.
But he's done his damage, hasn't he? The fact that he gets away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what PRX had for this round.
Forsaken has been noted as well. So even though you have the site somewhat smoked up, is it safe enough to truly get the spike planted? The Cosmic Divide invested because of it. Forsaken continuing to try to hold further space.
Force them into a little bit of an open scenario.
Well, that would be somewhat similar to the one before, and look at this, juggling the guns to get them away out of RQ's reach.
He can go for a full spray if Xfero gets a smoke down on the spike, and then get the other gun to continue the spray.
And that's what it comes down to. RRQ, even if they try to go in for the body blocks, I don't know how successful it's going to be, but peeking through the sprays, Cushy finds the sticking it all the way through. The round comes up all of a sudden.
What is it with RRQ and capturing trophies in this series so far? It's always the case that the round they need the most is of a thrifty variety. And this is a scenario as well where the first kill goes the way of PRX. They don't sniff out what's happening in the smoke though. And it absolutely gets the better of them, doesn't it?
They were checking it, but of course Monyet. It's Monyet. It has to be Monyet. What a round.
The fact that you guys win it, yeah, let's go.
Let's see if they can tie it up. 2 more. PRX though, they will not be slowing down.
Yeah, in fact,
kasih duit, coba tahu udah mau miskin loh itu cowok. Udah gitu-gitu doang, ini enak.
Towards the A side with a bit of a split. The flames though, something. He's missed them all.
Well, he's getting the space for the team nonetheless.
Nice.
Looking for possible right clicks with the Nebula propped up against Crazy Guy right now. And his further space as well. Flower being blocked off again. And continuing to push
Aturan kalau
up
menang
through
tadi dia 12 ini.
completely
Iya anjing 12 ini, Cok.
Buang-buang round banget, guys.
Thing as Jemkin right now. Talk about a change of pace from PRX. Very slow and steady these last couple ones. Turn it up to 11. Oh, right in your face. A little bit overzealous. Don't get me wrong. Pushing in towards Flowers, but Patman winning his jewels as well through Secret.
It's just ridiculous how quick PRX can truly accelerate. Yeah. I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from multiple teams that it's a PRX thing.
Yeah, for
Iya,
sure.
guys.
And I mean, they had
Mereka pegang senjata
a
menang.
time where they were looking
Kalah. Aneh kan,
out
Jo?
of Pacific, right?
Ngapain buang-buang
But
duit?
they're starting to really find their rhythm.
Udah miskin anjing.
Couple of consolation
Cuma
frags at the end
400,
there for
300
Jemkin.
tuh.
Just going to remove the guns from PRX
Bisa dibeliin sih
for
untungnya.
all intents and purposes.
Needed
Play with their economy just a little
Usi
bit.
23 kali
That thrifty round, they're not able to double down with another on the back of it. I mean,
Yeah,
bad
masih
shape
bisa comeback,
from
yes.
Patman, by the way, into
Wih,
his
dapat
teammate's
dua.
Molly, catching him off guard. Yeah,
That was a true and blue W gaming round come up.
from the new guy too, Patman. He's adopted quite nicely.
Fits in like a glove, and there we have it. A time.
Aduh, ini buffering terus guys, anjing.
Sorely need. If this doesn't happen, we actually might see a possible 3-1, much like how everyone has predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet, but I think my worries are being seen for RRQ in this scenario. Right, the defensive side on this map. The
Siapa yang senam jantung dan ingin keluar, guys?
Any
Otak
team is seeing, well,
gini,
they're
guys.
putting 3 numbers there. Let's just move it over towards a lane towards B, either through a B link split or all through main. Because they do hang around a little bit too late. When you consider that Jemkin on this Yoru is also baited generally to rotate a little bit early, or he's playing them more retake towards the B side. It just plays in towards PRX's hands more often than not in this sort of environment right now.
Ngeselin, Cok. Harusnya ada round-round di mana mereka menang gampang, Cok. Tapi jadi kalah, anjing.
Di split tadi guys, kalau mereka nggak kalah 2 kali menang split, sumpah.
Iya, itu harusnya menang 3-0, bro. Gara-gara thrifty doang 3 round thrifty, anjing.
Single mistake, and that could be the map.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
See what the beginning installments look like in this one at the moment towards the B site, where I say, right, RRQ gathering the A main control at the moment. You're either seeing PRX there and leaving, knowing the numbers, or they're not there at the very beginning, they're over at B, and you have to see that cheated rotation from Jemkin come out nice and early.
Itulah, nice, mati abang-abangannya Kusi 23 kill ya.
Alarm bot has generally been
Bisa ulti
just
nih,
slip
ulti
into
gak
there.
sih? Usir
Unexpected.
dulu tuh yang di
He's
dalam
been
side.
doing this all half. PRX
Biar
has
maju
been
ke
doing
link.
this. And it's unfortunate because you're just unable to read it. The
Awas,
lockdown
wait.
now forces Jemkin's hand. He's looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is
Wait.
another
No,
Yoru
di push
player.
kiri kanan,
But he gets
Cok.
spotted out
Gitu,
because there is a flurry of utility out from
Aduh,
the back
nggak
as
kepelan
well.
lagi anjing.
Some slight spacing
Santai
now
mati
for
sini.
RRQ.
Kalau dia nggak turun.
Something though, if he sticks here, they're aware of this fact.
In with the nightfall as well as the dimensional drift. So you do mark Jemkin somewhat. But you mainly need to watch out for Halls as well as Spawn. In for it though. Something's traded positions with the team.
Udah posisi
RRQ
bagus
might
nih.
not be
Satu,
aware.
something.
They are thinking to check
Nice, something.
the barrel.
Nice,
It just
nice, nice.
reveals all.
Menang nih, menang.
Couple more kills and in towards Jemkin alongside Xpharaoh.
Gravity well, already used.
Oh,
That
something.
just thins down the whole
Ooh.
Jemkin though, another frag. He's marking down Pillar to the best of his ability, sticking down the spike to halfway now.
Nice,
The
nice.
Nurse
Dah
is
main
on
waktu.
something,
Setengah ya.
looking for the kills. The time continues to beep, and
Nice.
that's when the shorty gets
Nice.
pulled out, but the shots, they've whiffed, and it's Xpharaoh's.
Ya Allah, kok dikejar sih? Nggak jelas banget, Cok.
0.3 second, RRQ finds a lifeline.
Bodoh kali,
Literally
anjing,
the
bodoh liat,
difference
guys.
for something there with the
Apalah
shorty
maksud
missing
dia
those
ngedes-ngedes
shots,
gitu,
getting
guys.
immediately on towards the defuse. You've got to feel heartbreak for a situation that you thought RRQ are not going to win. They lose
Padahal
the
bisa
first
nggak-
duel.
padahal
But
dia
a
bisa
great heads-up
nge-spray
change
loh.
of pace from
Padahal bisa
Forsaken.
nge-spray loh.
Lu udah
Jemkin
habis
doing what he
anjir.
can with the 4K. He's needed to deliver nearly everything. But Xpharaoh gets the last
Mukanya
one.
Speron,
And
lucu banget
they
lagi.
know it's not over yet. They know that they have to switch their focus to the next round because they need more in consecutive affair.
Job's not done. They're pushing up A main. Petman's contending for that spot on the other side of the smoke. Couple of sprays through, and RRQ just trying to regain control. PRX, they might have gone for the quick W gaming down Art, but is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall, got the sight, might be able to stick the sight.
Yeah, but how do you defend it at the moment? Sting is close, okay.
Oh, it's not going to quite work out the way that they wanted it to. Jemkin with the spams, you got the Suns out the back as well. Cushy, another kill. Jing though, trying to hold down to the
Nah, menangin lah Thrifty. Gak bisa menang Thrifty kayak mereka itu loh.
The only one left now, so it's just full on spams.
Kekejar
How
anjing,
do you
goblok
like
banget,
them
cowok.
apples?
Oh. Good round from RRQ needed here. A lighter investment from PRX. Double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough, though, to give them an idea on what they need to be doing in the early stages? Because here, right, it's a quick one up from PRX. It's recognizing that they've got control of main. They've got control towards their spawn. They can have a multi-pronged retake coming in towards that one.
And that's why main control is beginning to be a bit of a pesky issue.
Thing is, though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got. Back. 4 retake defuses, right? Challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different look, no A main control, but a similar look towards the actual smokes utilized. Now an entrapment towards B. Great opening engagements. Jemkin, Monyet, their job is done. They can fall back.
That's all they needed. What a call by Crazy Guy, or just the entire team as a whole. Just as soon as the round rips off. A clone towards the back as well, and PRX won't deal with it.
Could you imagine if that clone was real?
Oh
gets pinged.
Harus culik-culik sih, kalau nggak culik-culik, nggak dapat 2 aja, susah nih.
Well, not the case.
Mana kalau gini
Gonna
nih
have to
ya.
see what Forsaken can potentially do here.
Kalah-
What gap can he
kalah
find?
otomatis ini
You've
mereka
already
ikut,
seen a
anjir.
change up of Cushy's
Gitu
utility as well.
orang
Right?
menangin
Being
Niko tuh,
protected.
12.
But it's just singular movement, singular audible cues, which means RRQ are fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3.
Tahu gua nih,
PRX
bentar lagi
continue to this
nih.
B site. Well, we've got
Forsaken
numbers.
bisa nggak ya dapat
Straight
killnya si Kusi ya?
So
Si
just
Crazy
holding
Guy lah,
the
terus mati
angles
tuh
now.
Crazy Guy. Sabar
Forsaken
dulu lah,
though,
sabar dulu.
snuck all the way through the back. If the
Aduh,
timing
ngapain
is
coba
right, he
fight,
might
Cok.
be able to find a bit more. Down for the flicks, he gets the first, but fully blinded now. Able to dodge the flash, but not able to re-peek. Expero
Pada masuk duluan ya,
just
sabar
puts up
dulu,
a
sabar
huge wall.
anjir.
It's Petman running
Geser
for
sebelum
his
sampai
life.
anjir.
He couldn't get in towards the site to help him there, unfortunately, and catch him when their
Udah lari
heads
ke
are
atas,
on their
cepat.
shoulders, swiveling
Oh,
all
bisa lah,
around.
bisa, nge-save.
Now you got to
Keburu
put a
detik ya.
priority
Oh,
on saving this Vandal to the next round. Tied scoreline 11-11 at the end.
Balikin gara-gara masalah itu doang anjing, gara-gara selisih sama ini anjing, blok lah.
Si monyet.
Map anjing begitu
for
mulu.
this defensive side in a book hidden deep in that shelf.
RRQ watching this entire map with intent, putting up a strong stand.
Padahal orang udah nge-polling
Map 3
perek
might give them that
semua
confidence
guys.
that they're looking for into map 4.
Ini anjing.
PRX certainly feeling the pressure once again now that the lead has been lost. I mean,
I just highlight, I love the play that they come up with for B long as well, right? Just
expecting PRX to go in for B.
And if they're not there, you've just got the full space and you know it's A. You've got your mollies still set up towards the site. You might even play retake. You've been pretty successful in doing that so far, right?
And that's why I love this scene as well. You got both coaches in the booths,
Sudah
and it
bentang,
looks like
anjir,
a
map ini,
true
Cok. Aneh
chess
banget,
match
Cok.
between
Sumpah,
both
sumpah.
masterminds. Alex, though, trying his darndest to possibly steer the ship in the right direction, because the boys haven't yet been able to crack the code around A main.
Yeah, for a little bit now. RRQ, more importantly, I think, have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ not have ideas on this defensive side, and PRX have kind of exploited that time and time again. You know, just commanding that A main control. PRX were real happy enough to give it to them and put more focus in towards the B side of the map now. Well, you're not even seeing RRQ really contend with A main control anymore. They're just doing the smoke only. They're not putting the salvos behind it, right? And they're still coming up with the same look, missing one piece of utility.
It's down to all these tiny little details and margins. Are PRX able to get a good idea?
Yeah, and I mean, this sort of scenario as well, right? As PRX, well, are you playing towards more of a default or not?
Oh, beli
You're
lagi,
a little
Cok.
bit lesser
Habis
equipped.
ini udah kalah,
You
udah
don't have to
selesai sih.
Blade Storm, for example, for something. You do have Jing one away from the run it back yet again. I'm seeing, you know, Jemkin with the dimensional drift. Judge in mid doors.
Oh, and it just does its thing. The Prowler was there for check as well, but not yet. A trigger quicker, and it's going to be PRX reeling from the loss of that one.
And again, just the same utility over at
Ya,
main.
sana masih
All the
juga
salvos,
tenang
right,
anjing,
as we
M-nya
can
beneran
able
getar
to force
terus,
your
anjir.
opponents to respect that
Tenang
one.
gitu loh,
Now you
kayak
get
si
the
Jason gitu
information
loh, walaupun high sense
by
juga
the
kan tenang
alarm
Jason
bomb
tuh.
that, well, we need to adjust a little bit. Play retake again if we need. We've got a dimensional drift to scope that one out.
The one slight light at the end of the tunnel that I can see for PRX is if Jing finds a run it back into further space being taken up for the team. They're going to opt for the Cosmic Divide to block off back sight.
Good timing.
Nano Swarms.
Yeah, good timing. It'll just waste the time on this
secretnya
Cosmic
dapet,
Divide. Start to go for the plan. Got him.
Ah elah.
And that's done. A perfect skull
Nah, mereka
executed
kenapa
wall
maksa
kill.
ngeplan sana? Nah, situ aja nggak pada tadi.
Attempt, and something sticks it. Will it be
Malawan
enough though?
tiga gimana
PRX
nih?
has yet to hold a post plant. Something then opting to go around stairs. He does have support from Patman in this area. A
Waduh,
C's
dapat
would be
info
great
dong.
as well, but it's the Guardian. I don't know how it's going to be. Divide with
Ya
possible spam
Allah.
out from, well, a
Masih
main,
di-spray
but
ya?
still,
Ya,
the
di-spray.
shots, the dimensional drift, it
Oh,
susses
ente.
out all.
Wave
Intelligence has
semua
been
nembaknya dah.
found, and RRQ will take another round.
More importantly, they're going to take map point here. That means that they
Cuman
on this
perkara
map for
thrifty,
pretty much the
anjir,
first time
masuk ke
since
Bali.
the very beginning stages of the first half will reclaim the
Match
lead.
pointnya tadi itu sayang banget anjir.
Match point, PRX falling a little bit flat now.
Something perlu ditanyakan
Getting
sih.
taken out by the judge,
Kenapa dia
getting
ngedes kayak gitu ya?
taken by the spams,
Oh ya
not
kali
able to
comeback udah
off
sulit dalam
Pushy's
ini anjir.
position.
Ternyata
Makes it
habis
really awkward in the 5 versus 3 when you just try to get a plan and all the information from that dimensional drift as well, working a treat.
And it's just brilliant calls from RQ.
Mereka tuh nggak cocok main
Recognizing the job's
duelis
not done.
emang.
I have to lock
Nah,
in. You bring out the
biasanya
judge all of a
duelis
sudden. PRX has no idea.
And it gets scary now as
8
well,
cowok,
right? When you
11
consider the
cowok,
Armageddon
anjing.
is in play for
Patron
Crazy
dibuang-buang.
Guy. If that's put at the right spot, that could be massive. Back towards normalcy for RRQ, pushing forward to get Monyet on the overdrive. Meanwhile, Jing up with the runner back. The team is within 2 and they're stuck in the Armageddon.
In for the relay bolt as well.
Ngapain,
And it's
anjing?
RRQ finding advantage. Divide though trades it right back up, but there's a lockdown at his feet. He needs to push up. He needs to go in for it. Jing finds that. Some assistance being afforded now as Spike somewhat gets retrieved. Patman
Ayo lawan terah 3 lawan 3.
3 versus 3.
Pat.
Divide alive, so smokes for PRX, timing for Patman. This could be everything but Crazy Guy on the drone. He was contemplating
Nice.
it right
Nice.
now. That's a massive jewel for Patman
Lagi.
to win.
Bunuh,
Overlooks for the
Low,
flick,
nice
but it's Jimkin that comes up with it instead.
Udah frame ke OP
4
lagi.
HP though.
Itu low ya.
HyperX
Jimkin udah low
might
ya.
be able to push us into overtime.
OP-nya
Jing
mana?
now
Davai, pick itu
with the
jauh low range.
space.
Low range.
You've got an op being played by Davai as well. It's a position that surely RRQ doesn't expect, so they will continue to march forward. Offside, past Flowers. Jing marks the angle, has a flash, has a molly as well. How on earth can Cushy possibly play this? He goes into check, almost losing
Dan,
his
ya
life.
Allah.
Swinging off of contact to push us
Tunggu
into
aja, Cok. Kok
overtime
bisa
again.
dapet mati
Could
duluan
have been
di belakang?
extremely awkward if
hotel
Jing
lagi
wasn't
dua
able to
game,
find that
buset.
trade at the end there on the 2 versus 2 because, I mean, he dispatched of Jemkin, who was really low. A brilliant Armageddon early on as well. I gotta give props towards Crazy Guy for that
Untung
location.
ultinya Kusi
Really trying to
buru-buru.
assist the team
Kalau
from
ultinya
afar.
pinteran
But in
dia.
the middle
Ini
of
kan,
it,
habis
all
bunuh
those
satu dia
three
langsung
just
nge-flash,
trades
guys.
on trades, the
Ke
hot
belakang
hands try
dia.
and force
Kalau
it to
ultinya
move
tadi
push.
Kusi ke belakang,
And you do
wah,
get
gila
the
sih.
eventual trade there as Jing.
Ultinya Kusi di sini, guys.
Patman seizing the
Udah tuh
initiative
pusing
to
tuh si,
sneak up through
PRX
Flower as
tuh.
well,
Yeah.
just to surprise Crazy Guy. Who,
I mean, if that duel goes the other way, that's probably the map.
exactly. I mean, if you're
Main
playing by
sabar
the
udah
book,
menang dari
but
tadi bang. Iya harusnya udah menang 2 map lagi 3-0 guys.
Another overtime.
OT1, here we go again. Pressure mounting. I hear the kettle whistling. And both teams, both sides are feeling this. We kick things off with RRQ, slow march up B.
Well, you say slow, but they're pretty fast in towards this one, aren't they?
Ale,
4
gabrak
members
meja
again
kan,
from PRX.
Udah marah
Going
tadi
back
guys
to
sama something.
tried and tested, gather the orb, gather the A main
Biasa
control,
di AWL
play
nggak
on the
sini?
stalling utility that Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge, expecting a bit of a play, but it's the similar utility, salvos, Nova Pulse,
Aduh, kena lagi.
you here.
He's just played DDR, he's dodged everything. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from PRX slowly coming up front from mid.
Aduh, nggak
mati.
Yet will be able to slay
Wah.
all the time.
Ya
Pushy
Allah,
with
apa
the flank now
sih?
comes through. And it's just Patman able to find one trade. Cushy might have been
Bahkan
dealt with,
nggak ada
but
yang
how
ngelow,
do you
Gak ada yang ngelow
lead?
anjing itu.
Spearhead a 2v4. The first thing you got to deal with would be Halls, but that's Monyet with a judge. He fires off a warning shot. Petman tries to go out from the back. Attention has been bought. But then the spams out from Pillar. You've got Jemkin all the
Yeah,
way towards the
ngapain?
back as well. And he uses that elevation to bring this to a 3v1 divide, not able to find the burst necessary. RRQ will once again take up the first OT round.
They've really afforded themselves some recovery on this map, haven't they? Since the 4 rounds that they got in a row. Before that, they looked a little bit down. Ideas, losing the last, but back towards the OT, quick towards the B site, establishing a plant with sheer numbers. Cushy delivering the goods as well. Making sure that the numbers were found. He's on 30 kills now. He's absolutely stepped up in this map.
Yeah, I mean, since when have you expected Cushy to go in for that lurk? All of a sudden, he brings it out. This time, RQ on the defense. They've done this good so far. Can they complete the run? HyperX. Patience all of a sudden.
How long do you leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the Nebula over at A main before going together as a team.
Might not expect the glass cannon op either.
Did the drone spot It's keeping a heavy investment of numbers for RRQ towards the A site.
Cutting through.
And an operator, remember here for Jemkin too. Something to note of the glass cannon variety. If something walks into the crosshairs.
Timing the
pathing.
He's actually, yes, the pathing precisely.
But it might work problematic for the team.
Yeah.
He's just gonna dry walk into it.
Gotta be aware, but no. The dry walk. And the damage is felt. Something tries to re-peek into it.
As Devi, and you're double dry walking into an operator line at the B site.
Oh, not like this.
5 versus 3. RRQ setting themselves up for the map
30 seconds.
in another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there, but when it was
Push terus
to the 30 bomb, and this could be the end of Pearl. HyperX desperately trying to hold on, Forsaken needing a huge multi-kill, but it's nowhere to be found. RRQ will find the eliminations necessary to propel themselves forward. Another OT, and they show that they have the true resistance, the true endurance to go the distance.
They don't do it cleanly, do they? But they will not go down without a fight. Another overtime victory to claim their first win on this map of Pearl as well. Last time, both 13 to 10s, changing up the agents. Another new look to what they deploy in this time, in this installment of the map. And now that's 3 done for the series. It's 2-1 in favor of RRQ, setting themselves up for one more map to then have a rematch against Gen G for the Pacific Trophy.
And what a rivalry that is. The map from yesterday wasn't too much to write off of, but this one today, just going the distance, finding the adaptations mid-game, mid-round. They forced PRX to scratch their heads and think both times in the past 2 maps.
Literally after round number 19 into round number 20, where they get then the 4 rounds in a row. That's the turning point of the map. That's the time where the defenses actually exist.
Truly, RRQ. And what a performance it has been for the entire team. I mean, crazy guy with calls when they suddenly be Cushy with the insane performance as well all of a sudden. The player from Indonesia just picked up this year. It certainly has been a wonderful performance, and we are so hungry for more. Let's toss it back over to our desk.
I echo that statement. We are definitely hungry for more, especially with all of the performances that we've been seeing so far. Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have had not exactly the greatest histories in Pearl, and it looks as though RRQ are tending to right that.
Yeah, what a game from RRQ, really bringing it back. I mean, one thing I really have to highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we spoke about this now they've come out and closed 2 overtime games, and if I'm PRX, I'm kicking myself. If I'm just a little bit cleaner in those drifties, he just won 3-0. But they haven't. Stealing rounds, away from PRX and putting themselves 1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of a PRX across a large sample size across the best of 5. They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full momentum, they're impossible to stop. All of the decisions that are made so quick, and they're always the correct ones. But when you drag things out a little bit more, when a couple of rounds go astray, a few mistakes start to happen, that's where you get some of these rounds where you really scratch your head for PRX. The round against Monyet on D-Long, dry walking into the op, and just not checking an extra couple of corners. So PRX, this is why they're such an entertaining team, because they can show you perfect Valorant the way that it was intended to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same time.
It's why this train is so exciting, right? And of course, you mentioned the composure. Absolutely right. There were so many rounds that came so close. Like that one round with that defuse, .03. And you saw Xpero actually just accept whatever was going to happen. And
lost.
Yeah, he was closing his eyes. He was just like, just please, whatever happens, right? It's that factor of RRQ that make them so special, and that has also contributed to them making it this far.
Yeah, I mean, it's so
Malah
good to see from RRQ the switch up from map 1, right? It looks like a different team, and I mean, I have to say, very, very impressed. We roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see this is, so they've just won the pistol. He's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills, so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do. And then, of course, the bonus round, we can see them send it in.
Kena remontada bang, iya guys, kena remontada. Kita tadi 0,03 sama 350 udah.
You get all of this connector information for free. They spot out something. Salvos immediately flush him out. Crazy guy 1-digs him, able to get into the backside of halls and see absolutely everything. The site's nice and clear, and RRQ are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side if it takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Cushy was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cushy was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the Killjoy, I was so impressed by his timing, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very, very well. Mechanically, he was just so insane.
He has great first-ball accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Soba. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into RRQ and was playing a lot of Soba in kickoff. But I think, actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Cushy, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor, the way he was just walking up Art and just taking duels while the rest of the team was struggling to get anything going on the other side of the map. He was the one who was really the hero for RRQ in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds just pivot around Cushy, right? Especially since, like, as you
belum
mentioned,
kelar kocak orang masih ada ini lagi orang
the
BO5.
round belongs to RRQ. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX, though, again, this was a very, very close map. And there were some rounds also that were very, very good, well played by PRX.
They just said that. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have this comp where you could just fight with everything. You can throw everything at the other team, and if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, they 4 people in a main because they're looking to control it, and of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this util, looking so good when they're able to execute this. It's a gamble, it's a risk, but PRX love doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they either get an orb and a lot of map control that the other team has to answer, or they're able to find a nice timing where they have everyone fighting. They either leave something on that info line on B long with the off, or they set up the KJ there, maybe have a knockdown, you can play a 3-1 retake from there. But MVP goes to Cushy. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be rookie of the
Kecuali
year.
Jemkin
He started
Kusinya
to slow
menyala
down a
kayak
little
gini
bit
guys,
more in
nyala banget
stage
ya.
1, but this was the last person that I
Tapi yang lain harus nyala
expected
juga sih masalahnya.
to step up this hard for RRQ and in an important series.
PRX juga gak yakin bisa menang, tapi kalau dia nyala 5-5-nya lebih terus mainnya absurd, karena bisa menang aja, cok. Mainnya suka aneh, cok.
Lebih blunder sih Bang Rio itu, tadi PRX banyak blunder.
Ya blunder doang makanya.
Kayak
banyak round-round penting yang mereka blunder. some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Patman on the other side, who is also that rookie. And I mean, I feel like Kushi is really stepping up in the way he's able to play. And you know,
RRQ lagi up and down lah. Kadang bagus, kadang jelek, kadang bagus, kadang jelek. Kalau PRX nggak jelas aja, pokoknya juga bisa bagus banget. Kadang nggak jelas kayak gini hari ini.
There's so much validation for all those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage in our lower finals.
Bisa bagus, bagus banget.
Highest pressure matches that we have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? RRQ seem to be very, very confident in their map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, RRQ, of course, losing there. So both these teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good, you know? I think they looked a lot better on this map than RRQ did. We do see that difference in comp.
PRX tuh ibarat kata kalau misalnya di game itu roulette, guys. Bisa dapat damage 200%, kalau nggak damage 50%.
Much more natural fitting to their style. Where we're seeing that double initiator,
roulette ya, cowok. Kadang mainnya burik tuh kan. Tapi kalau misalnya lagi bagus 200%, wah gila tajem banget, cowok. Kalau RRQ ya udah dia mengontrol gameplay bagus aja udah.
Gemapel PRX dong. It did look pretty good for them yesterday. RRQ have been early adopters of both Icebox and Ascent coming back into the map pool, so I know that they put in the reps. They were very much forecasting that these maps would be very important for Stage 1, so I think they're going to be relatively comfortable to take Icebox as the 4th map here. At the same time, though, their game against Gen G might have been a little bit of a knock to the confidence, so I could really see both Icebox and Ascent going either way. I think the last 3 maps of this best of 5, Pearl, Icebox,
sih gue udah gak yakin ya.
you can kind of toss a coin, really, because you don't have a lot of data that points to the fact that either one of these teams is going to be very confident winner of either of them, and that's why you're seeing such tight games.
Yeah, and I also think it's, of course, it's these 2 teams, right? They are so comeback heavy, both sides, right? It can be so fun, especially when you have all of these rounds that where it gets like, you know, 2v5, hey, the other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5, the other team still might win. Yeah. They're just that kind of team. They're just those types of players to be able to pull things like that off. Before we go into a quick break, I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments. And we have one here from @Ploydere, who I believe we met over in Masters Bangkok in Thailand. If you guys watch the stream, by the way, and you hear somebody shout the loudest for T1, she is heard on the stream. That is her.
Yeah, I mean, T1 obviously winners of Masters Bangkok, but over here in Korea, an absolute staple. Unfortunately, didn't have the result that they would have wanted, but there's still plenty of great teams to cheer for here.
Gotta be great watching that live, though.
Yang penting terakhir doang sih, terakhir sama nembak sih penting.
All of the fans, absolutely. They love watching these teams live, as we are seeing right now here. Lots of love for both PRX and RRQ, which will continue right after this quick break when we head into Icebox. So don't go anywhere. This series wraps up right after this quick break.
Makan dulu, pasti mereka makan dulu, guys.
Iya, pasti ya makan dulu.
Kan mereka berapa? 3 map. Kayak saya biasa aja cuma 5 menit, mungkin jadi 10 menitan gitu buat makan.
Baru Pop Mie Snack, lebih enak, porsinya pas, ada topping sosisnya sob.
Iklan dulu. 5 menit. Saatnya kita nonton TikTok.
Guys. Ya guys.
Nah, hari ini seru bang, bosan dari minggu kemarin banget temu. Iya juga sih. Tapi serunya gue agak kecewa aja tetap. Serunya banyak blunder anjing. Kalau serunya sama-sama kuat kan seru ya. Jarang soalnya match sama-sama kuat gitu guys. Bati-batingan serangan gitu jarang. Gila MPL bro. RRQ main juga di MPL coy. RRQ epos coy anjing pantesan bro. Bang Keju nih.
Dia cepat animasinya
300
dan
skill, bro.
lihat di area belakang udah
Itu loh,
diambil
yang
sama
satunya
di sana.
lagi, bukan
Dengan
yang
ada
beruang.
sunset dan bahkan
Tuh,
ada middle kill juga.
Guys.
Ini senjata apa, bro? Sakit banget tuh, yang lainnya apaan, Cok? Jing.
Reju duduk sana nih. Reju pakai baju PRX sih, PRX kasih dia.
Kopi Liong. Ini tahu ada kopi Pontianak enak tau guys.
Ini kapal api giveaway, sumpah real ya.
Apa anjing? Good day 4 sendok gula sih bukan ngopi.
Pilotnya cepet banget, Cok.
PSU di double dan
Watch Kate.
PSU ini lucu banget ya, cute gitu ya.
Jing.
2 minutes of silence would be.
Gelapnya dia ini guys.
Codes teman cuman biasa aja.
R. I might bite my wife.
QCQ, QCQ ya?
Wait,
Title-nya anjing.
this is actually copyrighted music. Shalalalalala, shalalalala, shalalalalala.
Satu menit. Ayo coba lihat, kita lihat guys, apakah ada event. Anjay. Dia tuh pendukung besar HyperX ya guys. Kita 28.000 di sekarang, Bro. Tarik udah nggak live ya, Tarik udah jarang banget, Pak.
Welcome back to the VCT Pacific Stage 1 lower final, where the score is now 2-1 in favor of RRQ. We are now headed into our fourth map of the day, Icebox. Potentially, this could be our final one.
RRQ opting to start on the attacking side. They will be running with the same comp. I love the KO Teo combo, and Jet for Jemkin. Monyet's going to have to switch gears though here. He's on the Viper where he's been playing a lot of these duelists the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's a lot more passive, a very, very different role over on the side of PRX. Exactly as aggressive as we would expect. They are sticking with that Omen, which, as I said before, is essentially another duelist on this map. It's another tool to keep getting aggressive. I like this comp for PRX. It worked out very well for them against DRX. So they're going to continue to build on that momentum and start the run back.
Oh, yes. Start the run back. Is that going to be it for PRX? Is this going to be our final match? Big questions as we head into Icebox with RRQ versus PRX. We'll toss it on over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Straight into the cold depths of Icebox, and yes, we do have rather similar compositions from yesterday. However, like the desk mentioned just before the break, we do have possibly confidence taken up against RRQ, given the loss against Gen G. But that said, you also have the Something versus Jemkin saga continuing.
Yeah, coming in towards this one as well, right? RRQ are 2-1 ahead in those OTs, but Jemkin is the only one currently going positive on RRQ's side, and insurmountably so. 70 kills already across these 3 maps. He's the only one positive for the team. So we'll continue to see if that is going to work a treat for RRQ, or if PRX is going to be able to change things up. I like the aggression through B main at the moment with the 4-1 strategy likewise of the last map. And Monyet is going to be the first casualty.
Not able to recenter his aim. The turret, though, does inform to a little bit more, and Sparrow looking for the swing, looking for the picks with the Sheriff. He does get a good chunk of damage, but the spike should still be getting downed pretty soon. Divine with the turret up, checks towards the back.
Good info.
He hears some footsteps. Needs to swing back in and find some kills, though, and he doesn't have time to reload, so unfortunately his life is forfeit. Meanwhile, the rest of PRX still able to march up front.
He did get one tag too onto Jemkin.
No flashes, however, so it comes down to just the swings, just the positions, and with positions, Forsaken collapses onto which Jemkin. And that's going to be a crazy guy trying to hold down from under Rafter, but he's alone. So entirety PRX are able to swing and surround the site in for the final defuse. Right off the rip, the pistol round already theirs.
Yep, over towards PRX yet again. To highlight for those that may have been joining us, PRX in this series, so far so good in the pistol rounds. They've got both of them in map number 1 of Fracture. They got one apiece in the next 2 maps as well. On that one, and if history is going to stay continuation, they probably won't.
Yeah, pistol round, right? And well, if you're PRX being PRXing, what is defense? Let's push.
Yeah, for sure. Great idea, you know, in a pistol round as well, going together with 4 members.
Probably won't do that this round.
Dikasih full armor sama itu anjing.
Nah. No, probably not. Back to normal things. You are playing in a bit of an anti-eco. This is an outlaw, by the way, that's been gifted to Jemkin, courtesy of Crazy Guy.
Lumayan miskin nih dikit.
So you want to see him grab a chunk of damage here against the lighter shield-equipped members of PRX.
A lot of trust, but a lot of recognition from the side of PRX as well, marking the lurk out by mid, so X-Pharaoh's gone, and also possible outlaw plays. PRX then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady, which means that eventually Crazy Guy will just now, in fact, will get the salvos back online for RRQ. In this sort of situation, though, for PRX, you know, you don't want to see them just overdo things. Play quite patiently, wait and see where RRQ are going to look to go towards.
Big salvos, PRX pulling all the rotations over.
They've completely left the scene of A at the moment where the spike is actually going. So there's an opportunity to get a plant down,
30 seconds
but is it going to be defendable? That's the real question, right? The outlaw in play, salvos will come back online when the spike plant's down, top of sight.
I'd say not bad. There's a slight chance still with the outlaw. Maybe a bit of damage, chip damage with the Amazons currently, but he's got the angle.
Eventually a flank from Monyet, but just the classic. So let's see what happens.
Oh boy, we're running in, we're chasing in, we've got the guns. Oh, and the outlaw just doesn't do much. Monyet though out from the back. Was he spotted by the turret?
He shot it because the 0 point actually took it down, but it didn't really matter in the end right now onto the defuse.
And in the round pipes. Fortunately, RQ not able to hold it on for too long. He used the third salvo refreshed up, but yeah, it's still going to be the full defuse. A flawless round for PRX.
Again, it's just the classics really for RRQ, right? The Outlaw gets a tag on towards Patman, but apart from that, really nothing comes in towards the rounds. No chance for a flank either, despite Cushy's 0 point removing the turret. It was already.
Sebenarnya kalau kayak gini line up-nya udah bagus pakai ini kan. Siapa sih Bapak? Pakai main freak. Main ini main Viper.
And lose 2 maps of overtime.
Sama main freak juga tuh ya. Main freak dia mainnya chill juga. Santai-santai.
You picked Icebox
Nunggu-nunggu
as
orang.
the choice in this one.
Kayak
Right, so you got to
nafsu
consider
ngekill gitu.
Ascent next.
Dia
They
mainnya
could have gone that way instead, but opting for Icebox first.
And they've
branded guys.
been a little bit back and forth with the pistols, but right now it's a pretty good start.
Slow and steady for RRQ towards the safe side of things. As soon as you're noted, top of that side is Jing. You are
tembak apa, Cok? Lihat tembak apa, Cok?
Awkward spray come through from that Vandal too.
Well, Divide coming in to refill space as well, but you don't have much in terms of utility of staving off RRQ except for bullets. Shotgun in as well.
Nahan gitu.
Kalau udah jelek tembaknya spraynya tuh spray brutal anjing.
RRQ are going to be locked in. They have to try and push the bodies back.
The only way out is up.
Snakebite already noting on towards something's position.
Woi, darahnya kurang terus anjing. Ya Allah, meninggal.
The wall
Iya, anjing satu SP nih.
Will they again expect Pac-Man
Tiga
to
guys.
already be in their spawn? It looks like they have an idea, but still just stuck towards this A site.
Unless you take a confident duel against Patman. He's been good on the 1v1s as well. He's just happily setting up camp.
You can just wait and see when Forsaken wants to use the Recon 2. There's a Nano still at the default that RRQ are going to have to contend with. Patman not tested, which means they know that this is still going to end at the A site.
Then you've got something playing a possible one and done.
Tuh kan, nggak nafsu kan si Davai tengok. Nggak kena ya udah turun dia.
Swing, and that's been quickly denied. With a double kill back sight. Patman then pushes up, but at this point, he's got to find a 1v3. Not much in terms of utility except for the wall that might conceal his movements, but it's a 50-50. Which side you're going to show up from? RQ are just happily tucked in. Decent peek from Monyet, and he finds and collects onto the 3rd kill.
That's a scenario as well where PRX, despite the lesser weaponry, still had some pretty good weapons in towards that bonus round, and they had all of the information. They knew Patman's flank was gold, they had the damage delivered, they had the advantage on the site itself, but then you just start to look at the 4 versus 3 in towards the site, something pushes out and loses his life. Monyet gets a double, they're not able to get the trades. Bit of a fumble from PRX there, but a big, deep dig to get around on the board. Operator out there for something in this new round. See if the opening duel is going to do anything except reveal itself against the turret. So does that shift the idea of where RRQ want to potentially end things a bit quicker towards the B site? Standard Icebox things though, got to wait out for this orb, dash across with a good flash, force PRX back.
Yeah, fantastic. Space being collected upon, off angles possibly being held as well. Something does have the op though. The question is he able to find much with it? Marks the angle right from underneath. Jet doing Jet things, and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go though?
That's the great question. Able to possibly flash PRX out of position, but no chance to use it for now. Thinking about it, Crazy Guy sets it off by Yellow, and it's going to be RRQ Monyet who's still trying to hold things down. Unfortunately, Armageddon not going to be able to do too much other than buying time. Divide slowly ringing around the Rosie, around Yellow. Spike still going off though, and Monyet just fires off a shot. Divide has no clue and needs to tap on the Spike, and that's when Monyet plays around the container. Stands up, pops off.
Apa teori buka baju kah?
He gets into PRX's minds. The Red Bull clutch bringing us to a 2-on-2.
You got to be happy with that one, aren't you? All the shots to come out from Monyet working a treat. I'm noting that the flank is potentially going to come on out as well. That's being looked after in the kitchen. Meanwhile, that's a 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch to come through from Monyet. How individual were those shots at the end there? Those positions from PRX when they're off put by the Armageddon as well. That makes things quite awkward for them. There's a reset now coming into this next round as well. Something's probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Divide, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from PRX forced to manipulate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. It's still relatively early. RRQ though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted. Shocked as well. And that gives something the chance that he was looking for.
Yeah, but if you can find these opening jewels, how many more are you going to be able to back that up with, right? Is something going to be good for another one or not? That gun that you just dropped, irretrievable. 50 seconds to go. And it's to the drawing board for RRQ. The silent game towards the Bravo side of the map. Meanwhile, Forsaken has picked up the Hunter's Fury.
Something in position as well.
Ya Allah.
Oh, but the swings wasn't great. Decent damage. We'll
Ya
see
elah, nembak apa itu?
finish off the job. And there it is
as well.
Lockdown for, well, some space. You still have Monyet up around the back of yellow. He spotted out the shoulder of one, and he's trying to get burst. Patman, though, still coming up with one singular kill onto the Sheriff. And that Shock Dart will finish off Monyet. Just Sparrow in a 1v3. PRX will finish the Thrifty, the Sheriff shots, the utility, back in all around the map.
Anything you can do, I can do better. A Thrifty round going the way of PRX, taking a page out of RRQ's book when they needed it the most. So round back to PRX. I asked the question, right? How much more on the back of that Bladestorm are you going to be able to find? Well, the blades themselves are not nothing. Nah, shots out, but the Sheriff of Batman doing enough damage for the Shock Dart to finish off his intended prey of Monyet too, and then this time not dropping the 1 versus 3. Hefty investment of 3 ults there from PRX, but more importantly, just a round on the board, getting it towards the reset territory of RRQ to see if they're going to answer back with something of their own, though. Null commands to remove ability.
Well, it also is something with the off now. All of a sudden, that 0 point.
Yeah, he's committed to this fight, and he's got it too. Great shouldering out from something. Jemkin down in this duelist battle.
Anjing!
I think it's great.
He did.
Down to 20. Cushy though. I mean, just thinking of possibly throwing it to the wind.
Nggak kelihatan cuy anjing.
RRQ, however, have snuck up tube.
Yeah, it's removed the turret so you can sneak past.
Masih aware nggak sih mereka?
Has to be aware, doesn't he?
But would he?
Yeah, he's playing the back angle just in case.
In case, but not a single peep yet. Oh,
Nice!
something. Oh, with the Viper's Pit as well. Petman happened to recognize it.
I remember with the tag on Akushi earlier and the Null Command fading, he couldn't drop himself to get res too, so this is where things become really awkward. Kushi down for the count now, 2 versus 4.
And Patman still trying to make some noise.
Gila,
In the open. That's the Viper gone. Spike, well, picked back up, but can you really get it planted? Xfero, 30 seconds, and he's trying to see one over onto the A site.
Menurutku paling konsisten tuh karena dia gameplaynya selalu sama.
You really can't. If you're PRX, you don't hear the Spike tapping.
Yeah.
Surely you consider it.
Time's on your side though, right? 10 seconds for him to try and get the plant. He's going to eventually have to run towards the A site, and if anyone looks to sacrifice him.
And no problems here. Jing with the huge sprint, just bound to bound, picks up that headshot.
He would have had to sprint earlier on and then potentially playing in the open where Jing would have even ran on him and then, you know, remove him off the spike plant, you win the rounds, kill him, you win the rounds. That duel, most importantly, on a crazy guy before the pit, just is able to come in position.
And it just begins with a really prevalent duel between something and Jemkin. Jemkin was 1 away from the ult, or I mean, from the ult, and that's exactly why something pushed up front.
It's more importantly the fact that PRX are taking some space and going for these duels when they've got some favored, you know, weaponry and ability, right?
Indeed.
So dipuji, penggunaan utilnya tanya dong.
Retake scenario towards the A site, play on the back of your Killjoy utility. Alarm bot noted. Nanos, you count a couple of seconds and then you pop them as well. Save them off with the wall. But have you got enough time for the team to rotate over? You have. This is going to be a skirmish.
Yeah, everyone's just hovering around looking for the duels. Some pop flash kills going over. Jemkin with the blades. There it is, the effects being felt from the previous round now coming alive, but Devi still looking for the burst. Just like Big Time was talking about, a pseudo-duelist, and he pushes all the way up. The lockdown might have them detained, but the spike still getting defused by PRX.
They're early enough that the lockdown doesn't really matter. They're just going to have a good fest around the site, making sure that they just have a party, get down and dirty, And all of the duels they are able to win as well, right? A bit of lesser equipped weaponry for RRQ. Most importantly, just staved off in the very beginning, right? The Nano Swarm, the Toxic Screen, doing its damage, doing its
Itu loh,
work.
pala begitu loh. Mungkin tuh dia first bulletnya tajam banget anjing.
And then just Devaya able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team knowing that
Nggak hancur anjing itu di spread.
if the lockdown does go off, it's great recognition just of that game.
2000
So with the 4-2 scoreline now, it means that RRQ, sorry, 2-5 scoreline, means that RRQ.
Sebenarnya bagus sih, kalau misalnya udah kayak 2 lawan 1 kayak gitu guys.
HyperX keeping things.
Buat ngancurin crosshair, cowok. Atau terbang ke atas, satunya lagi dari kiri kan.
Well. You hear some cackles of laughter towards the end, suggests that they're in a pretty good headspace for this one, considering the fact that they are kind of facing a possible.
The thing is, they've had advantages. And then they've lost the advantages. And then it's gone into overtime. And what happened in the overtime? They lost the overtime. So they need everything that they can get, especially on this defensive side right now. Of course, Icebox, right, for PRX, we've not really seen that much from them. 2 games against DRX.
And gue nih YouTube nge-lag, seriusan lo. Di sini sih masih hijau ya.
One kind of when they begin to feel that pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do in what could be the final map if RRQ completes it? Up once again for something, and this time the positions have been swapped around.
Bit of a change when you don't have a lot of the reconnaissance ability as RRQ to put your standard dart more forward as well, right? So just the space that PRX can almost get free of charge, changing it up with the pit towards the A site, something. Had he stayed on yellow, would have been seen by the stealth drone, now afforded an opportunity for a peek.
Bahaya nih, bahaya.
Rescopes, but he would have no idea that they've begun to push up green, so something is in a really precarious position. Thankfully, the cloud comes up enough for him to evade.
Yeah, he's got teammates now to assist him as well on the site of B. 0 Point revealing 3 members, actually. Just going to try and force out the plant.
Yeah, some spams, chip damage against Crazy
Untung
Guy,
ada
but the
spray yang
plant
kayak
still
itu tuh
goes
yang di
through.
atas tuh. Spray yang kemarin kita belajar.
That's it, though. Gotta watch out for this potential lurk from Xfero. Jemkin up top. Fantastic kill. Yes, it's a good stick as well. The Cloud Burst comes up in time. Duelist v Duelist. And this time, Jemkin it's going to be PRX now looking for the retake. They've begun to fan out around the site, looking for yellow control. Monyet trying to contend with it, but goes down to Forsaken with the kills. Crazy Guy still up, and he lets them go. Cushy watches his teammates back, and that puts Forsaken in a 1v2. No chance in hell. RRQ have fought back against PRX.
Out early, you got to try and get on that half defuse real soon. He's not able to get through that one, unfortunately, there as Forsaken. So you'll cop a bit of a loss here. Great position from Jemkin. Unexpected that he himself got on top of yellow. You got a scenario where it is that 4 versus 3, so the fact that through the snake spike, Monyet finds one as well, really important. Just making sure that RRQ are holding these duels where they need to, not overexerting themselves, not giving options to PRX. You want to start to see that build up nicely for RRQ here to try and close the series, try and tie things up first and foremost.
Let's get close to it. Well, something again, though.
Yeah, and if you're seeing the drone, your idea is to make sure that you the drone. So it's good change. Jing gets taken down really early on the other side of the map.
But look at this, something's not backing down. Unfortunately, the Cloud Burst allows for RRQ to slip back.
And he knows that on the back of that, Crazy Guy's picked up the ulti orb, so the adjustment from
kalau mau maju ya jangan sendiri juga sih, Jing sendiri anjing. Belum timing maju nggak sih itu? Belum timing flank nggak sih? Belum, sabar nggak sih?
He's got a lot to do by himself here at B.
Oh, that's pretty good. He's kind of sneaking around, but this time now he's finding himself in a position. However, he's not pinned down. You're pinned down with him. 2 kills now, possibly a third. Back up from yellow, but someone has slipped the net.
Yeah.
Xfero, though, still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes that. Swaps back around. Petman! What are you made of?
That's toxic. 4K to come out from him when PaperX needed it. I thought that when he got the first two, he was going to snake spite to bail out. But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side of his location, and he manages to find Monyet as well. That is absolutely gorgeous to come through from Patman.
Let's go! Thankfully he's not putting tanks anywhere. 6-3, and PaperX will continue extending this lead because of an eco from RQ right now.
Hold on. Okay. We've seen Thrifties. We've got an Armageddon. We've got Cushy with the Vandal.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yep. It's not over until it's over. So we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from RRQ. Get on the right line, and something might have his head removed from his shoulders. Nevertheless, he's good for one. Get out of dodge.
And in with the tailwind as well.
Sabar dulu
Still desperate to push forward. He actually gets the shot against something. However, PaperX have hovered around the site now. Another player being caught out thanks to the one-way. He's got a Vandal though. Can't find the kills. Gets the toxic screen up as well. Allows him to side. A Crazy Guy does not expect it.
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to be a little bit manic there. Finding the two short shots and the third one, but just ultimately down. So starts to look a bit better for PaperX. You know, I'm starting to feel. I mean, it already was happening, right? You start to see a bit of a series on them.
Komodo says we've got a game in our hands. And I would have to believe it as well. There's 2 rounds left in this first half, and PaperX don't show any signs of truly slowing down. At least until this op could be potentially eliminated. RQ trying to formulate a plan.
Just a couple of diversions on the tracks so far for them. But maybe the conductor is regained control. Important situation for RRQ. Get another round on the board, quickly in towards the A side. Device, still good for one. Not a double, but second here.
Gila, thread kill ini baru thread kill kita di pertama ini loh.
Get-go. And RRQ, this whole plan was formulated around getting some A control, but it's been all thrown off. Petman up from the back.
When PaperX are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot, you're going to have a bad day in the office.
Just shows depth again. Another op shot punched through. Petman now pushing up, and Crazy Guy is... When did he get here?
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's not pushing by himself to give an opportunity to RRQ if they do decide to pivot back towards B, right? I've been watching his sort of rotations and the initiative of when he's going for these flanks. It's generally always when RRQ are getting deep in towards the A site and he can slot himself in the spawn when the numbers are similar, right? The 3 versus 3s and that sort of thing. When they've got this significant advantage, he will then push up for a proper flank. It's just a really great addition for him and recognition of the role in those scenarios.
And that comes out on top of the previous quad kill round as well. RQ once again back into A site.
Look at the ultimates that you've got to play with though right now, Clack. Hunter's Fury lockdown for PaperX. Close to a pit for Patman 2. Probably not going to get it here. Maybe Monyet being one away will be more likely in picking that up, or maybe they want to prioritize getting the lockdown early and then having Monyet plant and pit. There's options here for RRQ, given a bit of space to gallivant around this A site if they want to start to sprint up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you're PaperX, you imagine it's RQ looking for the plant. That's exactly what this double init composition is for. Post-plant plays. PaperX, though, with their ultimates, exactly just able to possibly deny Spike plant. He spots out the first, and the shock dart in. The lockdown gets ripped off. Something's in position. Oh, he doesn't go for the spike.
And then going for a kill instead. So you'll have advantage on this.
Nice, Petman. Gila, Petman.
And Armageddon.
And that's crazy from Petman. Again with the lurk presence. RQ beginning to think twice. Jimkin continuing to push up, feeling the pressure from behind. Something that just takes the head off with the Blade Storm.
I love that adaptation from PaperX. Just knowing that, well, we can't Hunter's Fury just to the lockdown. We want to have our numbers and our strong abilities to actually get some damage in. Make it easier for the team who have to have a little bit of time for the rotations towards the A site. Monyet got the pit off the plant, couldn't establish it. I've already talked about the lockdown. You just forget about that. Then you go in for the trade with the
aja.
Dia lihat animasi.
That's exactly what HyperX do there. This is a great halftime score for them, but I do not want to count RRQ out, right? They will change up sides, going to the defensive side, and whilst it hasn't looked the greatest for them, you know, in the game against Gen G, for example, you cast your mind back a little bit further, the game against DRX, great defenses that they came out with. So we'll see if they can bring that one back.
Oh, come on. Surely right now you go for the overtime record.
What do you want to see again? Cosplay walkout? Well, we've already had walkouts, so new overtime record. Let's get 50-50. Let's just be here all night. Let's get some pizza. Let's have some fun.
She's opting for cosplay, though. We'll see what this guy goes for. I mean, right now, you want RRQ to go the distance.
Actually, to be fair,
okay.
I mean, look,
I see where you're going.
We can have new overtime records like any other day, right? Let's just get every team having really cool walkouts.
Again, yes,
right?
we've missed them.
Let's just bring some personality to the walkouts, to the outside game.
I'm throwing all personality right out the window. I want good Valorant.
You know what I would absolutely lose my mind about, though? If the 5 players playing, and I don't know if they're allowed to, would all cosplay onto the stage.
Oh my god.
As the agents that they may play.
No, you're gonna feel so uncomfortable. We did have Neff from China in a stage cosplay.
Yeah.
But back into the game, and it is PRX against RQ. Like you mentioned before, they are a team that does not go quietly into the night.
Pistons. Now, everybody stacked on up. 0 point to get some further garage information. Maybe got 2, maybe got none. It's going to be a bit of a headache, though, when this wall drops. Probably for something.
All lined up.
Maybe for Jing.
Yeah, both angles being separated apart, and it's Crazy Guy who finds a singular frag, something at least good for one. So it's an even exchange.
Yeah, damage extra onto Jemkin, and you've slipped through as Batman. Are they aware of this one? I mean, it's under orange instead of through the tube, but it looks like Cushy a little bit aware of the scenario at the moment.
Take flight. The one you're going to watch out for is Jemkin, though. Up around yellow. And he gets, well, discovered by this drone.
Comes down to the timing, though, doesn't it? What can Patman find? It's the right timing.
Dapat lagi Patman, cow. Flanknya emang gila nih.
Into the side.
Patman, cow. Nih, didikan emang freak ya.
Single peep.
Gila flanknya.
The only one left.
Bolong-bolongin Spec RRQ anjir, sumpah.
Patman still in position, so
can he cook something here, Quack?
Does he have the ingredients?
Gila Patman, guys.
It's Patman who does the foraging instead. 10-3, PRX. Might just give us a quick map.
Yeah, potentially so. Another pistol round collected from PRX. Extremely proficient in collecting them this series, and maybe so.
Orang lagi tempat dia ambil kesempatan masuk.
Pushes into that 5th and final map for this
dia tahu sih sebenarnya. Yang gue bingung kenapa killjoy-nya pas satu rete kayak gitu tuh. Killjoy musuh.
RRQ, if they decide that they you know, plant they goes down PRX, but there's no real damage that comes through from RRQ. So it's just the pistols. Probably going to see the 11-3 scoreline.
You would hope it would be RQ, though. They've stacked up correctly on A.
Yeah, this could be a cheeky crossfire angle for him.
All in position. PRX trying to send out some bombardinos.
Oh, banyak banget sih
Jing who finds the first one. Divine to push off of the toxic screen as well. Something trying to get some good spams, but of course with the position so far, RQ not truly able to find out too much until Cushy answers back, but with the submachine guns, PRX are still able to deliver.
Yeah, there was a Spectre in front of something there, but fist bump on the boys, so didn't pick that one up. Got to be back down onto the Stinger. Can be the little things that come on through, but you never really know, right? In the heat of the moment, you've got to just make sure that your confidence is up. So we'll see what this buy now will look like for RRQ.
Dia rame 4 orang pun di fight anjing.
Crazy guy. They have to cut a couple of corners here to give themselves some advantages.
Trying to at least go in for the alt orb. Not too much cover. 0 point though.
Slow and steady. PRX feeling a bit of the weight of what's being sent their way over at the A side. So trying to change it up, trying to get sneaky. Alarm bot noted. Patman's position.
Tapi Patman gila banget. What the fuck?
Around, but you got Crazy Guy now marking in front. You also have Cushy continuing to push out from.
Dapat lagi anjing.
quickly dealt with, and it's Jemkin just to mark Patman. PRX then, they have some options. They can possibly rotate, but you do have Monyet.
Yeah, this is going to be really awkward for the timing, isn't it? But he's going to go hunting for Patman instead.
Oh, back up from mid, but PRX just continues.
Gila, gara-gara Patman sih anjing, mereka overthinking, Cok.
Monyet left, and now he's been spotted. Good kill onto something, though. But do you know where Patman is? Do you know about the Pat signal in the skies? Patman oscillating back and forth around the corner, but Monyet
di swing lebar, bro.
Gila, Patman, Cok, anjir.
Nuts,
Gotta be careful giving options for a 1 versus 3 though, Quack. 1v1 Strice over. Could get the better of you, but that means it is the bonus round going PRX's way. And that's a 4 versus 5 conversion that they do best as well. They are looking so much more
Jemkin jadi ngeliatin si Patman, Cok. Dia nggak akan fokus sama side-nya, sumpah. Pusing dia.
A bit of a beast takeover on RRQ's side to have a comeback come forward here. So we just further extend that potentially if this timeout comes from RRQ. If it is indeed theirs, you would assume so.
It's going to take a whole lot, though. Nonetheless, they've brought themselves this far, Komodo. I mean, we started things off not too hot. I mean, they had 2 OT wins.
From the outside, right? PRX map number 113-2. 2 OT wins for RRQ, where PRX could have closed them out. And now a smacking on the fourth map, potentially 13-3.
You take those.
Tadi marah-marah 2 map terakhir anjing.
Also smiles across the board for PRX.
Well, you'd hope so. You just hope that they don't falter here when it goes over towards Ascent, where in a lower final to get back, you know, to get a chance at a trophy, right? For PRX to re-get the chance at a trophy, for RRQ for their first time to be able to hold a trophy potentially.
Potentially, yeah. Still got to go up for that potential rematch.
Yeah, the Gen G game is going to look
right now
a little scary. Isn't it?
Neither team can truly let their foot off the gas. RRQ, this map might have been like this, but still looking for whatever possible advantage they can find.
And nobody is at home at this B side at the moment. This is the corners cutting that I'm talking about a little bit earlier. Change of pace, flash drive in. P can see that no one's home. No turret watching the normal cross. So you get an idea that things aren't around the A side. Now it's cemented in stone. Get your rotations towards B because RRQ need the bodies here to fight.
Decent buys. Crazy guy close to an alt. Something that would be paramount. You've bought some time, you've noted the positions. You know exactly where PRX are. Can you deliver though?
Oh, nice.
The angle, unfortunately not quite favoring Cushy for now, as Forsaken tucks himself in the safe corner for surveying with the drone. Salvos though, and allows for RRQ to begin their forward march. The screen up and it lets Forsaken sneak up behind. He's infiltrated their backs. Jing pushing up as well. With a flick onto Jemkin. It's just Xfero who unfortunately will come
guys, bukannya gue sombong. Ini PRX udah ada hierarchy guys. Cuman 2 map ke trolling salah sendiri aja tai.
Iya, jujur ya kalau nggak trollingnya, kalau bisa main terus dia melebihi map 3-0, 4-0 nih.
Maksudnya kayak lu lihat lah kayak kalau mereka main tuh kayak gitu kalau nggak banyak kesalahannya.
Iya,
2 map tadi banyak ketai coy. Iya, nggak kesalahan. 4-0 dah.
Iya makanya, 4-0 nih kalau misalnya nggak trolling ini.
PRX tuh yang lawan diri sendiri anjing dari kemarin cok, bukan yang lawan musuh cok.
My oh my, RRQ, the maps that they're winning here by sliver of margins. Now they have to try and bring some momentum back towards their favor in map number 5, Ascent. Who knows how that one's gonna go?
I mean, you're gonna have to dig deep. You're gonna have to bring out everything that you've possibly got. They put up some decent performances, but onto this map, holy cow, Petman truly answered the call.
Yeah, I mean, that 4K that comes through from him, all the energetic moments, he's just locking down the side of B time and time again. His flanks are looking great, the team information as well. He's just certainly, you know, been a key piece for PRX in its entirety in that whole comeback from the DFM stage to now. So will he be able to get a taste of getting into a grand
Maksudnya kan
final?
kayak kelihatan itu dari map 2 kan sengitnya gara-gara PRX udah unggul. Tapi selalu ngebuang round guys. Ini kalah, jadi OT jadi kalah.
The VCT Pacific lower finals. This is Valorant, and this is where every single road leads us back down to Ascent. Let's toss it back over onto our
Dan
desk.
kocaknya aja lihat tes, yang nafsu siapa? Jason tadi tuh, Jason dapat 3 tapi.
Back to Ascent indeed.
Rikonnya Jason sendiri tadi lihat.
Map 5, the score is tied 2-2 between RRQ and PRX. And you just look at that scoreline there. PRX, they are on a roll. I think this is really more
Jason nggak ada super lagi. Jason tadi Riko sendiri sama paling cuma butuh uangnya si Viper
teams rather than what RRQ did wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like PRX has been the better team in this series. They've stopped them on 2 maps. RRQ have barely scraped 2 wins over the line with some great individual performances and some, I would say, you know, some sloppier rounds for PRX. So it really feels like when PRX is locking in, they're proving they're kind of the better team of these 2. But definitely not going the way that RRQ would have wanted, and PRX really outclassing them. I think, honestly, the more I'm starting to watch this PRX comp on Icebox, the more I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think it looks great for them. It's so well suited to how they like to play. And I think this is shades of map 1 again.
Lagi ngomentarin Jason pakai 4 agent berbeda, killnya banyak.
Those big individual moments we saw Monyet light up to get those clutches, but past that, they weren't even really playing this game. I have to say, I'm worried for RRQ heading into map 5.
I think
all the wins out your sails.
I think RRQ need to rework this comp, to be honest.
Bang Bangkok lagi,
I really liked having Cushy being on the KO most of the times that I've seen it. I wouldn't mind if they could try and play like a Sofa comp or something like that. Maybe Xfero on the Viper. You could, you know, get a little bit more value out of some of your players playing different kind of agent comps. You could even throw like Cushy on the Killjoy or something like that. But that's going to have to be something that they consider for Toronto. For PRX, 7 opening kills for something there. Another Jet masterclass from him. And I honestly, like, it's been an effort by committee for PRX, even on Pearl. Like, almost every map, there has been no one that's really underperforming for PRX. All 5 of them have been on all series.
I think that's the difference in like the level of consistency and experience, I kind of want to say, where for me it seems like all of PRX are on almost all the time, but for RRQ they needed Jemkin to get them across the line map 2, they needed Cushy to get them across the line map 3, and if no one stands up and goes, okay guys, I'll get us this one, then it doesn't really seem to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since if they don't have that someone to kind of rally around, they seem to be going around like headless chickens almost, right? For the side of RRQ, you kind of wonder where this game plan was, because again, they seem to be very confident in their map pool going into this. I think Koshi Walk said it himself as well in one of the press conferences that they were excited for this best of 5 because of that very reason, right? But I mean, you know, you have something like something on your team with these amazing up kills, and like how on earth are you gonna win?
I think honestly, like we'll look at some of the replays here, and I think a huge difference maker on the Jet. I mean, this first of all though is you see a timeout come out here for RRQ. It actually allows PRX to cook up a pretty nice play here. You see something on the B long info line. This is what I love about this Omen comp. You can get aggressive on A belt. You didn't see it as much as in the last game PRX played on the but you can see Pit over on the A side, and RRQ at this point in the game, they're really trying to turn their fortunes around with the timeout. They've started to get rolling on the attacking side. But that is the double-edged sword. I see a lot of sentiment out there of like, why is this team not calling a timeout? Or why is X-Coach not willing to call a timeout here? You've got to remember that that is going to allow the other team to pre-plan around them when they have a bunch of ults or they have certain things that they can kind of pre-program there. You're no longer playing against what you're expecting. You have to kind of adapt to whatever the thing is that's being thrown at you.
And I also think a big part of why I think that play is so good is because it suits their comp so well, right? So you're able to send Jing forward because he can make use of that, the verticality on that Omen, while something on the other side is able to hold down with the up, which is something he's been so routinely good at. So it gives them the option for aggressiveness and that consistent holding of the line. But we have to take a look at something here. I mean, but a lot of teams, you know, I've seen a lot of people say you don't need a duelist on this map, and it's right, you don't. But it's like if you're going to play a Jet, if you're going to play a duelist. It's for this. It's so you can get this op going. You can dash away when you need to. You can abuse verticality. And when you have one of the best op players in the world in something, why would you not? I mean, this map suits him so well. I think he's the modern day king of Icebox. He loves this map, loves this agent, loves that weapon. You can't have a better combination.
Yeah, I think you see the op usage is almost double for PRX that it is for RRQ right now. Jemkin, as a duelist, you do see him pick it up, but he much prefers the rifle. He seems much more comfortable with that, whereas something is this oppressive opping presence in the server. He's someone you have to consider in everything that you do. You have to throw waves of initiator util at him. You have to be able to, you know, jiggle those lines, be able to circle jump.
Kalau di Indo ya kurang pasarnya, tapi kalau di luar kan
just
gede
slows
banget.
down your snowball on the attacking side so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like he's always this X factor that the team have, and really, really lighten up. And this is exactly what PRX want as we head towards map 5. All the momentum is in their favor. I think they'll be annoyed that they haven't closed this series already, to be honest. Just a little bit cleaner on the Thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose now, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially since, as you mentioned earlier, you have all 5 members of PaperX just really coming online in this series. You don't really see anybody dropping the ball. You know, we had Patman with some amazing plays on Icebox. I'm so happy to see us Viper really come online here on the Pacific stage. By the way, some of the most memorable games that I remember from Patman way back home in the PX Challengers were him on Viper. So I think going into this next map, momentum is in favor of PaperX right now. But RRQ, I never ever underestimate their
We play a one on a set to see who is going to take on Gen G in that grand final. RRQ have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1, you saw them with this double init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to play it. They looked very nice on it. Over on the side of PRX, I thought that their double init with the KO fade was going to kind of be a hard read into Boom initially, but they've continued to play it, and it's continued to look better and better.
Yeah, I mean, I like what PaperX do on this map. You know, they're pretty unique with how they use this fade, and it does definitely give them a different edge. RRQ playing that kind of modern meta comp, but again, I think we're going to see Jemkin move back to his comfort of the Yoru, and hopefully something stay on his comfort of the Jet. So very different approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're going to allow to get Cushy on the Sova as well. It's his signature agent for me.
That's much better for him.
Yeah, for PRX, honestly, this comp on Ascent is going to be similar to what we saw on Pearl. They love to be very active. You'll see Fade and KO just always getting active on defense, throwing that initiator util out, making plays. It's a very fluid approach to Ascent. They're not going to be sat there static waiting for you to take a side or reacting to whatever you're doing on attack. PaperX is always going to be doing something. All you need to do is just go back and look at the VOD of that T1 game. They were getting in T1's face and they were not letting them execute their game plan on attack.
And since we are going into map number 5, another factor comes into play, right? It's about endurance now for these teams. And PaperX just have a lot more repetition in cases like this. On finals, they are veterans on that final stage. And for RRQ, it is their first time. They don't get a lot of reps on the BO5, right? Especially with the whole crowd factor cheering for everybody. So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time RRQ played a best of 5. I don't even know if they have in the whole partnership era, to be honest. I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of PaperX will come into play. As you say, they've all been here, done that so many times, and you know, this isn't a team that's fantastic in best of 5s, generally, but they've been here. They understand what it feels like. They know
the trauma is coming back.
They know what a best of 5 feels like. The RRQ guys, this is going to be a little bit of a new experience for them.
Yeah, I think the thing is they put a lot of initial work into Ascent, so I think they're going to fall back on a very strong foundation here. Jemkin is a force on the Yoru on this map. They love playing this Sova Teo. They played it so well recently. PRX, I'd imagine, will be running in with the same comp here. We'll just see. Indeed, PRX, you are going to see them playing the exact same comp. Something. Will he go back-to-back with huge Jet performances? They get to start out on that defensive side. He loves to get this op rolling. Just keep an eye out for PaperX just getting active and getting in the face of RRQ early on here.
Yeah, if you're RRQ starting on that attacking side, you have to be careful with that elf. You know he's coming for you, but as you say, Jemkin back onto that Yoru. Really his signature role. Everybody's comfortable here in RRQ, so they got to make it work.
Seems like everybody is locked in for our final map of the lower finals here of VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are going into a set, and we'll toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Mobo.
And this is what it all comes down to. You can dread it, you can run from it, but destiny arrives all the same, down to a set where everyone is into their signature roles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking about that, right, we've now got 4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps today, with an extra caveat for Forsaken playing all 4 roles as well.
Oh, that is a pretty crazy statistic to throw out there as well, but well, it comes down to this, you know, is it gonna be RRQ? They're demons right now pushing out something. He doesn't have a clue, but he will get taken out as well. Jemkin instantly TPing away. Monyet though.
Ya Allah, cowok, isi banget cowok di bait-nya cowok anjir si something.
Kenapa nggak lihat kanan ya si something ya?
Iya makanya. Well worth its weight in gold to test towards Divide now.
Polos banget gitu jalannya lurus terus.
Nail every single shot as they try to push on over from lane. He does get some decent shot damage, but that is it.
Yeah, you can see really in the back lanes as well. Oh, a crazy guy that he's holding down spawn, playing a really late flank position.
At the very least, he's bought time for PRX to set up the retake, but the spams, Monyet. He's killed Patman. Cushy as well, off from Boathouse, and now it's just Jay trying to work his way around the smokes. You still have utility.
Offering guys.
Forsaken, trying to work his way around the smoke. Hunt over, sneaking around lane. Monyet still alive. But Forsaken will continue to slip through, eliminates Jemkin, turns back around and takes Monyet away. Unfortunately, not a third. It's just Jing with 13 HP. He will still continue to hold though. Possibly to allow them to expire into the spike, find more ult points. There it is, but the pistol round over to RRQ.
Yeah, that's what's more important as well, right? The fact that something loses his life really early on, that he's not able to play the corner and get the kill. The immediate pivot towards the B site where you get through Divide's utility. Who switch back up towards the Vice. Meanwhile, flip it on over too. Last time we did see Xfero on the Vice on this map. He's gone back towards the Cypher, where as a whole, RRQ had a lot more potency on this map. They did lose towards Team Secret. Felt like they weren't even in the map in that game. But importantly, Quack, the pistol round going RRQ's way. See if they're going to be able to double down, or if something on the Outlaw is going to be real dirty with it, courtesy of Forsaken.
Ooh. Might not have seen too much, though. Jemkin with the gate crash as well just continues to elude something for now.
Ooh, are they going to be aware of this one? There's no Senti util to watch for it. It's going to come down to timing. There's 2 of them here.
It's Monyet. He turns back. He goes in for the fights, and he will be victorious against Patman.
Oh,
the Outlaw, though.
Awas itu! Ada lagi, bro!
He's looking at the right location.
Timingnya.
The timing on the angle.
Right, you've got players with the haunt around A main, and that informs that you know RRQ are somewhere around B.
Yeah, but the really late flank again from Crazy Guy. He's just going to play so passive for the salvos if needed. Oh my, catch anyone that comes through tiles for the lurk, which actually this time may actually happen.
Timing dah.
The door shut as well, just buys further time.
Kita main 1 orang mundur banget, cowok. Jajonya pintar dia buat post lane.
It's just going to play with your mind, isn't it? Going later and later into the map.
Compounding effects for sure, and he just is so unbelievably patient. Jemkin just blocks off both lanes now. Xfero as well, and that Ghost. And something, he might have bought up the Outlaw, but he's not able to find too much off of it.
Yeah, Forsaken dropping that one as well. So we'll see what the buy is going to look like coming in towards the bonus round now. RRQ holding a couple of these rifles on over, and actually Forsaken's going to be deploying the Judge. He does expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the Fade as well. See if he's going to be bringing out that Odin a little bit later on too, right? When you got the Odin and the Operator. We're waiting to see coming towards something's hands. If you can get that activated nice and early on the defender side, you'll be forcing out a little bit more early utility from RRQ.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be the Judge instead.
Yeah, it's immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the A side. whether or not we get some sort of pop flash plate come through. Patman's only got 1 flash drive. 0 point to remove abilities. 3 scanned. Ooh. Wait for the 8 seconds of suppression to fade away, and then maybe we do even see RRQ go for a little bit of a faster play. They still do have, of course, salvos, drone, dart for Cushy.
Juicy intel. Flash for Jing, but
he's holding it at the moment, expecting that there may very well be an explosive play. Gonna think better of it, RRQ.
Taking their time with it. And this is where, as PRX, you're also possibly thinking about crazy guy on alert again, and that's why they're not fully pushing out.
You see this utility come through towards mid, and you know as PRX that you got to have eyes on it as well, right? If you're dropping on the flash, you can see anyone crossing market, but there's a sliver of timing on that one. So Patman's going to be pushing towards spawn. They've still got the safety net of the tree shear, and this is where you're going to have to see delivery from Forsaken and something.
Finds the double. Oh, something with the assist. Just Forsaken being able to bring RRQ to a stop. Still, though, decent kills, and Xfaro will make his way into the site. I'm got Petman hearing all the footsteps.
I'm surprised Divide didn't pop them early, to be honest with you. The Thorns.
Spike.
Oh. Not too sure about that one, but still have 3v2. Monyet slowly arriving on scene. Xfaro doing his darndest to hold it from Boathouse. Both players.
Apaan sih 3 orang ini cok kayak bingung banget mau masuk anjing.
Itu brutal. RRQ
kali anjing takut banget.
Yeah, there's a bit of disconnection from PRX. It feels like there when you've got a 2 versus 3 scenario. You're not popping Thorns to save off any aggression. You're not arc-rosing early as well as Divide. And when you're eventually getting in towards the side as well, you're paranoid the back, but you don't actually play on the back of the timing that the paranoia is active for. Good little off angle.
Iya cok. Apain anjing? 2 gitu kena buta anjing.
That comes through from Monyet, who is playing the flanking angle, shifting towards it. Great bonus conversion to come through from RRQ. Immediately called for a timeout as PRX, because that round, the way that happens from beginning to end, when PRX hold off the aggression that may have come up towards the A site, they have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage.
Bantai kalah, bantai. Gak tahu.
Slipped right through thanks to the late lurks again.
Yeah, slippery Monyet.
3 rounds. Previously was Crazy Guy, this time was Monyet, and it's definitely something that PRX needs to be fully aware of.
For sure. See what this timeout is going to result in for PRX. Because this is the nth hour, right? This is the 5th map on this lower bracket final game series.
Gitu si Petman lompat-lompat anjing.
Oh, it's gonna make you paranoid.
I mean,
all map,
mate. 2 overtimes that you've lost as PRX. The other 2 maps you've smacked RRQ. This series crumbles. I mean, you got to consider some slight differences on those 2 maps could have got you the victory. Nevertheless, though, new fresh round on the back of a timeout. Sheriffs. And a Bucky for Forsaken. Unfortunate for something.
Buta semua kan itu.
Pick up where he left
Buta ini, buta bentar.
Now the information with the hat removed.
Matanya nggak terang banget soalnya.
At the very least, there's a sheer wall, but
baited.
That's what that clone does.
Yep, good counter. Always going to be a thing.
The flash baited as well, and then RRQ with mid-round calls over onto A.
But what can Forsaken do with the Bucky?
There.
At the very least, try to hide inside with the movement. Evades the stuns, tries to hop in for a 2nd kill, but Cushy denies it.
Could you imagine if he got another one?
That would be sick, but still, it's not quite the story that we have in our hands. RRQ with the spike plant. PRX on site, but not able to line up the shots. Their site robbed once more. Jing trying to find another headshot, but with that little stack up, RRQ 4-0 currently.
Yeah, so you would assume that the timeout is going to be for this round here when you got your rifles coming in, when you got that operator it's what I talked about earlier that we were waiting for. Problem with that arc rose as well, it actually flashed behind Jemkin, so it didn't have its full potency. So just with the kills that come in the back of this timeout as well now, where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play? You know, time and time again we do see some flash plays come out, but they're going to be spreading across the map. Forsaken with something to hold off the fort mid at the moment, and without seeing anything, you got to expect that there's an extremity that's going to start to be explored. Dimensional drift comes on out for Jemkin.
God. If you're PRX, beginning to
he didn't see the corner.
Really uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, they matter though.
Brings himself out of it, especially the Hunter Sphere as well. Something tries to dodge as much as possible. The main thing though is the angle that Jemkin is holding, and he springs out at the right time. Still though, something managing to eliminate Monyet, which allows the rest of the team to push out from spawn. Petman now arriving from market, but he needs to kill that much more. Defy only good for one, and RRQ will trade themselves into another round win.
Yeah, PRX just really wanted to go for the fights there when the Nightfall removed all of those audio and a couple of the HP marks as well, but just jumping on down in towards it when you technically had a bit of a player advantage at that little last scenario. Just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Cushy are navigating the angles together, just working their crosshairs across, getting the shots worked. If PRX slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there, could have given themselves a bit of time. Now it's a 5th round for RRQ on this attacking side,
where they have every single advantage possible.
And you would expect this to convert into a 6th as well, unless we see a Thrifty come through for PRX, get the B main control. Bladestorm there, you could pick up a Steel Garden, but you already see Xfero hanging around.
It won't be easy. Something's gonna have to land as much as possible with his blades, the Prowler, the Flash, just for that Steel Garden. The cage propped up though, and something needs to clear so much. RRQ meanwhile are just rush it over onto the A side where Xfero continues to mark down the angle as well. Forsaken spams over RRQ. It's Crazy Guy in the corner, and PRX has no earthly clue. A quad kill pulled out from nowhere, and it's 6-0.
Yeah, he's got a little bit nuclear there in that anti-eco, hasn't he? A scenario that the Pistols very much could have overwhelmed him. I mean, you got a Seize that goes in there as well, and something just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill. Right, if those two little bits have a bit of a difference, there's an opportunity for PRX to potentially find something. That's going to be a lot of confidence to Crazy Guy there for RRQ. He's not had, you know, the most stellar of kill performances here, but he's trying to call the best game he can for the team coming into this roster.
Yeah, not only is he translating the coach's vision in this very map, just full reads, a true journey all the way from ever since Valorant came out.
And it's one of the most important ones as well, right? To get the opportunity to get into the grand final, the chance to get that #1 seed into Masters Toronto from Pacific. You've already made it there.
Similar plan, and it's PRX trying to suss out as much as possible. Still though, the site relegated, and RRQ will plant their flag firmly down.
Yeah, you got to be watching for a potential flank to come through later from Xfero, but with the plant going down, Crazy Guy has an Armageddon. It's a 5 versus 5. There's an operator. You got to expect probably the Steel Garden from Devi. It comes down now.
Armageddon from Crazy Guy though, and it just blocks everything off. PRX continuing to try to push up front. It's just Forsaken, however. Can he truly find the kills? He's getting salvoed, but with assistance from Patman, they dive down. Jemkin gets out of dodge. Straight back into Wine. PRX, they have some numbers though.
No command.
Oh, still trying to find the shots. Patman dodges the shot through, and it's Xfero now off from the top of hell, and PRX have noted his position. The numbers brought back once again.
Absolutely needed from PRX here to have just any substance in this map. Dropping the Steel Garden, the null command at the end as well for Patman. Using those ults to just ensure that you've got advantages. If you can hold out the Armageddon, it really buys a little bit of time for RRQ to try and reposition themselves to make the best out of the Pistols. Fortunately, doesn't work there, but you've already afforded yourself 6 rounds, right? You've got a lot of padding in this half as RRQ. Build up your economy, buys on buys.
Ayo bisa,
go at it again this time.
Bisa.
And see what the differences look like from PRX.
Similar setups, but one thing they can always bet for sure is that they have that confidence to continue going for some of these fights. Prowler again to contend with Xfero.
Yeah, it's just going to make him feel a little bit sticky to stay around, isn't it?
Yeah,
needs to call for his team to smoke out middle so he can get out of dodge. 0 point is going to buy some time. Drone not spotting too much. But this is the mid-rounding for RRQ. If they do pivot towards B, something's going to be holding the op lane. Does he get the Spidey senses tingling, though, that he either needs to move to watch mid or pop the tailwinds?
Yeah, I think he's going to mark for B main instead.
Yeah, a bit more of a better angle for him. And with this slower approach from RRQ, the drone's going to give away the info. So he can really call for his team to come and assist, because he probably needs it.
Need to pull it quick enough. Crazy guy still with the late lurks.
Wait, depan muka itu.
Forsaken's already cleared out mid though, but something. Does he know that they are that close? It's a clone. It's a haunt as well. Shemkin just does as much as possible to flash himself out.
See what he can do. He snuck himself in towards the logs. The duel starts to come out of the trades as well.
And it's Forsaken with a Batman all the way out from spawn. Triple kill, and it just mows every single RRQ player as they try to approach from B main.
Yeah, you're blinking, you missed that one, isn't it? PRX. I mean, how many scenarios do they just want to send all the bodies into the fights? This time works a bit better than a couple of rounds ago. Cheeky angle, actually, just the sliver scene. But Patman through the smoke, a great flat. Great shots to come through. Come on, give us the hype. We need the hype.
It's locked in.
More
truly hypes up, but
for sure.
8 kills up right now, 6 for Patman. Always he was still in the lead.
Always saying the same stuff in B main though, right? Forsaken and the operator of something. Again, you need to see that gun in his possession to just really have value, you would assume. But now that you've got B control, what do the differences look like for RRQ? They're a little bit closer up to mid.
And that's where Xfero also plays around with the tripwires as well. He waited for that Prowler before he put this one down. And then Jemkin to sneak all the way through into market. Oh, Forsaken. Aware to check with the Prowler, sees as well the flash.
Yoru tuh buang TP 1 tapi utility-nya banyak banget.
Down bottom mid, so either you're getting a smoke to get out of dodge, or your eventual plan is to still go towards the B side, where you'll have a deep mid smoke potentially. You can disregard that because you've got the whole team with you. Doors shut, an avenue of approach. Forsaken holding the info line, a pre-fight spot,
but too many targets, and unfortunately he meets his doom. Something then immediately turns back around, but the shot has been blocked by the clone. Crazy guy to mark the back as well, and it just buys further time. RRQ will get the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one for PRX. Neural Theft confirming all the information. There's also the trap wire at the edge of market.
They're up close though, and it's just Xfero inside of main. He can continue to toy with PRX. PRX trying to find the spacing, trying to find the pathing actually into the site. Can they deal with the damage that has been caused? RRQ still holding them off, but Jing not too bad on the damage. Defy with the trades, down to the 1-on-2. Surely you expect inside of Boathouse. He does have the, well, no, not the Arc Rose. Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off, and it's a double peek. Defy, unfortunately, not able to contend, and RRQ right back the rounds.
Yeah, the wider swing from them works a treat there as well. The fact that RRQ have a bit of a mid-rounding decision to make too, right? When you slip the spike in towards bottom mid, you do consider what is the approach from RRQ. Are they trying to just wait for time for his recon? Are they going to be going forward together as a team, which is ultimately the idea when you know, you're over and your other boys do back yourselves up. You go silently and approach. HyperX have kind of been relinquishing this mid control time and time again. So the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there. So forcing out some adjustments from PRX.
And it's just the thorns around tree.
Patman noted close as well towards that dark cover. Has to change his own approach. Meanwhile, very forward B main control this time from PRX, but Dimensional Drift into the A site. Scope out all the information. This could be an 8th round for RRQ, depending.
Has to find the right timing for the flash as well, but yes, Jemkin might just be able to toy with this alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it completely flushes PRX out of position. Patman unfortunately neutralized. Another one eliminated, and it's a 3v5 retake where an op is at play. Tough situation, but PRX continues to try to throw themselves forward until they're going to have to call it off.
Yeah, you need that operator in play, you would assume, for something. 2 casualties gone. PRX have to just concede this one. We've seen pace changes from RRQ. When you've got that dimensional drift, how often does that just be, you know, kind of the be-all and end-all into a site like A when you've got in combination with a Hunter's Fury, you got salvos too. There's not a lot of places that you can hide as PRX there. That's why you really do need, you know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter, because apart from that, you really can't stay around.
There's just no option, no choice. It was 2 outs, but it gives them a much crucial round. RRQ now up 8-2 after the timer expires. And again, it's just compounding effects from everything from the first few rounds, right? A butterfly effect from the late lurks, the presence outside of B, which forces people to players around these spots. Just buys so much away.
I was going to say, the timeout for PRX, do you consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well? Because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent defenses on a change-up of agents coming into this map, but a change-up of agents that you've had some good successes on, right? Against T1, maybe you catch them in a bit of an off day for that second map that they picked in the series. Your attacking side was flawless to close out the map. Your defensive side, I mean, they ended it as an 8-4, right? In the lead. This time, all of the ideas for RRQ working much more of a treat. And what have we seen from PRX, Quack? We've seen B main control upon B main control, getting either the operator on the line or you know, Prowler out from Forsaken, and they hang around. If RRQ are expecting that, they're happy to give it, right? They've got 3 other lanes that they can go through. You go through mid, you go through tree, you go through main.
And that's exactly what this timeout is for. I mean, there's just so much to consider. RRQ being able to toy with PRX this fashion truly gives them every single advantage that they've been looking for. 8-2. I mean, this is the first time, the first half in this entire series where RRQ is this dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we are contending upon an overtime scenario, it's PRX that have to make the comeback real, right? It's always been RRQ that have kind of been the trailers. This time, contention in towards the main, and Xfero dispatches of Forsaken. The Hunter's on board something as well.
Just when I thought PRX was eliminated for this round, they immediately get eliminated. Forsaken down, something with the operator, but not able to flick because RRQ has swarmed the site.
Oh, do you even consider a save again? A 2 versus 4? You've got no money. You've got not the greatest weapon. There's the Bulldog in play.
Yeah, well, it's round 11. Might as well just kind of throw everything in, but tripped up as well. Jing, he's been spotted. Xer beginning to push up. Jing might not expect it. He's crouched down as well, but Jing, decent flick. Flashes over onto the back, but oh, the spam's possible. He has to back off. He has to play around safe. He hears the jumps as well, and that will be another kill. Still, though, running out of ammo now. The time working against him. He swaps to a weapon, and that's the precise moment when Monyet peeks out for the kill. It's 9-2. Is it going to be a 10?
Maybe. Very well, maybe. That's the timeout, the PRX call as well, not going their way. The idea that the main controllers I'm speaking about, PRX have been loving trying to gather that, right? Let's just take the fight to them with numbers. Let's get in their face. Let's go quick when they might expect something slow. It works an absolute treat for RRQ. The money in shambles. Digging deep in towards your pocket. It's not the worst for PRX. Vandals, Phantoms, couple ultis. Regen shield in there as well. I mean, Patman, yeah, you've got a Spectre, but if you're null commanding at the right time, you could still assist your team. 0.2. This will command a little bit of a slower start for the beginning of the round to RRQ.
Forsaken taking this time around B main as well. He just sent a hot out, which was shut down, so still holding on to some prowlers, but the Armageddon into back bay.
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the front of the side at the moment, but the Molly will hold them at bay. Monyet, risky business. I was gonna say if he found that.
Which then the Nightfall in towards B. Forsaken tries to do his best to hold it down. The burst is great. Defy as well out from backside. And it's just crazy, guy. The late lurk this time. Completely dismantled. But he will still be able to eliminate Jing for the least. Something to end it off, though. So it's not a 10-2. PRX able to scratch one right back against RRQ.
Put your hands up if you are a superstitious person out there. The 9-3 curse, is it gonna be real? PRX gonna have the blessings go their way in this one, because so far RRQ have just had the better ideas, the better movement around the map. Just affording themselves more buys as well, right? With the layering of rounds that they have. I mean, the 6-0 start really sets them up for the remainder of the half. 3 more extra. They drop 3, yeah, sure. But they are in pole position here to get into that grand final. Which player infuriates you more? Go in already, a duelist that never goes in, or Smoke, a controller that never smokes?
100% controller. You need to be able to smoke off sites. And at least controller once you're done smoking off.
14, 14, 9.
We do see a lot of duelists being self-sufficient, like a Jet that can get in, or Yori that can get in around the smokes, because you think about the importance in these sort of scenarios, right? How often do we see smoking agents actually die a little bit, and the team has to adapt? So sometimes you do get smokes that can't smoke and you have to adapt. If you lose your duelist, well, the team can slowly go in. So I think more infuriating, probably the duelist.
Regardless of that little disagreement.
For the people out there, though, don't be any of them. Go in entry if you play duelist. Go in smoke if you play controller.
Just do everything right.
What
we'll see if PRX can do everything right, though. I mean, again, you mentioned how the first half was perfectly set up by RRQ. Now they're on the defense.
This is such an important pistol. Will not matter.
PRX need it.
If RRQ get the pistol.
If RRQ get the pistol, then this could be over.
Well, we'll see. How nervous are PRX coming in towards this pistol? And they shrug it off, going into their attacking side. Slow and steady in the middle. Cleared out by the stealth drone.
The drone doesn't hear the footsteps truly as well. However, PRX a little bit. Begun to set themselves up around B.
Got a kill trip towards switch as well in case we have something fast from or something.
And the 3 from RRQ. Stable to mark down the site. They might have been flashed, but still, they dig deep.
Yeah, but they can't go in at the moment with just the stalling power of the cage, of the salvos.
Look at that trip as well.
So they're going to have to try and go back at it again. Yeah, and the trip, I mean, if you get a dash on towards it, maybe you have some good spam. Maybe someone who plays towards CT, if it's smoked off, can still pepper some bullets there.
Oh, but then for PRX to elect for a B split push instead. Crazy guy, he's found some information.
30 seconds to go.
Yeah, exactly, with the trips again as well. There's the trip around the survival smokes. Jemkin trying to line up the shots, but something's good for at least one. To buy, though, the trades have to be good, and PRX just continue to waterfall into the side. But look at Jemkin and how slippery he is. Back to safety.
They can push you out of position. That's exactly what they do.
And 13 seconds left. The smoke plan is not available. Forsaken has to find the kills. Finally, it goes down, and it's just Crazy Guy left. Low HP as well, but still needs to find the 1v2 in position. Just let time reset.
Pick that shit. Oh my god.
If they play high-low at the moment, they could lose their lives.
One tap and one tap.
Crazy Guy. Does he have the shots though? Onto Petman. And Forsaken with the crouch, the high-low still supports PRX.
That setup as well. If Forsaken gets headshot, the Ghost Bullet, does it go through? Finish him off. That would have been a headset off moment for PRX, you would assume. Jemkin trying to dig deep in there as well, but my oh my, the stalling power, the reads, the fact that PRX still go into the B site. There's no time to change it up. There's no lurk to bring value for them in this pistol round.
Oh my god!
You got to keep a sword face for them too, because they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the swarm works, and well, at least it's one round, which might give them a couple more with the guns forted up.
Awkward team flash, what could have been? Any flash, by the way, for Jemkin.
All the way towards the back and beginning to peek forward.
So often you see.
Gue takut cuy, dia ngajar stat rame anjing, gak kayak tadi kayak split tuh, tau gak sih? Dia ngajar split yang sepi, ini split rame diajar terus anjing.
Catch them off guard, but hey, you weather it, right? And now we wait and we go again by the looks of PRX's positions. This time you got a bit of a rotation from Xfero as well. Just the pistols though.
As much as possible. Back in for the little peeks though, off of the timing. Jemkin out by longs, however, but spotted out thanks to the C's.
Very well stuck here. Gonna have all the utility go his way.
The spares just to prevent him from escaping. The salvos
nice.
Then PRX once again with the full arsenal, just happy to look for the fights.
Yeah, so that's 2, right? Always should be good for the second after the pistol.
Okay,
but
guys,
this is where
still
we get
got
the
chains,
guns
guys.
in possession for RRQ, and this is where we really start to see how much effect the first half has on this game, right? They afforded themselves 9-3, 6-round advantage. They can afford a couple of mishaps themselves, you know, a chance for PRX to maybe start to make a comeback, but you do have to start to consider for RRQ. Right? How long does it take them to recognize what PRX are going to be doing on this attacking side? Are PRX really changing up their approach time and time again?
Not too much currently. Previous round was just a confident B push given the guns, but now you got to really slow things down. And Odin being fired off as well. PRX now aware.
And slowing things down are going to work a treat for RRQ as well because
Okay,
that
we
allows
win
them
this.
to rotate
We come back, guys.
where
Please,
they need.
guys.
That allows
Ya, ini
the
kalau
likes of
ini
Crazy
menang,
Guy to have
ini
the
menang bisa
salvos
comeback.
put at the right time. High cam again to spot some early information. Though currently gate crash for Jemkin towards the A
Aduh,
side
nggak
where
dapet
his
info
locale is
cybercatcher
anyway.
lagi.
So it currently would be a retake scenario if PRX quickly got into the B site.
But that comes down to Xfero as well as Cushy.
Harus
Again,
kena side.
right? These signature
50 detik
agents
berdiri
throughout the
gaming.
trips. And if he's able to anchor down well enough,
Tabrak beda.
0 Point is calling for
Itu
a
sendiri
rotate.
ke cybernya.
Not
Atas
occupied
sendiri
in
tuh udah
entirety. Crazy
tabrak
Guy a
beda.
little bit behind, but Cushy towards the spawn side of things. So it does look like with 30 seconds to go, it
Anjir
may
lewat cok,
very
awas
well
bang
be
itu anjing.
a bit of a retake scenario.
Bawah ya
PRX
trap
managed to slip through. What a lineup from Patman.
Udah aman.
The trip
Ah,
being
chill, kayak
noted as
you
well.
you guys
Device
get the
slowly
side.
sneaking himself forward
You guys
into the
chill.
one and done. Watching for the angles
Lawan
though.
udah anjing.
Door's been broken. Devi. Oh, not
Aduh,
able to hold.
Fai, nggak
Jemkin,
dapat.
this could be the
Gara-gara
start of the
klonnya.
assault. But Patman has grenades. Something trying to hold us well. Dodges the first flash. The second one being
Oh,
sent through
gila,
by
bagus banget
Human.
itu,
And it's just Patman trying to receive contact.
aduh.
But RQ proves to be
Aduh,
overwhelming.
go with anjing. Aduh, lompat 2 orang padahal tuh bisa bunuh 2 tuh.
Bonus round going the way of RRQ. They came into it with the better guns, so PRX only some damage for their bonus round. Double digits achieved for
Odinnya si
RRQ.
reset aja dapat banyak
They're
cok.
just waiting to see if anyone was going to
Guys,
fall prey
tadi
into the
ketembak
trap
klonnya,
wire
guys.
for
Coba lebih
Xfero
sabar
this
lagi,
round down,
Davai
but
tuh,
never
Rav.
eventuated. So that's a full 5 versus 5 retake that really Jemkin getting a lot of the damage in there with the team to back
Jemkin
him
bisa
up
dapat
as
2
well.
gitu, cok anjing.
Trade's working out a treat. Holding numbers advantages. Now we'll get the full proper buy to come out from PRX, backed up by the Nightfall. You can see an answer back for Jemkin though with that dimensional drift. How
Masih bisa,
stellar
guys.
has
Full buy,
RRQ
full buy.
been when that ability is in play?
Especially for a potential retake. PRX though. Position, a quick nightfall, but slow down.
Really early to allow something to get up towards the tree super quick, but
Pindah
kind
anjing
of
ke.
held at bay at the moment. Xfero at the glass.
Ooh,
Weh.
almost domed. Still with the damage found, it's going to be PRX breaking their way into the A side.
Ya
The
Allah,
Odin
son.
eliminating Forsaken. Devi back in though, but not able to take out Crazy Guy.
Just picking up the ultimate of the Armageddon as well in this 3 versus 3.
Spike has been planted at the very least. What are the
Ah,
positions
dapat
going to
info
be?
dong.
Dimensional drift to scout.
Berbang ya.
Could be everything.
Modin anjing.
Straight into the site. Another smoke. Armageddon out from A main and PRX out of position.
Aduh!
Cushy for the kills. It's a
Ya
double
elah!
that ends the round.
What a flash. What a flash to come out at the end from Jemkin as well. Patman completely
Nge-wait,
blinded.
nge-spray
No,
terus
actually,
anjing.
Jemkin's got
Bisa
it through.
tenang apa
It's a
tembaknya?
self-blind.
You failed. Now
No words.
I believe that's a self-blind to come on out. I mean, in the 3 versus 3, when you've got the dimensional drift and the Armageddon coming your way anyway, you cannot sit in
Masa
towards
dia
the
dapat
main.
2 loh, cok.
Gotta say, all the info,
David masih
utility,
ngepick,
the
ah,
fact that Crazy
sebenarnya.
Guy just survives with that Odin there too. Ah, he's blinded up by the clone. That's what it is.
Udah blind man, guys.
That's a rough one.
Just that much utility being sent into the wayside, and it's 11 to 5
Penting tuh,
now.
aimnya kalau lagi nggak nembak,
They're
jelek
running
banget
out
ke
of
spraynya tuh,
chances, and this could be
spray brutal
RQ's
anjing.
very first grand final.
Jason
This is where I
nerima
talk about
blast
the
kill,
space that they
guys.
afforded themselves of the first half, right? They can have slip-ups if they want, but if they don't, well, he is going to keep on carrying on. 12 is the name of the game to hunt on through. That's a quick headshot onto Jing.
Segitu anjing. Tajam banget,
Another
cok.
one found. Then for the trips to come back in online, PRX trying to recover.
Berat sini.
Need to see individual brilliance, you feel like, for PRX to come through here, but it does feel like the teamwork of RRQ is at its most potent on this map right now. The angle, Monyet,
Tawan,
try and find Patman. Damage done, though, will scare him off.
I mean, teamwork, individual brilliance as well, just to check. And PRX just trying to scavenge this round as much as possible. Patman, if he was able to find one, that would be great. But everything's thrown off balance.
Slowly but surely.
Harusnya main freak gak sini di perjing.
Itu loh pala. Recognition from RQ as well, though. They've already put themselves inside a spawn, but something a little bit quicker with the blades.
Udah mati orunya, Jing.
Salvos will stop and stall Forsaken.
Ya Allah.
Another kill onto
Ya Allah,
something.
masih
Crazy
di-pick,
Guy.
anjing.
The IGL leading from the front.
Patman tagged 4 from Monyet earlier, remember?
There's just no chance. Look at
Masih
them all
berempat mainnya,
stepped up
bertiga udah
inside a
pasti.
spawn. As soon as Patman reveals himself, this will be series point. tries to get ahead of it, but there is no chance at all.
Yeah, there was not a snowball's chance in hell in that
Miskin
one
lagi
for
mereka.
PRX to win. It feels like 12 to
Nggak
5
dapat flash sama
series
sekali,
point.
nggak ada
What
duit
does Pilski know?
Ikut tadi
That we
mereka
do
ada.
not. RRQ weathering through
Tambahnya cuma
4 maps here, 2 victories in overtime, 2 clean ones from
Udah dapat 2 loh
PRX.
padahal.
Is this where the train gets derailed? Smashing into the mountain.
Just might be.
7 series
Nice run, nice run.
points.
Masih bisa guys, sabar, sabar. Satu run lagi.
And it's just way too much for PRX to deal with. The weaponry not too great in this round either. Decent flash over, some space around the middle. Jemkin looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment. Will be bailed out by Xferra's cage if he wants to try and get out of there, weathering through the suppression. He'll just skedaddle on through.
Something getar banget, Something kurang chill sih, dia harus kayak
PRX though, that's not their
stamina
true
amannya harus
final
dinaikin tuh.
destination.
Ya, kalau lagi tajam one tap, kalau nggak najam one tap, ke spray itu yang susah nih udah. Spraynya spray brutal masalahnya anjing.
Because remember, they have 7 rounds to play with. They can afford to take a couple of losses.
All it takes is one more point for Cushy to get to the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, null command though for Patman. You feel like he has to drop that in towards this round potentially. Stave off this retake. There it is as the plant goes down.
Which won't leave him with too much towards the future rounds. Right now, stuck inside of logs. His position pretty much revealed. A 0 point just to hold even further back as well. Another fragment. But some peeps out from spawn now. And they know exactly where Patman is. He will just go in guns blazing though. Just single kill, but traded out by Monyet. Something up from the back, and he finds the double necessary. 2 targets left. And unfortunately, this is not over yet. PRX will carry forward.
Yeah, but the investment for them in that round, Quack, the Steel Garden and the Null Command, you're not going to have access to them in the next one. You flip it over, and RRQ, we've got a Hunter's Fury to play with. They're from the shadows. These ultimates can be called ultimate for a reason. They can be round-defining abilities. And as we're talking about right now, it only takes 1 round for RRQ to get into that grand final for a rematch against Gen G. Affording a timeout now. HyperX needed this timeout.
Si something tuh udah kalau udah jelek mainnya dia spray brutal.
Because you have to remember, they used both of theirs in the first half. After round number 3 and round number 10. So the fact that RRQ deploy one here, have a conversation early,
RRQ masih ada 2
of a blessing for PRX.
Bisa ubah strategi.
Double-edged sword for themselves, but we will see. They are the ones on defense. They can pull out something surprising. PRX need to be completely locked in every step of the way. And I'm not entirely sure that they've got it in them, even as a fan myself.
I mean, we just need to see them be a lot more heads up, a lot more clinical in the early information gathering of what they can bait out, what rotations they can draw early.
Pertama kalau nggak throw udah.
Finding an isolated duel.
Ini bukan map yang diuntungkan untuk PRX emang. Makanya mungkin harusnya game planning nggak harus sampai map 5. Tapi sampai map 5 udah emang tai sih.
Oh, and it starts off with a huge explosion up by B. They pushed up. Jemkin gets away with daylight robbery. Ridiculous. Hunter's Fury right off the rip as well. PRX trying to dance around it.
They do successfully. But losing something, that's your duelist, your opener. Is that 1-5 down to seal the deal here? Rotations already from RRQ to the correct location as well.
That's all they needed.
Banyak alasan emang kuat. Kalau kuat grand final duluan nggak sih, bro?
Good timing on the drone.
Semua tim nggak kalau kuat ya paling santai nomor 1 dulu grand final duluan baru paling kuat tuh.
Ada kuatnya guys. Batang kayu kah? Ini 2 map tadi tuh kalau nggak nge-throw udah nggak ada lagi match.
And PRX has no recourse but to continue pushing. Down and out. And the rest of PRX continue up front. Still though, RRQ have the site completely surrounded. Every position marked thanks to the neural theft. Can they even get the spike down? They try to slow it over with the thorns.
Plant down.
Pushes up from both sides though. You gotta watch for stairs as well as lane. Forsaken trying his best to isolate the angles as much as possible. takes down the first head. Off to the next one as Petman trades up, and it's just Xfero trying to sneak up. With discipline, he finds the first, and it's down to the 1v1. Petman needs to come up huge, but he's not able to do it. Xfero has derailed the PRX Express.
Bang kalah denial. Iya sih yang top 1 grup, iya jago ya bang top 1
And
grup.
down to the final score, 13-6. 2 overtimes, an incredible first half, and RRQ will soar themselves into the finals against old rivals Gen G.
Commiserations to PRX in this one. They
Yang
had
penting
a monstrous effort to
Toronto,
get
ya.
through the group stage when it looks like they were down and out. They start to go.
Jenkins sih,
Everyone's
ini dia man
favorite
of the
meme at the
player
moment,
sih.
track by track. But at
Jenkins
the
emang,
end,
Jenkins doang
they
sih
still
itu
made it to
kuncinya.
Toronto.
Kuncinya di
They'll come in
Jenkins
with the third seed, but it is RRQ here that get
Nice
the
try,
glory,
juara 3
that
guys.
get the victory, that get the opportunity. One more series tomorrow to try and lift that trophy.
Juara 3, nice one.
This time here, we didn't
Kita
have
ada
the fist
tambahan
bump
ini, ada
in the
tambahan watch
beginning
party
pack,
EWC
but
bro.
you know that there's fist bumps at the end here.
Ada
Because it's
tambahan watch
RRQ.
party EWC guys, karena EWC kualifikasinya kita jadi ikut. Karena belum masuk hitungannya.
Much love between both teams for sure, but yes, a much coveted opportunity to strike back against Gen G. I mean, how long has this opportunity
biasa di
been
PRX kalau nggak
eluded for
perlu rombak,
RRQ?
kocak, mainnya bagus.
For 3 years, they brought in Crazy Guy now,
Aman Toronto, karena bukti kali Toronto guys.
Lagi
Dari Toronto aja guys ya.
100%.
Kita preparation di Toronto.
Really excited to see what it's going to look like tomorrow for these
Soalnya
guys in
tim-tim
that
luar
rematch
lebih ngeri
because
lagi bro.
they
G2 lebih
didn't
najis
really
guys.
deliver too much in the
Itu
previous
G2 lebih
series,
najis lagi bro.
remember? They gotta be really happy though that they got the victory here.
Lebih hati-hati
despite
ini
the
sih,
fact that it
dan
took
champion
2
kayak gimana
slot
player-playernya kan
maxes
banyak yang masuk tuh. Kita kan udah banyak yang nonton yang Europe kayak gimana.
Balas
Europe
dendam,
biasanya
banyak
ada yang serem-serem.
tomorrow in the grand finals. Congratulations, guys.
GG.
Oke. Thank you guys, sampai jumpa. Kita ketemu lagi di kualifikasi EWC.
Oke, thank you semua ya. Aku dulu guys.
Bye-bye semua.
Bye-bye semua.
Thank you.
스위치 축하드립니다.
NTB Persio.